with the cassiterite, the soldiers are waiting to grab it at gunpoint. Which means you have nothing to buy food with. So we're always hungry. Finwatch 2007, 20. 6.6. Conclusion. Not every mobile phone, computer, digital camera, hard disk, game console and MP3 player that we use is based, partly or fully, on the blood of East Congolese miners. In 2011, the DRC produced 53% of the world's cobalt, 2.3% of the world's tin, U.S. Geological Survey statistics 2012, and around 10% of the world's tantalum, ISTA 2011, 140. So the situation varies depending on the type of mineral. The DRC is the world's largest producer of cobalt and a significant producer of tantalum and tin. Independent of these facts is the circumstance that the demand of Western companies for cheap minerals has been an important driver of the violence, slavery, and exploitation in eastern DRC. The tragedy of the DRC is that a country rich in mineral resources has been the locus of one of the bloodiest conflicts in the world in the 20th and 21st centuries, and that this conflict has in the form of conflict minerals a connection to the West and the Western ICT industry. The DRC was in 2011 the least developed country in the world, had a very high inequality rate, Gini, of 44.4%, 59.2% of the population lived in extreme poverty, less than $1.25 per day for survival, and the life expectancy was 45 years, under 2011. War and neo-imperialist exploitation of labor and the country's resources, which does not benefit local people but benefits at the end of the value chain primarily Western companies, have created the paradox typical for capitalism that one of the world's countries that is richest in natural resources, 45% of the world's cobalt reserves, 25% of the world's diamond reserves, U.S. Geological Survey statistics 2012, and according to estimates between 7 to 8%, Nest 2011, 18 to 20, and 64%, Goodnick 2008, of the world's coltan reserves are located in the DRC is socially the world's poorest country. In the global ICT industry, African companies are hardly present, but rather companies in the United States, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Sweden, and Finland dominate the computer hardware industry that requires minerals as its raw materials. The largest computer, communications equipment, and periphery producers in the world are Apple, USA, HP, USA, Dell, USA, Fujitsu, Japan, and Quanta Computer, Taiwan. The largest semiconductor producers are Samsung, South Korea, Intel, USA, Taiwan. Semiconductor, Taiwan, Texas Instruments, USA, and Applied Materials, USA. The largest communications equipment producers are Cisco, USA, Qualcomm, USA, Ericsson, Sweden, Corning, USA, and Nokia, Finland. Forbes 2012. This shows that the profits that are accumulated by the sales of the final products, a mobile phone, a computer, a printer, etc., go into the pockets of shareholders of Western companies, whereas the immediate extractors of the underlying raw materials are often facing harsh working conditions and are barely able to survive. The major processors of tantalum are the United States Cabot and Germany's HC. Stark, Nest 2011, 12. The largest processors of tin were in 2011 Yunnan Tin, China, the Malaysia Smelting Corporation, PT Timah, Indonesia, and Mincer, Peru, ITRI 2011. In 2010, China was the largest cobalt processing country and accounted for 43.9% of the worldwide capacity, Shed 2012. The largest Chinese companies processing cobalt are Jinchuan, Zhejianghuo Cobalt Nickel Materials Co. Limited, Zhejiangalico Cobalt and Nickel Material Co. Limited, and Ganzhou Yihao Mikowa Industries, IBID. The DRC accounted that year for 8.8% of the processing, IBID, although it in the same year accounted for 51% of the world's cobalt extraction, Jaeger 2012. The countries with the largest and most profitable mining and metal producing companies that are ranked among the world's largest 400 companies are Australia, Brazil, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, China, Canada, and Russia. Forbes 2012, which shows that Africa, with the exception of South Africa, is not a producer of metals in general, but rather only an extractor of minerals that are then sold to other countries, where they are smelted and refined so that the resulting minerals are then further sold for a profit. African countries are at the lowest end of the value chain. They are a locus of highly exploited labor and only get a very small share of the overall profits achieved in the ICT industry and other industries that requires metals. A similar analysis can, for example, be made for the car industry, where there is not a single large automobile manufacturer located in Africa that ranges among the world's largest 2,000 companies. In order to obtain a functioning ICT tools, the extracted minerals must be used in the manufacturing and assemblage of ICT components. As an illustration, the next chapter will discuss ICT assemblage and manufacturing at Foxconn in China. 7. Exploitation at Foxconn. Primitive accumulation and the formal subsumption of labor. Do you own an Apple Macintosh, an iPad, an iPod, or an iPhone? Have you ever thought about who assembles it and under which working conditions? Think of Apple. Which names do you automatically associate with it? It is unlikely that it is one of the following names: Rongbo, Ma Xianqian, Li Hongliang, Tianyu, Li Wei, Lu Haijun, Rao Shukan, Ning, Lu Xian, Zhu Chenming, Liang Chao, Nan Chang, Li Hai, He, Chen Lin, Lu Ming. And it is likely that you think about the following two names: Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. The 17 Chinese names are the names of 17 Foxconn workers who attempted to commit suicide between January and August 2010 because they could no longer stand the poor working conditions in the factories, where Apple technologies and other ICs are assembled. They are largely unknown to the world. In contrast, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak are known all over the world as the founders of Apple. Those in power write history, although those who struggle against these powers make history. The task of this chapter is to help remember the stories of those who create the computer technologies that we use every day. It tells the story of working conditions at Foxconn, one of the world's largest ICT manufacturing and assemblage companies. It is a story of exploitation and imperialism that is inscribed into the phones, computers, screens and laptops that we use every day for talking, writing, listening and watching. The story of many ICT tools is the largely unknown story of highly exploited workers. 7.1. Introduction. In 2011, income inequality measured by the Gini coefficient in China was 41.5%, the adult illiteracy rate was 6%, the health-adjusted life expectancy was 66 years, 12.5% of the population lived in multidimensional poverty and 4.5% in severe poverty, and 15.9% of the population had to survive on less than $1.25 a day, under 2011. These data show that China has achieved the status of a medium developing country that has been successful in fighting poverty and illiteracy but at the same time has a high level of socio-economic inequality. The global computer hardware market is dominated by US and Taiwanese companies. Among the 12 hardware companies listed in the 2012 Forbes 2000 list of the largest corporations in the world are 3 US-based firms, Apple, HP, Dell, which are the largest hardware companies in the world and are also among the 200 largest companies in the world. There are 7 Taiwanese companies, but only 1 Chinese computer hardware producer, Lenovo, Forbes 2012. 10 of the 15 listed software companies are based in the United States, e.g. Microsoft, Oracle, Symantec. None has its home base in China. There are 29 semiconductor producers in the Forbes 2000 list. Of these largest, 14 are American and 4 come from Taiwan, whereas none is from China. In the computer storage market, there is one Chinese company, Tencent Holdings, in the Forbes 2000 list in comparison to 4 American ones. In software services, the largest companies are in the United States, IBM, Google. The United States accounts for 8 of the world's 20 largest software service providers, China for 3, Tencent Holdings, Baidu, NetEase, India, and France each for 3 also. The largest telecommunications equipment corporations are based in the United States, Cisco, Qualcomm, Corning, Sweden, Ericsson, and Finland, Nokia, whereas there is only one Chinese company, ZTE, in this list. This shows that Chinese companies play a role in the global ICT industry but are embedded into a structure dominated by the United States. The production of consumer electronics is dominated by Japan, which accounts for 8 out of 12 companies in this area in the 2012 Forbes 2000 list, e.g. Panasonic, Fujifilm, Sony, Nintendo. Also 2 Chinese companies are present in this list, TCL Corporation, TVs, video cameras, phones, and Great Wall Technology, memory, power supply, monitors, computers, LCD TVs. The telecommunications market is strongly national in character, with 37 different countries represented in the list of the 62 telecommunications companies that were part of Forbes 2000 in 2012. Among these 62 corporations are 3 Chinese, China Telecom, China Mobile, China Unicom. These data show that China is a significant but not a dominant player in the ICT industry, which is dominated by the United States, hardware, software, semiconductors, software services, telecommunications equipment, Taiwan, hardware, and Japan, consumer electronics. Tables 7.1 and 7.2 show the development of Chinese computer hardware output over a period of 10 years. Some 320 million microcomputers were manufactured in 2011. More than a billion mobile phones were produced in 2011. In the period 2001 to 2010, the number of manufactured integrated circuits increased from 2.2 billion to 7.4 billion. Yu Hong, 2011, 50 to 51, 55, presents data that show that in 2003 and 2007, computers, electronic components and telecommunications equipment were the primary output, measured in billion CNY, Chinese yuan renminbi, of the Chinese ICT industry, that especially telecommunications equipment and computers attracted large foreign direct investments and that the majority of the output of computers and electronic components was exported. In 2011, the main Chinese exports were data processing components/machines, export value, $176.3 billion, and clothes, $153.2 billion, National Bureau of Statistics of China 2012. Of all Chinese exports 52.4% were foreign-funded, IBID. Hong, 2011, 63 to 64, presents data that show that ICT exports have been dominated by foreign capital and joint ventures of foreign and Chinese companies. In 2007, 1.3 million people were employed in the manufacturing of computers and 2.1 million in the production of electronic components, IBID, 55. The majority of these workers were assemblers and sales workers, IBID, 53. Foreign companies dominate the Chinese ICT industry. In 2005 these companies accounted for 76.5% of the profits in this industry, but because of special treatment by the government they only accounted for 42.3% of the total taxes paid by the ICT industry, IBID, 38. These data show that China has an export-oriented economy that is strongly based on the manufacturing of electronics and clothes, cheap labor and land, and the domination of transnational companies, Zhao 2010a. China became the second largest ICT manufacturer in the world in the year 2006, Hong 2011, 2, and the world's largest producer of laptops, mobile phones, color and LCD screens and switchers in 2004, 59. In the publishing industry, there were in 2010, according to official statistics, Statistical Yearbook of the Republic of China 2010, 148 software publishers that made up 4.4% of all publishers in China, including publishers of newspapers, periodicals, and magazines, books, software, other publishing, which shows that the software industry in comparison to other media industries is comparatively small in China. Jack Xu, 2009, 93-94, argues that foreign capital investments in China focus especially on the electronics industry. Xu, IBID, presents statistics that show that since 1978, when Deng Xiaoping started the program of introducing market socialism reforms that introduced market socialism with Chinese characteristics, which some prefer to term neoliberalism with Chinese characteristics, Harvey 2007, Chapter 5, there has been a massive decrease of employment in agriculture, fishing, and mining and a corresponding increase in manufacturing and low-skill service jobs. Yuezhi Zhao, 2007a, 2008, argues convincingly that the digital revolution in China has been occurring at a time when the Chinese state is progressively liberalizing the Chinese economy and promoting market forces. Zhao 2007a, 100. The rise of ICEs in China would furthermore have been accomplished by techno-nationalism, military-industrial interests, convergent interests of domestic bureaucratic and international corporate capital, along with the consuming priorities of China's urban middle class. For this reason, it has been intrinsically connected to the deepening economic inequality and pervasive social injustice facing tens of millions across China. As the Chinese economy has grown exponentially and telecommunications market expansion repeatedly surpassed state planners' expectations throughout the 1990s, so has inequality. Zhao 2007a, 101. China would have exactly embraced the consumerism and capitalism that Dallas Smythe, 1994, warned about when he visited China in the early 1970s. China's industry and ICT industries have been based on an FDI-friendly, export-dependent, and market-fundamentalist policy framework that has structured China's ICT industries in a way to serve a downstream industrial cluster in the globalized chain of production and has established the domination of foreign capital in ICT production. Hong 2011, 80. 7.2. Foxconn's productive forces in the International Division of Digital Labor, Labor Power and the Objects, Tools, and Products of Labor. Han High Precision, also known as Foxconn, is a Taiwanese company that processes and sells connectors, cable, enclosures, wired/wireless communication products, optics products, power supply modules, and assemblies for use in the information technology, communications, automotive equipment, precision molding, automobile, and consumer electronics industries. 1. Its headquarters are in Taiwan. With assets of $47.3 billion, a market value of $37.8 billion, sales of $102.7 billion and profits of $2.6 billion, it was the 156th largest company in the world in 2012, Forbes 2012. It had 995,000 employees in 2012, IBID. Terry Gou is the company's founder and chairman. He is the world's 184th richest person and his wealth amounted to $5.5 billion in 2012, Forbes, the World's Billionaires 2012. According to CNN Global 500, 2012, Foxconn is the fifth largest corporate employer in the world. In 2010, it had 900,000 workers in China, of which 420,000 worked in the Shenzhen factory, SACOM 2010, 10. In 2011, Foxconn had enlarged its Chinese workforce to 1 million, with the majority being young migrant workers who come from the countryside, SACOM 2011a. So a large share of Foxconn's workers is located in Chinese factories, such as in Chengdu, Kongding, Huanlan, and Longhua, 2 districts in Shenzhen, Hangzhou, Kunshan, Langfang, Nanhai, in the city Foshan, Taiyuan, Tianjin, and Zhengzhou. Foxconn assembles the iPad, iMac, iPhone, Kindle, and various consoles, by Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft. Its customers are Western companies such as Apple, Dell, HP, Motorola, Nokia, Sony, and Sony Ericsson, SACOM 2010, 4. 7.3. Foxconn's relations of production in the International Division of Digital Labor. Rongbo. Ma Xianqian. Li Hongliang. Tianyu. Li Wei. Luz Haijun. Rao Shukan. Ning. Lu Xian. Zhu Chenming. Liang Chao. Nan Chang. Li Hai. He. Chen Lin. Lu. Lu Ming.2. These are the names of the 17 Foxconn workers who attempted to commit suicide between January and August 2010, 12 of them were male, 7 female, they were aged between 17 and 25, 16 attempted to commit suicide by jumping from Foxconn buildings, 1 by slitting his wrists. 4 survived. 2 suicides took place in the Langfang factory, 4 in the Guanlan factory, 9 in the Longhua factory, 1 in the Nanhai factory and 1 in the Kunshan factory, SACOM 2010, 2. Steve Jobs is dead. And he will definitely be remembered by many for having founded Apple. 13 of these 17 young workers are dead. How many have ever heard their names? How many will remember their names? Society tends to remember those in power and to forget those on whose labor, sweat, and blood this power is built, because a class society also has a collective class memory. Students and Scholars Against Corporate Misbehavior, SACOM 2010, conducted a study in which 100 Foxconn workers in Shenzhen and Hangzhou were interviewed and observed. In June 2010, the basic wage of Foxconn Shenzhen workers was CNY, Chinese yuan renminbi, 1,200 per month, which is around GBP, British pound, 120 and 100 Chinese yuan above the local minimum wage, SACOM 2010, 6. The basic wage at the same time was 1,250 Chinese yuan at Foxconn Hangzhou, 1,110 Chinese yuan at Foxconn Kunshan, 950 Chinese yuan at Foxconn Wuhan and 940 Chinese yuan at Foxconn Tianjin, IBID. SACOM, 2010, calculated that the living wage that is needed for surviving in Shenzhen should be 2,293 Chinese yuan, 2,173 Chinese yuan in Hangzhou, 2,000 Chinese yuan in Kunshan, 1,754 Chinese yuan in Wuhan and 1,685 Chinese yuan in Tianjin. In 2008, Foxconn Guanlan workers on average worked 120 hours overtime per month, SACOM 2010, 7. An engineer at Foxconn Shenzhen says, "We produced the first generation iPad. We were busy throughout a 6-month period and had to work on Sundays. We only had a rest day every 13 days. And there was no overtime premium for weekends. Working for 12 hours a day really made me exhausted, IBID." At Foxconn Hangzhou, weekend overtimes were only paid at a rate of 1.5 instead of 2 as required by the law. At Foxconn Taiyuan, overtime beyond 80 hours per month was unremunerated. Unpaid work assemblies that last up to an hour per day before the start of a shift were documented. SACOM, 2010, also documented frequent work shift changes, regular working time of over 10 hours per day, a lack of breaks, monotonous work, physical harm caused by chemicals such as benzene or solder paste, lack of protective gear and equipment, forced use of students from vocational schools as interns, in agreement with the school boards, who conduct regular assembly work that does not help their studies, prison-like accommodations with 6 to 22 workers per dormitory room, SACOM 2011A, 18, who do not know each other, and yellow unions that are managed by company officials and whom the workers do not trust. One worker at Foxconn Longhua says that the union usually acts in favor of the management. The union workers tend to please the management in order to secure their career paths. SACOM 2010, 21. Also, the food has been reported to be extremely disgusting. One worker in the Chongqing Foxconn factory said, "On the first day, I almost vomited after eating the food in canteen. I've never eaten something which tasted worse than that." SACOM 2011A, 18. Tian Yu, a 17-year-old girl who survived an attempted suicide, reports that at Foxconn Longhua she had to work from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Chu 2010b. Somebody in the factory scolded me. The overseer argued that she worked too slow. She reports that her salary was not paid on time and that she was told to collect it in another factory campus, where nobody knew about her salary. SACOM, 2011A, conducted interviews with 120 workers in Shenzhen, Chengdu, and Kongding in order to test if, a year after the Foxconn suicides, the working conditions had changed. Interviewees at the Foxconn Chengdu factory that assembles Apple products felt tricked and misled because job ads and government announcements promised 1,600 to 2,500 Chinese yuan per month, whereas the reality turned out to be 950 Chinese yuan. The poor working conditions documented in the previous study were confirmed. In addition, the researchers also found miscalculations of wages that never were corrected and left workers with wages lower than guaranteed in their contracts, which were often kept by the employer without issuing a copy to the employees. The basic salary in Chengdu was 950 Chinese yuan in 2011 and 1,300 Chinese yuan if the food and housing allowances are included, whereas according to Engel's law it should have been 2,600 Chinese yuan. SACOM, 2011b, conducted interviews with workers at the 3 Foxconn production sites in Zhengzhou, where iPhones are manufactured. The study confirmed all poor working conditions that were previously documented. In 2012, SACOM, 2012, conducted a follow-up study comprising 60 interviews with workers in Zhengzhou. The researchers, again, found excessive overtime, a surge in working hours resulting from the release of the iPhone 5, unpaid overtime, monotonous work, lack of breaks, contractual work, health and safety threats, a military management style, the exploitation of forced student interns, arbitrary relocation, workers who have to write confession letters to report misconduct, and a yellow union. A 30-year-old worker reports, "Now, we can only have a day off every 13 working days. For the machine operators, they do not have a day off throughout a month. It is very difficult to take leave. Apple is everything to Foxconn. I do not think I can afford an iPhone with the low wages. I feel disappointed about Apple. It only aims to make profit, EBIT, 4 to 5. A 21-year-old worker explains, "Now, when we have to rush to complete the iPhone 5 orders, the management is inhumane. I do not have a day off in the past 30 days, EBIT, 5. World Economy, Ecology and Development, WED, and SACOM found very similar poor working conditions in the Excelsior Electronics company that assembles motherboards, chips and graphics cards for AMD, Fujitsu Siemens, and Intel, and in the Compaq Technology company that manufactures printed circuit boards used by such companies as Dell, Lenovo and Nokia, WED and SACOM 2008. This shows that the Foxconn example is not singular but seems to follow a larger trend in the IDDL. The Fair Labor Association, 2012, conducted a survey with N equals 35,166 respondents who are employees in Foxconn Chengdu, Quanlin, and Longhua. The survey showed that the average working hours were 56.07 per week, the average maximum during the past 3 months 61.05 hours, and the average longest period during the past 3 months without rest 11.57 days. Of the respondents, 64.3% think that their salaries do not cover their basic needs. In Chengdu, 72% of the respondents felt the same way, 71.8% disagreed or completely disagreed that the factory canteen's food is good, and 78.6% said that the dorm is a little crowded or crowded. In the survey, 64.9% of the workers in Longhua, 59% in Guanlin and 71% in Chengdu said that they sometimes feel bodily pain after work. 70.2% did not know if the trade union participates in decision-making or not, and 61.4% agreed or completely agreed that their work is often stressful. Workers were asked what 3 things they would change if they had the chance. Salaries were the top priority, followed by benefits/allowances, food quality, and working hours. Only 22.1% said that they are union members. A full 72.2% of the respondents were migrant workers, which is relevant because these workers, usually because of discriminatory practices, conduct low-paid routinized jobs and as a result of the Hukou registration system are formally seen as rural citizens, who do not belong to the urban centers where they work and are therefore often discriminated against and denied access to public services, which makes them especially vulnerable to the pressures exerted by employers. Chiu 2009, Chapters 4 and 6. According to official statistics, there were 252.78 million migrants workers in China in 2011, an increase of 4.4% in comparison to 2010, National Bureau of Statistics of China 2012. Rural poverty is the basic reason for the Chinese young rural population to migrate to urban areas. Hong 2011, Chapter 5. Being pulled by urban aspirations but pushed by bad urban experiences, frequent job change turns out to be a compromised option and constitutes a typical life trajectory for migrant workers. Ibid. 202. In the period 2001 to 2005, 40 million landless peasants were created by government appropriation of rural land, which further spurs migration into cities. Ibid. 204. What is happening to Chinese peasants is exactly what Marx, 1867 described as the process of primitive accumulation that started in Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries. Primitive accumulation creates an incomparably larger proletariat by forcibly driving the peasantry from the land, and by usurpation of the common lands. Ibid. 878. The newly freed men became sellers of themselves only after they had been robbed of all their own rural means of production, and all the guarantees of existence afforded by the old feudal arrangements. And this history, the history of their expropriation, is written in the annals of mankind in letters of blood and fire. Ibid. 875. Foxconn is a company that is quite characteristic for the Chinese ICT economy, whose employment relations Yu Hong, 2011, Chapters 3, 5, has analyzed in detail based on statistical analysis and 63 interviews with Chinese workers. The high level of foreign direct investment in the ICT industry has created millions of jobs that are, however, mainly semi-skilled, dead-end, and irregular assembling jobs. Ibid. 103, informal positions characterized by low wages, low job and social security, low skills, repetitive and laborious work, danger to workers' health and long hours. A large share of these workers in the Chinese ICT industry are young, female, and rural migrants. A large share of companies that employ these workers are based in the provinces Guangdong and Fujian. Ibid. 112. The FDI-driven and outward-looking mode of ICT development has created a new working-class stratum who are regionally clustered, largely peasant-based, semi-skilled, low-wage, irregularly employed, and mostly female manual workers. Ibid. 113. The Fair Labor Association, FLA, has been criticized because the companies it monitors are partly its largest donors. So, for example, Apple became a paying corporate member of the FLA in 2012 at the same time the Fair Labor Association, 2012, study of Foxconn was commissioned. The FLA CEO, Orit van Heerden, after a guided tour of Foxconn, commented that Foxconn is really not a sweatshop, Greenhouse 2012. This judgment was made prior to any empirical analysis, and FLA was much criticized for this as being partial and prejudgmental. Ibid. SACOM argues that the FLA is not independent from Apple and will not criticize the low unit price and short delivery time of its members. SACOM 2012, 10. Consequently, SACOM criticizes the argument of the FLA, 2012, that the cause of overtime is high labor turnover. SACOM's, theoretically correct, perspective is that high turnover is a symptom of job dissatisfaction instead of a root cause of excessive overtime. SACOM 2012, 3. The FLA study has the advantage that it is large-scale and has the possibility of access to a large number of workers. At the same time, the FLA's independence is disputed, which may affect the survey and interviews it conducts in a company-friendly way, and workers may feel pressured and may be afraid to answer truthfully if a survey is formally conducted in the company and introduced/supported by the management. They may have fears that anonymity is not guaranteed. In contrast, the SACOM conducts interviews informally and anonymously. Students start working in the factories, make contact with workers and then interview them in a private setting. This method guarantees more truthful results but at the same time has resource and time constraints in reaching a large number of respondents. In its Corporate Social and Environmental Responsibility, CSR, reports, Foxconn, 2010-2011, follows the ideological strategy of avoiding addressing negative reports and research results and instead lists its positive achievements, mainly in the form of claims that are not independently verified. Foxconn fosters a harmonic work environment that promotes health, stability, and development and strives to improve employee welfare. Foxconn 2011, 14. Foxconn creates an atmosphere of health, harmony, and advancement. Foxconn 2010, 15. The Chapter 2.2 Employee Welfare has only 5 pages, consists mainly of images that show happy employees, has little text and does not address the crucial issues for which Foxconn has been criticized. So for example, it describes as a positive achievement that labor unions launched a number of fun activities to improve the quality of life at work and all employees were encouraged to attend. These activities included the 2010 Excellent Frontline Worker Award Competition, Food and Shopping Carnival, Singing Championship, Who is the Idol, Logo Design Competition Show, Stamping Worker Competition, Happy Star Competition, Photographing Contest, Care on Women's Day Program, and Dating Activities. Ibid. 17. The question if members feel represented by these unions, if unions represent employees or rather capitalists' interest, whether they are red or yellow unions, if workers trust union representatives, if unions have decision power and so on are not discussed. The discussed studies show that there are strong doubts that this is the case. Toon van Dijk, 1998, 267, 2011, 396-397, explains as part of the ideological square model that one strategy of an ideological discourse in order to distort reality is to express/emphasize information that is positive about us meaning an in-group, such as Foxconn. Foxconn employs this strategy in its CSR reports. Apple has introduced supplier responsibility reports. It is questionable whether, if a company itself audits its suppliers, this analysis is conducted fully independently and in a critical manner. Whereas the 2012 report, Apple 2012, claims, based on quite dubious and opaque definitions and empirical methods, that the majority of labor issues are well handled by the suppliers, it says that only 38% of the suppliers respect working hours standards. The 2013 report claims that we achieved an average of 92% compliance with a maximum 60-hour work week. Apple 2013, 6. Apple's standards of working times say, Apple's code sets a maximum of 60 work hours per week and requires at least 1 day of rest per 7 days of work, while allowing exceptions in unusual or emergency circumstances. Apple 2012, 8. Apple's definition of what are appropriate working hours is arbitrary and does not respect the International Labour Organization's Convention C0 30 hours of work, which says, Article 3, the hours of work of persons to whom this convention applies shall not exceed 48 hours in the week and 8 hours in the day, except as hereinafter otherwise provided. Article 4, the maximum hours of work in the week laid down in Article May 3 be so arranged that hours of work in any day do not exceed 10 hours, ILO 1930. The fact that Apple itself defines what appropriate working conditions are and then itself measures reality against these standards shows the problem of CSR reporting, namely that it is mainly voluntary and not conducted by well-resourced independent agencies that have coercive measures at hand in order to punish corporate offenders and enforce standards. Apple, 2013, 18, claims that third-party labor agents and regional labor agencies are responsible for child labor in Apple suppliers' factories. Apple says that it terminates its business with companies that engage in child labor or debt bondage slavery, IBID, 18, 20. Apple does not see any irresponsibility in its own practices, but rather blames them corrupt Chinese companies and labor agencies. Returning children to their parents does not solve the problem of poverty that results in child labor and makes parents willing to send their children to work in factories. If the children are returned, then the family will have less money than before, so its material conditions are likely to worsen. Capitalism necessitates inequality and socio-economic gaps. Apple also does not problematize that its operations in China aim at cost-cutting in order to increase profits. Apple, 2013, describes how it audits suppliers. At each audited facility, the teams conduct physical inspections, interview workers and managers, and observe and grade suppliers based on more than 100 data points corresponding to each category of our supplier code of conduct. The audits are conducted not independently but by Apple itself. Also, the worker interviews are conducted on the job and by Apple recruited interviewers, which makes it likely that the interviewees are afraid to lose their jobs if they say the truth. The general problem of CSR reporting is that it is voluntary and not operated and enforced by an independent institution, Sandoval 2013, that has standard means for evaluation and coercive capacities to seriously fine institutions, e.g. by making companies pay a certain share of the annual revenue to the concerned worker. The audit results are simply presented in reports, but it is not transparent to the public if the study was really conducted this way, if they correspond to reality, if the used methodology is feasible and seen as feasible by established independent scholars. There is no monitoring of Apple's self-selected auditing procedures. CSR reporting has an ideological character in that it wants to create a good public image for company without challenging the capital and power structures underlying corporate irresponsibilities, IBID. In its 2011 Supplier Responsibility Report, Apple, 2011, claims that it conducted an independent analysis of the Foxconn suicides which concluded that it is necessary to hire a large number of psychological counselors, to establish a 24-hour care center, and even attaching large nets to the factory buildings to prevent impulsive suicides, and to provide better training of hotline staff and care center counselors and better monitoring to ensure effectiveness, IBID, 19. This paragraph reflects a basic attitude, namely that the suicides were due to individual psychological problems, that they have nothing to do with poor working conditions, that as a consequence one only needs a few more psychologists and nets to solve the problem and does not need to change the working conditions. This attitude is not only cynical, superficial, and missing an understanding of the roots of the problem, it is also profoundly inhumane. When being questioned about Foxconn in an interview, Steve Jobs celebrated these reports. "We are pretty on top of that. I actually think that Apple does one of the best jobs of any company in our industry and maybe in any industry of understanding the working conditions in our supply chain. Foxconn is not a sweatshop. It is a factory, but my gosh, they have got restaurants and movie theaters and hospitals and swimming pools. I mean, for a factory, it is a pretty nice factory." Jobs 2010, 1911 to 2010. Steve Jobs in fact did a poor ideological job at legitimatizing the exploitation present at Foxconn Jobs. For analyzing his logic of arguments, Teun van Dijk's 1998-2011 ideological square model can be used. Jobs stresses positive things about us, Apple as a company, and negative things about them, the suicide workers. He says that Apple is world-leading in corporate social responsibility reporting and that the workers had psychological problems because they were young and alone away from home for the first time. They have got a lot of workers who are leaving very poor rural areas, coming to these factories, away from home for the first time, 19 years old. They are probably less prepared to leave home than your typical high school student going to college in this country. Jobs 2010, 2107 to 2118. So what Jobs rhetorically implies is that Apple and Foxconn have no responsibility because we, Apple, Foxconn, have nice factories and corporate social responsibility reporting, whereas they, the workers, kill themselves not because of low wages, long hours, maltreatment and inhumane conditions in general, but because they are, according to Jobs, young, stupid peasants. Jobs' logic of arguments not only leaves out everything that has to do with working conditions in Foxconn factories and the fact that the lower these wages, the more profit Apple can make, he furthermore also engages in an age-discriminatory argument and a kind of racism against rural Chinese that communicates that these suicidal persons must be doubly stupid because they are young and have a rural background. Foxconn workers do not need Jobs and his understanding of jobs and job problems, but rather different kind of work that are not defined by the corporate ethos of people like Jobs. Foxconn Jobs are too much based on the Jobs ideology, but in order to become humane they need to become not Jobs, which means that workers as subjects need to realize that they are not just not capital, the negation of capital, Marx 1857-1858b, 274, they need to become conscious of this status in order to politically create the negation of the negative relationship between capital and labor in Foxconn factories, in China, in the West and in global capitalism. One needs to communalize Foxconn and Apple. The continued high-level exploitation of Foxconn workers has also resulted in resistance. In October 2012, some 4,000 workers went on strike in the Zhengzhou factory because new quality controls for the production of the iPhone 5 put heavy work pressures on employees, who in addition were also required to work during the Chinese National October holiday, China Labor Watch 2012b. In September 2012, a riot involving, according to estimates, between 2,000 and 10,000 workers broke out in Taiyuan, after Foxconn security guards seemed to have stabbed a worker who was involved in a brawl with other workers. A worker who was an eyewitness reported, in Foxconn Taiyuan, the guards have been the common enemy of all workers from early on. Every worker resents them. However, the company turned a blind eye on such issues, disregarding basic respect towards workers. It is just a matter of time until such eruption of emotions occurs. Therefore, the culprit of this 10,000 worker riot at Foxconn Taiyuan is Foxconn itself. No matter how moving the words of Foxconn's spokesperson, none of it can bury the truth of this incident. China Labor Watch 2012a. Zhao, 2007a, points out that neoliberalism with Chinese characteristics and Chinese digital neoliberalism do not signify a sealed fate, but are contested in the form of workers' and peasants' struggles that make use of ICE as well as in the form of the emergence of radical left online publications and debates. The struggles and riots at Foxconn are an expression that there are struggles contesting the terms of China's digital revolution. They show the unevenness and incommensurability of the digital age in China and the world. Ibid. 113. At daily assemblies, where attendance is compulsory, workers are urged to work hard to obtain the production target and warned not to talk to journalists and others about the work at Foxconn. SACOM 2010. SACOM, 2010, documented harsh management methods, including a lack of breaks, a prohibition that workers move, talk, or stretch their bodies, and rules that workers had to stand during production, as well as punishments, beatings, and harassments by security guards. Ming, a 19-year-old worker, reports, "I have to stand at least 14 hours a day. Basically, we have to stand throughout the day, no matter when we going to work or going back to dorm. When we arrive at the dorm, it's already 9 p.m. The company says overtime work is voluntary, but if I don't stay for overtime work, it will be regarded as work stoppage. It's routine. Sleep, work and eat." SACOM 2011A, 12-13. "It is such a cold environment on the shop floor which makes me feel depressed. As a newcomer, I have no one to talk to. If I continue to work at Foxconn, I may commit suicide too," a young female worker who just resigned from Hangzhou Foxconn explained, SACOM 2010, 12. Ma Xianqian was, as a punishment, forced by the security guards at Foxconn Shenzhen to clean the floors and toilets, after which he killed himself. Ibid, 13. Not just the workplaces but also the accommodations are managed in a military way. If workers violate the dormitory rules, such as blow-drying their hair inside dormitory rooms and returning to the dormitory after 23:30, their names will be documented and they will be made to clean the dormitory as volunteers. Furthermore, workers have to confess every breach of dormitory rules. On the confession letter, the name, worker ID number, worker card with photo will be shown. It states, "It is my fault. I will never blow my hair inside my room. I have done something wrong. I will never do it again." SACOM 2010, 19. 7.4. Conclusion. Studies of working conditions at Foxconn documented low wages, unpaid parts of the workday, no breaks, long working hours, working environments that are hazardous to physical and psychological health, forced overtime, forced student labor, military management including punishments and beatings, and employer-friendly pseudo-unions. In order to maximize productivity, workers at Foxconn are made to work like machines. Ibid, 10. The ICT workers encountered at Foxconn are dialectical sublations, Aufhebung, of the ICT workers we encounter in Congolese mines. The slave character of the latter is preserved in the first. There are students from vocational schools working at Foxconn, who according to SACOM are forced by their teachers in cooperation with Foxconn to work in the factories at hard conditions that are illegal under Chinese law, overtime, work that is irrelevant for students' studies. Like the mine worker slaves in Congo, these youngsters do not have the possibility to leave the employment relationship. In contrast to the slave miners in the DRC, there are also double free wage workers in the Foxconn factories. They can choose to which capitalist they want to sell their labor and can also leave an employment relationship, which slaves and the Foxconn intern students cannot, but this freedom is at the same time the unfreedom of having to sell labor power as a commodity and to produce goods that do not belong to oneself. There is a large share of young rural migrants among the informal and precarious Chinese ICT workers. They have partly been driven off the land in processes of primitive accumulation that expropriated rural land and made them property-less. Women constitute a significant share of the young migrant workforce and are highly exploited. There is a kind of feminization of work in a double sense. There is a high level of low-paid female workers among Chinese ICT workers and insecure, precarious, low-paid employment is a general pattern in the Chinese ICT assemblage industry. The conditions found in Foxconn factories are quite similar to those that Marx described in 19th-century Britain. Highly exploited young people are put to work. Marx describes the working conditions in a Scottish factory that produces matches. Half the workers are children under 13 and young persons under 18. Of the witnesses examined by Commissioner White, 1,863, 270 were under 18, 50 under 10, 10 only 8, and 5 only 6 years old. With a working day ranging from 12 to 14 or 15 hours, night labor, irregular meal times, and meals mostly taken in the workrooms themselves, pestilent with phosphorus, Marx 1867 c. 356. Similarly, Marx describes fabric inspectors' reports on the working conditions in a wallpaper factory. I have seen when the children could none of them keep their eyes open for the work, indeed, none of us could. J. Lightbourne, AM 13, we worked last winter till 9, evening, and the winter before till 10. I used to cry with sore feet every night last winter. Smith, the managing partner of a Manchester factory, we work on, with no stoppage for meals, so that the day's work of lot hours is finished by 4:30 p.m., and all after that is overtime. We seldom leave off working before 6 p.m. He means leave off from consuming our labor power machines, so that we, the same men again, are really working overtime the whole year round. For all these, children and adults alike, 152 children and young persons and 140 adults, the average work for the last 18 months has been at the very least 7 days, 5 hours, or 78 hours a week, ibid. 357. If one would put these descriptions into one of the SACOM reports, then most readers would probably not recognize that there are different historical and geographical contexts, because the description of the working conditions that Marx described in the second half of the 19th century sounds so similar to those described by SACOM, which is an indication that Foxconn resembles working conditions that represent a stage of capitalist production in which absolute surplus value production is enforced, with a high level of physical violence and the disciplining of human bodies. There is another parallel between the example cases presented by Marx and Engels and watchdog organizations' studies of Foxconn and related companies. Marx and Engels relied on the reports of factory inspectors for obtaining empirical material that they used for illustrating and verifying theory. SACOM and other corporate watchdog organizations are contemporary factory inspectors. They aim to systematically inspect what is going on in factories that are part of international divisions of labor. A difference is, however, that the 19th century factory inspectors were backed by the law and state resources, which also enabled certain possibilities for sanctions against companies, whereas organizations like SACOM are civil society organizations, which means more independence but precarious work and often little resources, and therefore with problems attempting to hold corporations accountable and make their behavior transparent to the public. The working day has two parts, one that is paid and one that is unpaid. The worker receives a wage only for the first. This circumstance can easily be imagined, as commodities are sold at prices that are higher than the investment costs, wages, resource costs, infrastructure costs, in order to achieve a profit. But the part of the working day, at the level of working time or what Marx terms value, that corresponds to the production of profit, at the level of prices, forms a part of the sales price that is artificially separated from the wages by companies' legal ownership rights that allow them to possess the commodities produced by the workers and the profit that can be achieved from it. So wages correspond to one part of the working day and profits to another. Marx calls the first necessary labor time and the second surplus labor time. The first is paid, the second unpaid. Marx describes two methods of how capitalists can try to organize the working day in order to accumulate ever more profit: the prolongation of the working day beyond the point at which the worker would have produced an exact equivalent for the value of his labor power, and the appropriation of that surplus labor by capital. This is the process which constitutes the production of absolute surplus value. It forms the general foundation of the capitalist system, and the starting point for the production of relative surplus value. The latter presupposes that the working day is already divided into two parts, necessary labor and surplus labor. In order to prolong the surplus labor, the necessary labor is shortened by methods for producing the equivalent of the wage of labor in a shorter time. The production of absolute surplus value turns exclusively on the length of the working day, whereas the production of relative surplus value completely revolutionizes the technical processes of labor and the groupings into which society is divided. Marx 1867 c. 645. The first method increases, the quantity of labor, the second the quality of labor. Absolute surplus value production means that workers work more hours unpaid because the working day is prolonged, Whereas in relative surplus value production, working time remains the same but work becomes more productive and undergoes a speed up so that more surplus value is produced in the same amount of time as before. The analyzed reports make clear that in Foxconn factories mainly absolute methods of surplus value production are used in order to increase profits. One finds in these factories unpaid overtime, hardly any breaks, long working days of up to 12 hours, working weeks with 6 working days, work without a day off for up to 2 weeks' time, and so on. A certain wage is paid, but the management strategy is in exchange to try to press as many hours of work out of the workers as possible. The working day is clearly separated from free time that is scarce and during which workers tend to be very exhausted because they have to work and stand for long hours. Therefore a common Foxconn day is described by the employees as work, eat and sleep, and they say that they haven't got time for fun. SACOM 2011a, 12. Being asked what they would like do on holiday, most of them respond, sleep, ibid. This circumstance shows that although free time and working time are separate, they are also strongly connected and form a dialectic. Working time in the method of absolute surplus value production is extended so that it encroaches on and impoverishes free time. It soaks up the living time of workers and transforms it into working time, during which they are exploited. Marx argues that absolute surplus value production has material limits. The working day does have a maximum limit. It cannot be prolonged beyond a certain point. This maximum limit is conditioned by two things. First, by the physical limits to labor power. Within the 24 hours of the natural day a man can only expend a certain quantity of his vital force. Similarly, a horse can work regularly for only 8 hours a day. During part of the day the vital force must rest, sleep. During another part the man has to satisfy other physical needs, to feed, wash and clothe himself. Besides these purely physical limitations, the extension of the working day encounters moral obstacles. The worker needs time in which to satisfy his intellectual and social requirements, and the extent and the number of these requirements is conditioned by the general level of civilization. The length of the working day therefore fluctuates within boundaries both physical and social. But these limiting conditions are of a very elastic nature, and allow a tremendous amount of latitude. Marx 1867 c. 341. In the case of the Foxconn workers, reports show that working time is stretched to high levels, which affects workers' reproduction requirements in terms of sleep and social relations so that their sleeping time and social time becomes impoverished. Also the wages are so low that they hardly guarantee survival, which means that this lack of income has to be compensated, either by abstinence, e.g. from an adequate amount of food, which can negatively impact health, or by trying to get hold of resources that are needed for survival by other means, e.g. crime. The reports also show that absolute surplus value production is to a certain, although lesser, degree combined with relative surplus value production. The military system of worker surveillance and coercion that uses drill, control and punishment aims at disciplining them in such a way that they not only work long hours without breaks, but also work in an intense manner, that is, produce as many items per hour as possible. There is a tendency for production targets to be increased by management. Workers are not allowed to talk on the production line and can only repeat the same motion for hundreds or even thousands times a day. The production target keeps rising. And they have to work faster and faster. SACOM 2011a, 15. Overseers put pressure on workers that they work harder. Basically, we can accomplish the production target. However, the front-line supervisor usually pressures us to work faster at around 7 p.m., an hour before the work shift ends. We have to stand for the whole day during work. The company promises that we can have a 10-minute break every 2 hours. It's a lie. When I go back to the dormitory, my legs shiver due to exhaustion. The turnover rate is quite high. There are many people who resign within the first month. SACOM 2011b, 9. The production target is usually set at 5,000 pieces per day. If there is an influx of orders, the target will be raised to 1,000 pieces per hour. Production targets keep soaring. Management always tests the capacity of the workers. If workers can finish the quota, the target will be increased day by day until the capacity of the workers maximize. SACOM 2010, 12. Marx, 1867 c. 1019-1023, 1025-1034, argues that the formal subsumption of labor under capital entails on the one hand the creation of relations of production, in which labor is organized as wage labor, and as the method of absolute surplus value production, where capital tries to extend the working day as much as possible. The real subsumption of labor under capital, IBID, 1023-1025, 1034-1038, is based on relative surplus value production, for example, with the help of cooperative work, the division of labor, the use of machinery or scientific planning of the production process. 1024. Marx argues that the formal and the real subsumption of labor are two distinct forms of capitalist production. IBID, 1025. The formal subsumption of labor under capital entails quantitative changes of the mode of production / the productive forces, whereas the real subsumption changes the productive forces qualitatively. Marx argues that in early stages, where capitalism is introduced, the method of formal subsumption necessarily prevails, whereas the real subsumption can coincide with formal subsumption. Foxconn is a company for which both forms of capitalist production coincide in such way that there is a predominance of absolute surplus value production. China has effectively introduced a relatively pure capitalist system since 1978. In 2011, 58% of the profits achieved in China were owned by shareholding enterprises, 25.7% by foreign investors and only 1.6% by collective enterprises, National Bureau of Statistics of China 2012. In contrast, there were no foreign investors and almost 100% collective and state ownership in 1978, Chiu 2009, 89. So it is no surprise that the formal subsumption of labor under capital features very prominently because it is the general form of every capitalist process of production. Marx 1867 c. 1019, and production as an end in itself does indeed come on the scene with the formal subsumption of labor under capital. 1037. Jack Xu, 2009, X, argues that China has the largest exploited working class of the global information age. He therefore characterizes China as undergoing a change which has resulted in the emergence of a working class network society, Xu 2009, 2010 c, that is especially characterized by what he terms the information have-less, low-end ICT users, service providers, and laborers who are manufacturing these electronics, Xu 2009, 3-4. This class would consist of migrant workers, who have migrated from rural to urban areas, unemployed and underemployed workers, micro-entrepreneurs, youth, students, and retirees struggling to make a living, those who to a certain degree are gray-collar workers who have highly repetitive jobs in industries such as software engineering, design, marketing, advertising, telecommunications, and customer services. IBID, 104-105, 93, 113. Xu, 2009, 83, says they are called gray-collar because they often wear gray uniforms. There is however another dimension. Gray is the color that results from mixing white and blue, so the term may express an in-between status, between white and blue collar. Not only that, but also, although these are tertiary jobs, they are heavily standardized like tailorist industrial work, so they represent a specific kind of industrialization of service work, a negative dialectic of industrial and service work that results in standardization, precarization, and proletarianization. In order for a computer to be used, software, operating system, application software, as well as hardware is needed. Software is produced under certain working conditions in different parts of the world. In the next chapter, we will have a look at work in the Indian software industry. 8. The new imperialism's division of labor. Work in the Indian software industry. In 2000, the conservative German politician Jürgen Rutgers popularized the slogan Kinder statt Inder, children instead of Indians. He wanted to express that Germans should beget more children because the software industry needs workers. He argued that software engineers are increasingly recruited from India, whereas German children instead of Indians should be professional computer users. Many observers expressed that this slogan was overtly racist and xenophobic. Why is it that Indian work tends in the West to be associated with either restaurants or software? This chapter aims to shed light on the role of software engineering in the Indian economy. It shows that we cannot discuss the Indian software industry without discussing the global division of labor in the ICT industry. A closer analysis reveals structures of a new form of imperialism, where Western capitalism benefits from the exploitation of Indian labor. 8.1 Introduction. Table 8.1 shows the employment structure of the Indian economy in 2010. Based on this indicator, one can say that the Indian economy is predominantly an agricultural economy. In the service sector, the largest employment sector is the one that comprises wholesale and retail trade and repairs. It accounts for 9.5% of total employment. The Indian construction industry, which is part of the secondary sector, also comprises a relatively large share of the Indian non-agricultural workers, namely 9.5% of all Indian employees. Table 8.1, however, also shows that the structure of value added in the Indian economy follows a quite different pattern. The largest share of value added is located in services, whereas agriculture makes up the lowest share. This shows that the Indian economy has a quite uneven structure. It is a service economy in relation to capital and an agricultural economy in relation to labor. A large share of Indian employment is made up by self-employees, especially in agriculture, ICSR 2012, 38-39. In 2010, 50.6% of all Indian workers were self-employed, 32.8% had informal and casual jobs and only 16.7% irregular waged employment, IBID, 19. A major problem of the Indian economy is the existence of working poor who account for more than 20% of all employees, IBID, 46. Only about 8% of all workers have social security, IBID, 55. The ICSR, 2012, report shows that the secondary sector, especially the manufacturing of rubber, plastic and coal products, textile and leather products, machinery, transport equipment, chemical and paper products, had high employment growth rates in the period 1983 to 2005 that were due to the export orientation of these sectors and foreign direct investments. HCL Technologies is the largest Indian software corporation. It was in 2012 ranked the 1,868th largest company and the 16th largest software company in the world, Forbes 2012. In 2011, its capital assets were $3.3 billion, its market value $6.9 billion and its profits $0.4 billion, IBID. In the realm of computer services, Tata Consultancy Services, number 667, Infosys Technologies, number 784, and Wipro, number 788, are leading global companies from India. The 2011 profits of these companies were $2 billion, $1.5 billion, and $1.2 billion, IBID. All three companies are based in Hyderabad, the capital of the Indian state of Andhra Pradesh. In telecommunication services, Bharti Airtel, number 377, and Reliance Communications, number 1520, are among the largest companies in the world. In other media and ICT sectors, namely broadcasting, computer hardware, telecommunications equipment, computer storage devices, consumer electronics, printing and publishing, and semiconductors, there were no Indian companies among the world's largest corporations in 2012. The data indicate that the software industry is India's strongest media industry. Labor in this industry therefore deserves particular attention when one discusses the role of India in the global division of labor of the ICT industry. In the mid-1980s, the Indian government started to progressively liberalize regulations in order to attract investments by international capital to the software industry, like in 1994. After the assassination of Indira Gandhi in 1984, Rajiv Gandhi became the new Indian Prime Minister and substituted the old politics of techno-nationalism by politics that modernized and liberalized communications, which resulted in a deregulation of the computer industry and the focus on the attraction of foreign capital and export orientation of the Indian ICT economy. Chakravarti 2004, Upadhyaya and Vasvi 2008. Software technology parks emerged in Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, Pune, Madras, and Hyderabad. International software companies feel attracted by India's high amount of university-educated engineers, relatively good English skills and low-level wages, like in 1994. Citigroup, USA, and Texas Instruments, USA, are two of the TNCs that entered the Indian software market relatively early in the mid-1980s. Later others such as Alcatel, British Telecom, Cadence, HP, IBM, LG Electronics, Microsoft, Motorola, Oracle, and Philips followed. Aurora, Gambardella, and Torizi 2001, DaCosta 2002. In 2012, India attracted 58% of all outsourced IT and business processes, call centers, customer services, HR, finance, accounting, NASCOM 2012, which shows the importance of the Indian software sector in the IDDL. Table 8.2 shows that the export orientation of parts of the Indian manufacturing industry has also characterized the Indian software industry. In the decade 2000 to 2009, it had annual growth rates between 11% and 51%. At the same time, the export orientation of the industry has increased from roughly 50% to more than 75%. In 2010, software services accounted for 54.4% of all exported services in India, Ministry of Finance 2011, 166. In 2011, this value increased to around 58%, NASCOM 2012. In 1997 to 1998, the United States accounted for 58% of all Indian software exports, Aurora, Gambardella, and Torizi 2001. In 2009, exported software accounted for 58.7% of the value of the Indian electronics and IT, hardware and software, production, domestic software only for 15.5%, Ministry of Finance 2011, 221. In 2010, total FDI inflows into the hardware and software industry accounted for 3% of all FDI inflows, whereas in 2009 they accounted for 7.8%, which shows that the global capitalist crisis has negatively affected capital export in the software industry. IBID, 225. The total volume of FDI inflows in the Indian software industry decreased by 58.6% in 2010 in comparison to 2009, IBID. Although the Indian software industry has had a huge growth rate and a large share of exports in services, in 2009 it accounted for only 0.5% of the total Indian labor force and in 2012 for 0.6%. This circumstance shows that given the fact that India is the second largest country in the world, following China, its mere size poses an attractive location for the outsourcing of ICT services for Western companies in order to increase profit rates by decreasing overall wage costs. The overall employment impact was nonetheless modest within the Indian economy. But the Indian software sector accounted for 7.5% of the Indian GDP in 2012, according to estimations, NASCOM 2012. Table 8.2 Employment in the Indian software industry. Source, ICSR, 2012, 22, NASCOM, 2012, 5, 2. The presented data show that the growth of the Indian software industry has been based on an export orientation model and an attraction of foreign capital investments. Software is particularly important in Indian service export and has attracted relatively high levels of FDI, which is an indication that the Indian software industry plays an important role in the IDDL. Therefore, we want to further analyze this industry. 8.3. The Indian software industry's relations of production in the International Division of Digital Labor. In India, there are large gaps between the rich and the poor, the educated and the illiterate, urban entrepreneurs in the tech business and rural landless workers and peasants, as well as between large cities and small towns and between the South and the East. DaCosta 2002. DaCosta, 2002, argues that Indian software development is embedded into an uneven and combined development of Indian capitalism that produces winners and losers and develops some regions, cities, and groups at the expense of others. In 2011, income inequality measured by the Gini coefficient was 36.8% in India, the adult illiteracy rate 37.2% and the health-adjusted life expectancy 56 years. 53.7% of the population lived in multidimensional poverty, 28.6% in severe poverty, and 41.6% of the population had to survive on less than $1.25 a day, under 2011. Ilvarson, 2007, concludes, based on empirical research, that the Indian ICT workforce has large urban, rural and gender differences and that these differences contribute to uneven development in India. Indian software workers would mainly come from the middle and upper class and be highly educated. Lower class people from poorer families that tend to have less formal education would hardly become software engineers. Ilvarson 2008. Indian software engineers are almost all college educated and highly qualified, and often they are overqualified for the tasks they perform. Upadhyaya and Vasvi 2008. Indian software firms mainly provide low-level coding, designing, and testing of software for the export market, whereas the domestic software market focuses on more complex software engineering projects that entail the entire software life cycle in the production process. Aurora et al. 1999, 2001. Managers at most of the U.S. firms we interviewed, agreed that the type of work outsourced was neither technologically very sophisticated nor critical to their business. Aurora et al. 2001, 1274. Not only is the work outsourced technologically undemanding, the projects are typically small. Aurora et al. 2001, 1287. Ilvarson, 2008, conducted a labor process analysis in 2 Indian software companies. He identified 4 different positions: developer, module leader, project manager, that all involved conception and execution. There would be no division between those who perform conception and execution. Tasks would not be separated in a Taylorist manner into high-skill activities and routinized low-skill activities. The study shows that activities in Indian software companies seem to be distributed in such a way that everyone participates in various work tasks. Depending on how demanding the incoming projects are, if they require only coding, testing, delivery and installation or also requirement specification and design, Indian ICT workers will perform more or less conception and/or execution tasks. Arora et al. 2001, conducted 75 interviews with senior managers and software professionals in 40 software firms and in addition brief interviews with 60 software engineers in India. They identified 3 forms of software outsourcing to India: 1. On-site consultancy or engineering in overseas companies; 2. A combination of on-site and offshore work of Indian software engineers; and 3. Creation of offshore development centers in order to cut costs. In the conducted study, 42.7% of the total work was conducted offshore. Xiangbiao, 2007, conducted more than 90 interviews in his study of global body shopping in the IT industry. Body shopping means the physical practice of securing work visas for Indian programmers and bringing them to the United States or other countries to work on site. Unish 2006, 3. Body shopping is arguably a uniquely Indian practice whereby an Indian-run consultancy, body shop, anywhere in the world recruits IT workers, in most cases from India, to be placed out as project-based labor with different clients. Unlike conventional recruitment agents who introduce employees to employers, body shops manage workers on behalf of employers from sponsoring their temporary work visas to paying their salaries, arranging for accommodation and the like. Thus, workers do not enter into any direct relationships with their contract employers and can be retrenched at any time, whereupon the body shop sponsor either is able to place them out to a different client or puts them on the bench to await a placement. Acting in association, body shop operators link up with each other in the same region or in different countries, sending IT workers to where they are required. Bayao 2007, 4. Bayao found that body-shopped Indian programmers tend to conduct monotonous, relatively low-paid programming that they consider as donkey work. IBID 5. Often have to pay part of their salaries as fees to Indian body shops for being sent to the United States or another country, tend to have temporal contracts that often contain clauses that prohibit them from finding other work and often have contracts that are highly individualized, unclear and uncertain. As a result of ICT body shopping in India, little wealth is passed downward from the global to the local, though conversely, value is pumped both upward and outward, to the West, from the local. IBID 112. Unish 2006, 43, describes the effects of body shopping. A Western company can trim its workforce, take these temporary workers into service only in times of need, and economize on long-term benefits, social security, retirement contributions, health insurance, and unemployment insurance that must be provided to permanent employees. The Indian body shops would often get 1/3 or 2/3 of the employee's salary. Unish also analyzed a second common strategy that he terms virtual migration. The concept of virtual migration underscores that a programmer sitting in India and working for a local firm can directly provide services in the United States. IBID 2. It may range from the real-time work performed on mainframe computers and servers in the United States by a worker based in India to a distributed work design, allowing a firm to be geographically dispersed, without a central workstation, among several sites throughout the world. IBID 69. Different time zones would become integrated in such a way that ICT companies become globally dispersed entities, in which labor operates 24 hours a day. One Indian programmer explains, basically when it's night in the US, it's early morning here. At the end of their day the Americans just have to compile their problems and the changes they want us to do, and we can fix them in our normal working hours, fix them just in time, and it will be there next morning when they come to their office. IBID 84. Body shopping and virtual migration are strategies for organizing labor in such a way that it is highly exploited, individualized, dispersed, isolated, precarious, non-unionized, and for cheapening labor power so that the wage costs are low and profits can be maximized. Both strategies organize space in a racist manner for exploiting Indian workers. In body shopping, Indian workers are exported as commodities wherever ICT capital wants to have them. Workers enter contracts that limit their freedom of movement. They have to go wherever capital commands them to go for whatever time desired by the ICT corporations. The result may be that they are permanently on the move, serving the interests of capitals in such a way that they are always available whenever ICT capital wants them to be available and moving on as soon as their competence is no longer needed. In virtual migration, spatial flexibility means that the company extends its operations into India. The Indian workers do not physically migrate to a host country, but remain in India and perform tasks for Western ICT capitalists from there. Space is organized in such a way that ICT-mediated communication and data transmission enables a specific form of work collaboration so that Indian software engineers provide parts of the code that is needed for software projects. Both strategies reduce wage costs by paying lower wages to Indian workers than to workers under regular conditions. Being an Indian worker then means being highly exploited. Origin is transformed into a higher level of exploitation and a more insecure employment strategy. Body shopping and virtual migration are highly racist forms of knowledge production that flexibilize space in order to increase exploitation, which results in rising profits. Indian IT salaries range between 7% and 40% of US standards, DCOSTA 2002. Another estimation is that software engineering outsourced to India costs around 1/3 to 1/5 of the price a company has to pay for the same work in the United States. Aurora et al. 2001, 1278. The single greatest motivation for considering India for offshoring from a developed country is lower labor costs. Dawsony and Kenny 2007, 777. Software developers' wages are among the highest in India, Ilvarson 2007, which shows that there is generally a large wealth and wage gap between developing and developed countries and within India. Commander et al. 2008, conducted a survey among 225 Indian and 60 US software firms. They found that wages in the Indian software industry are relatively high, but there are large differences within companies. Conceptualizers earned on average 29.8% less than managers, software developers 53.2% less than managers, modifiers 62% less and support staff 67% less. Average wages for managers in the Indian companies were 12% of their US equivalents. This rate was 10% for conceptualizers and modifiers, 9% for developers and 7% for supporters. This means that the average wages in Indian software companies were in the study 9.6% of the wages in US software firms. Commander et al. 2008, report that this wage differential is the cause of a large brain drain of educated Indian professionals to the United States. Paula Chakravarty, 2006, argues that in the United States right-wing xenophobic discourses in media and politics have put forward the ideology that Indian software engineers who immigrate to the United States or take up jobs outsourced from the United States to India are responsible for wage dumping of white-collar jobs because they work for low wages. But the reality of Indian immigrants who have a H-1B temporary visa that allows them to work in the U.S. software industry is that they are highly exploited and work long hours and overtime without extra payment. In India, the middle class would celebrate software engineers who have immigrated to the United States as heroes of India's national economic development. Both discourses are for Chakravarty forms of white-collar nationalism that focus on individual blame or celebration and thereby overlook the reality of global capitalism that shapes the ICT industry, which tries to maximize profits by reducing wage costs. Based on 50 interviews in a Mumbai-based software company, InSync, Export and Domestic-Oriented, D. Mello and Sahai, 2007, identified 3 forms of mobility Indian software engineers are confronted with: geographical mobility, long commuting times, work at home, frequent overseas work, relocation due to job change, social mobility, strong social networks inside the company due to long working hours, upward social mobility with relative affluence, changing caste relations, and existential mobility, lack of time for family life. Free time is transformed into working time, health risks and suicides due to overwork, work pressure, constant deadlines, etc., insecure employment contracts that allow firing workers anytime, career trajectories result in more responsibilities, tensions, and stress, growing frustration and resignation. Indian ICT workers are high-tech nomadic workers, Upadhyaya and Vasvi 2008, 20. Mohan, a project manager in his mid-30s, explained, "Work takes a priority. The area occupied by family and others keeps reducing." D. Mello and Sahai 2007, 179. Another interviewee said sometimes you start at 8 a.m. and then finish at 10 to 11 p.m., 5 days a week. And anytime you can be called, also you don't develop any hobbies, ibid. And a third one argued, because of inevitable long hours at work, IT people build up strong social networks within the company. Outside the office, apart from family members, there is little time and energy to socialize. This phenomenon, along with overseas travel, impacts family relationships. On the one hand, my family can be with me overseas for short vacations, which are great. However, my family seems to have found other support systems in my absence, and sometimes I wonder about my place in the home. Ibid. 177. Housewifeization means that jobs take on insecure and precarious traits that have traditionally characterized housework. Mies, Ben Hold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, Mies 1986, Werlhoff 1991. Indian software engineers are different from house workers in the respect that they are waged workers, but the kind of flexibilities they have to deal with are an aspect of housewifeization. Like house workers, they have to be constantly available, be ready to switch between different tasks and invest long hours of work without having enough time for themselves. Ilvarson, 2007, conducted a survey, N equals 114, as well as 62 interviews in 2 large Indian software companies that confirm the results of D. Mello and Sahai, 2007. He found that most employees have flexible working times and often work during the night. Some 56% said they also work on holidays, 86% said they are not paid for overtime. Actual working hours per week would be far more than the 40 hours that are formally required. Vok and Srinivasan, 2011, show based on 13 semi-structured interviews that female Indian IT professionals value their identity as IT workers, but also feel strong responsibility for their joint families, where care of the elderly, sick, and children is part of family life. Work pressure, traveling and hard deadlines poses problems for work-family balance. These results show that the high levels of stress in the Indian software industry pose special problems for women. Infosys has adopted the Google model of workplace design by creating playful workplaces that have gyms, basketball and badminton courts, a range of restaurants, various games, and so on. Matthew, Ogbonna, and Harris 2012. This workplace organization model is characteristic of a broader trend in the Indian software industry and more generally, where soft management techniques are used that stress teamwork, participation, an open and transparent culture, internalization of management goals by employees, self-discipline, social events, peer group pressure and control, corporate culture/philosophy and cultural training programs. Upadhyaya and Vasvi 2008. The result is competition among employees and a strong individualization. At the same time, soft management techniques are often combined with panoptic work surveillance. This combination of direct and indirect techniques of organizational control allows companies to extract the maximum work out of their employees and hence to maximize productivity. But it also contains a contradiction. Workers are expected to transform themselves into individualist, self-managed and self-directed entrepreneurial employees, while at the same time they must perform within a tightly controlled and impersonal management system that traces their every move and moment. Ibid. 29. Trade union organization has been difficult in the IT industry because many workers and managers have viewed unions as harming Indian capitalism, and because Indian ICT employees do not tend to see themselves as workers but as knowledge professionals. Mukherjee 2008. The state of West Bengal has even banned strikes in the IT sector. Stevens and Moscow 2010. Another problem for unionization in India is that the population tends to see unions as too much bound up with political parties. James and Vera 2010. Also, the use of soft management techniques in the Indian ICT industry that has advanced individualization and undercut collective bargaining has had negative effects on unionization. Upadhyaya and Vasvi 2008. Stevens and Moscow, 2010, describe attempts at unionizing the Indian ICT sector. An example is the Union for It-Enabled Service Professionals, UNITES, that has established itself but is struggling to attract a broad membership base. 8.4. Conclusion. Edwards said, 1978, 153, argues that Karl Marx wrote about India that in destroying Asia, Britain was making possible there a real social revolution and that he thereby accepted the sufferings of Orientals while their society is being violently transformed as historical necessity. Kevin Anderson, 2010, 20, acknowledges that there are problems with Marx's view that all societies are likely to have the same development path as the West and that he viewed the latter's pathway as an ultimate model of development, but this in no way implies a lack of sympathy for the human beings suffering. Marx in his articles on India indeed wrote that the English interference destroyed Indian communities and their economy and thereby brought about the only social revolution ever heard of in Asia, Marx 1853a. Marx also wrote that England has to fulfill a double mission in India, one destructive, the other regenerating the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying the material foundations of Western society in Asia, Marx 1853b. But this is not the whole reality of Marx's 1853 articles on India. He says that the bourgeoisie is, in India and wherever it is active, dragging individuals and people through blood and dirt, through misery and degradation, ibid. And he concludes, the Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie, till in Great Britain itself the now ruling classes shall have been supplanted by the industrial proletariat, or till the Hindus themselves shall have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke altogether, ibid. This passage shows that Marx anticipated and was in favor of the rise of an Indian liberation movement, Anderson 2010, 24, and that he felt sympathy with such a perspective. He did not conceive the Indian people as passive and incapable of revolution, but rather thought that all rule of the bourgeoisie results in misery, blood, dirt, and degradation, and that this is shown by the Indian case. He furthermore said that Indians would not benefit from this capitalist and colonial rule. Given capitalism's exploitative and imperialistic character, social revolutions would be needed in India, Britain, and the world in order to attain a human society. This is the ultimate conclusion of Marx's writings on India. A Marxist analysis of India is also important today. A neoliberal program of liberalization, deregulation, and privatization has characterized India in the past decades. Arundhati Roy, 2003, says in this context that India is currently at the forefront of the corporate globalization project. Corporatization and privatization are being welcomed by the government and the Indian elite. She argues that India is run by a handful of companies such as Reliance Industries Limited, RIL, Tatas, Jindals, Vedanta, Mittals, Infosys, ESA, and ADAG Reliance, Roy 2012. The era of the privatization of everything has made the Indian economy one of the fastest growing in the world, ibid. At the same time, this wealth would be based on the dispossession of peasants and the rural population as well as the exploitation of workers, so that an extremely uneven development would have emerged in India. In India, the 300 million of us who belong to the new, post-IMF reforms middle class, the market live side by side with spirits of the nether world, the poltergeists of dead rivers, dry wells, bald mountains, and denuded forests, the ghosts of 2,50,000 sick debt-ridden farmers who have killed themselves, and of the 800 million who have been impoverished and dispossessed to make way for us, and who survive on less than 20 rupees a day, ibid. The software industry has in the neoliberal policy framework become a strategic focus of economic policy making in India, and its deregulation, export orientation, and attraction of foreign capital investments have created a specific case of capital accumulation in India. Software is India's most important service export sector and the most important sector of its ICT industry. The Indian software industry creates a lot of value but has only a limited employment share. The vast majority of this value, 75%, is exported to foreign countries, predominantly the United States, where capital investors have their home bases. Foreign capitalists mainly outsource software engineering to India because they hope to cut costs and increase profits. A general tendency is that labor costs in the Indian software industry are only a fraction of Western standards, between 7% and 40%, so that profits of Western companies can be maximized. Casualization of work means the process in which work increasingly takes place in an unregulated setting and a growing number of jobs differs from the typical situation of full-time work, protection by labor legislation, permanent employment contracts and guaranteed job security, Ryathof 2005, 64, see also Hus 2011. Casualization involves the informalization of work, lack of legal protection, collective bargaining, and flexibilization of work, outsourcing, variable working hours and wages, flexibilization of labor markets, mobility of workers. Neoliberalism has advanced the casualization of work, Sadfio and Johnston 2005. In the Indian software industry, casualization means especially the flexibilization of working hours and the required spatial mobility of workers. Employees must work whenever capital wishes to, they must be prepared to take on various tasks anytime and to shift between them and to work very long hours. Western capital investments have monetarily improved many Indian software engineers' lives, but these monetary benefits come at the expense of overwork, increased stress, compulsory flexibility and mobility, lack of work-life and work-family balance, resulting dangers to health and insecure employment. The flexibilities and mobilities they have to afford are an aspect of the housewifeization of work. Despite these difficult circumstances, it has been rather difficult to unionize the sector. The neoliberal focus on the software sector is embedded into an uneven development between the rich and the poor, urban and rural areas, the educated and the illiterate. Indian software engineers are not tailorist workers that conduct unqualified and repetitive jobs, they need to be university educated for conducting work that requires a high level of logical comprehension and reasoning. So there is a clear difference between these jobs and the ones conducted by hardware assemblers that much more often undergo tailorist standardization. Indian software engineers are highly qualified and highly exploited workers. Lenin, 1917, 215, has characterized capital export as an important feature of imperialism. Under modern capitalism, when monopolies prevail, the export of capital has become the typical feature. The goal would be to achieve high profits by exporting capital to countries in which capital is scarce, the price of land is relatively low, wages are low, raw materials are cheap, Ibid. 216. Exploiting labor in colonies with high exploitation rates can be achieved by military means, annexation of a country, or by economic means. David Harvey, 2005, characterizes the contemporary new imperialism as a form of accumulation by dispossession. In the Indian software industry, the new imperialism takes on a specific economic form, in which foreign capital controls the industry, pays internationally comparatively low wages, which is supported by the deregulation of the sector, and thereby achieves high returns. The value created by Indian software engineers to a large degree does not stay in the country and does not benefit all, but rather is appropriated and owned by Western capital, which accumulates capital by selling software based on the dispossession of the value created by Indian software engineers in such a way that high exploitation rates are given. The Indian software industry is part of a global division of labor that is shaped by the new imperialism in such a form that there is a very high rate of exploitation as value from India is exported to Western countries. As a result, there is an uneven global development in the ICT industry and the creation and amplification of uneven development within India. Marx wrote about India that the aristocracy wanted to conquer it, the moneyocracy to plunder it, and the millocracy to undersell it. Marx 1853b. Contemporary forms of neo-imperialism are still based on the exploitation of colonies. Western capital acts as moneyocracy that plunders India and other countries in the global south. This plunder takes on a specific form. The Indian software industry is a strategic industry in the new imperialistic division of labor of the global ICT industry. Just like Marx wrote in 1853, also today the large share of Indians do not reap the fruits of the new elements of the information society, IBID, that exist in India in the software sector. Hubs of software engineering can be found in various countries under specific working conditions. One of these contexts is the Silicon Valley. And one important ICT company that has its headquarters in this region is Google. The next chapter focuses on software engineering at Google and work in Silicon Valley. 9. The Silicon Valley of dreams and nightmares of exploitation. The Google labor aristocracy and its context. Think for a moment about the term Silicon Valley before you continue reading. What are your associations? Pause half a minute and reflect. Silicon Valley. It is likely that your associations include California, computers, software, microprocessors, Intel, Google, Apple, HP, Adobe, Oracle, Facebook. Silicon Valley is an area south of San Francisco where historically the ICT industry has played a crucial role. We tend to associate specific computer technologies and ICT companies with the term. Many think that Silicon Valley is the home of the American dream. It has played an important role in the history of computing. But the history of computing is not just a history of technologies and companies. It is also a history of digital labor engaged in producing ICTs. This chapter wants to illuminate the working conditions in Silicon Valley's ICT industry by focusing on the examples of hardware assemblage and software engineering at Google. It shows that the story of Silicon Valley is not just the story of how the computer makes dreams come true of getting rich, speeding up society and increasing the efficiency of the economy, but is also a story of nightmares, exploitation, racism, toxic workplaces, toxic soil, toxic air, toxic water, the contamination and resulting death of workers, high levels of stress and overtime. Silicon Valley is not the valley where the American dream comes true, but the valley of exploitation and environmental injustice. 9.1. Introduction. Silicon Valley is the name for the area located in the Santa Clara Valley, south of San Francisco. It includes cities such as Cupertino, Los Altos, Mountain View, Palo Alto, San Jose, Santa Clara, and Sunnyvale. The term indicates the large presence of ICT companies in this part of California. In 1971, the Intel 4004, one of the world's first commercially available microprocessors, was released by Intel Corporation, which has its headquarters in Santa Clara. Some of the first microcomputers were developed in Silicon Valley, such as HP's 9100, 1968. HP has its headquarters in Palo Alto. The rise of Silicon Valley was based on investments by the U.S. Department of Defense that enabled research and development around microprocessors and transistors for warfare purposes and the interests of the U.S. defense industry in the Cold War. Pellow and Park 2002, Chapter 4. In 2012, there were 21 Silicon Valley-based companies among the world's largest 2,000 companies, Forbes 2000, 2012, in various ICT industries. Hardware, Apple, number 22, Cupertino, HP, number 67, Palo Alto. Computer services, Google, number 103, Mountain View, Yahoo. Number 756, Sunnyvale. Computer storage devices, SanDisk, number 888, Milpitas, NetApp, number 970, Sunnyvale. Internet retail, eBay, number 322, San Jose. Semiconductors, Intel, number 85, Santa Clara, Applied Materials, number 583, Santa Clara, Altera, number 1260, San Jose, KLA Tanker, number 1384, Milpitas, NVIDIA, number 1411, Santa Clara, Advanced Micro Devices, number 1416, Sunnyvale, Xilinx, number 1432, San Jose, Maxim Integrated Products, number 1553, San Jose, Linear Technology, number 1586, Milpitas. Software, Oracle, number 109, Santa Clara, Symantec, number 815, Sunnyvale, VMware, number 984, Palo Alto, Adobe Systems, number 1010, San Jose, Intuit, number 1154, Mountain View. These Silicon Valley companies accounted in 2012 for 84.9% of the profits of the world's largest hardware companies, 26.2% in the area of computer services, 26.2% in the field of computer storage devices, 68.1% in the internet retail business, 39.4% in the semiconductor industry and 27.1% in the software industry. These data show that Silicon Valley is a major geographical hub in the world's ICT industry, where a lot of ICT-oriented capital is located. This circumstance gives us reason to have a look at what working conditions look like in Silicon Valley in order to see if it is the Valley of Dreams. Tables 9.1 and 9.2 show that after the world economic crisis had started in 2008, employment in almost all software and internet-oriented industries in Silicon Valley continued to grow. Table 9.2 shows that the average wages of employees in these industries were in 2011 between 2 and 5.6 times as high as the general U.S. wage average, the latter for internet publishing and web search portals, the former for other computer-related services. Practically this means that if one works for Google in Silicon Valley, one can expect to have a pretty high salary. The software industry in Silicon Valley seems to be a winner of the crisis. Other industries have however been hit hard by the crisis. In the newspaper industry in Santa Clara County, the average annual pay decreased from $62,381 in 2008 to $59,684 in 2011, and the number of employees from 1,506 in 2007 to 932 in 2011. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, Quarterly Census of Employment and Wages. In 2008 and 2009, 30,278 newspaper employees were fired in the United States, while at the same time U.S. newspapers' revenues decreased in 2008 by 17% and in 2009 by 27%. One in the entire state of California, in the period 2008 to 2011, a total of 8,155 employees were laid off in the publishing industries, except Internet, 200,749 in the motion picture and sound recording industries, 7,448 in broadcasting, except Internet, and 10,645 in telecommunications. Western Information Office, mass layoffs in California 2011 annual totals too. These data show that the information industry in California and Silicon Valley was overall hit hard by the crisis. The software and internet industry seems to have been an exception from this crisis. But although the software and internet industry in Silicon Valley overall generated job growth, there were also larger layoffs by ICT firms. Yahoo fired 236 employees in 2008 and 295 in 2009, Intel more than 650 in 2008, Sun Microsystems 246 in 2010, Cisco 233 in 2009, Adobe 196 in 2010. 3. The job gain seems to have been unequal. In the semiconductor industry, the other big ICT industry besides software in Silicon Valley, the number of jobs in Silicon Valley decreased from 47,633 in 2007 to 42,328 in 2011, U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, Quarterly Census of Employment and Wages. But also within the internet and software industry, the development was uneven. For example, if you were after the start of the crisis working not for Google but for its competitor Yahoo, then you were much more likely to lose your job. In April 2012, Yahoo announced the layoff of 2,000 employees. In 2008, Yahoo's profits shrank from $640 million to $419 million, which may be a partial explanation for the job cuts. In the subsequent years, Yahoo's profits were $598 million in 2009, $1.2 billion in 2010 and $1 billion in 2011. Yahoo! Inc., SEC filings, Form 10-K for 2011. In parallel, the profits for Google, Yahoo's strongest opponent in the search and online service and advertising industry, profits increased from $4.5 billion in 2007 and 2008 to $6.5 billion in 2009, $8.5 billion in 2010 and $9.7 billion in 2011. Google Incorporated, SEC filings, Form 10-K for 2011 and 2009. Yahoo reacted with layoffs to the heavy competition, which first increased its profits, but then resulted in a backlash in 2011, to which it again reacted with layoffs in 2012. Notwithstanding the 2,000 layoffs conducted in 2012, Yahoo reduced its employees from 14,300 in 2007 to 14,100 in 2011. Yahoo! SEC filings, Form 10-K for 2011 and 2007, whereas Google increased its employees from 16,805 in 2007 to 32,467 employees in 2011. Google SEC filing, Form 10-K for 2011 and 2007. Table 9.4 shows that the manufacturing of electronic products and computers as well as the information industries are among the economic sectors in Silicon Valley that produce the largest relative shares of value. This shows the importance of these industries in this geographical area. The manufacturing of computers and electronic products accounted for 19% of the region's GDP in 2001 and 18.8% in 2009, the information industry for 6.4% in 2001 and 12% in 2009. Also wholesale and retail trade, 11% of the local GDP in 2009, and real estate, 12.4%, are important loci of value generation in Silicon Valley. That the employment share in ICT manufacturing decreased while the created value share remained constant is an indication that the industry reduced its labor costs, by productivity increases, the outsourcing of labor and the precarization of labor. The San Jose, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara metropolitan area accounts for only about 1% of the total value produced in the United States, but nonetheless it accounted for 16.5% of the total value of ICT manufacturing in 2001 and 12.5% in 2009 as well as for 8.8% of the total value in the entire ICT sector in 2001 and 8% in 2006. These data show the relevance of Silicon Valley's software industry and ICT manufacturing industry for the United States total information economy. Given the important role of Silicon Valley's software engineering, software and internet services as well as ICT manufacturing in ICT value creation, the question that arises next is how the working conditions look in these industries. 9.3. The relations of production of Google and the Silicon Valley in the International Division of Digital Labor. Chris Benner, 2002, shows that labor in Silicon Valley has been characterized by an increase of non-standard employment, temporary work, part-time work, outsourced work, contracted work, single-employee businesses, a high turnover rate of labor and high skills obsolescence. There is high wage inequality between professionals, especially managers on the one hand and manufacturing workers on the other hand. See also Carnoy, Castells, and Benner 1997. Between 1991 and 2000 the average compensation of the top 100 executives in Silicon Valley's largest companies grew by over 2,000% in real terms, while the average annual income for production workers in the electronics industry declined by 7%, Benner 2002, 213. Whereas white people constitute a large share of officials, managers, and professionals, especially Hispanic and Asian employees make up the large share of semi- and unskilled production and service workers in Silicon Valley, Benner 2002, Pello and Park 2002. Thus race, class, and gender operated in ways that generally disadvantaged people of color and women in Silicon Valley, Pello and Park 2002, 68. Since Benner and Pello and Park published their analyses in 2002, wage inequality in the ICT industry continued to rise in California. See Table 9.5. In 2004, a computer and information system manager's annual salary was on average 4.1 times as high as the one of an electronic equipment assembler and 3.1 times as high as the one of a semiconductor processor. In 2012, these ratios had risen to 4.4 and 4.0. In 2002, a Californian systems software developer earned on average 3.3 times the salary of an electronic equipment assembler and 3.1 times the salary of a semiconductor processor. In 2012, the ratios were 3.5 and 3.2. Table 9.4. Share of selected industries in the GDP of private industry in the San Jose, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara metropolitan area / the total private U.S. economy. Source: Bureau of Economic Analysis. Benner, 2002, found that Internet and software have been the largest growth sectors in Silicon Valley since the 1990s. Especially the semiconductor and computer manufacturing industry has experienced a lot of overseas outsourcing of labor. At the same time, the software industry has a high turnover rate of employees because of its project-based character. Software engineers are twice as likely to change their career in comparison to other occupations. Benner 2002, 65. Pello and Park, 2002, have analyzed the working conditions in Silicon Valley's ICT manufacturing industry. They show that the wealth of this industry and its beneficiaries is linked to the hyper-exploitation of undocumented and documented persons by employers, IBID, 6, and to toxic workplaces that are highly gendered and racially structured, that is, immigrant women especially have low-wage jobs where they are exposed to toxic substances in Silicon Valley's ICT manufacturing. Toxic substances that have frequently been released into the workplace and breathed in by workers include arsenic, asbestos, chlorine gas, cyanide, freon, glycol ether, hydrochloric acid, isopropyl alcohol, lead, nitric acid, silica, solder, sulfate, sulfur, toluene, trichloroethylene, TCE, ultraviolet ink, and xylene. They have especially caused health impacts on female workers' reproductive systems. Resulting effects include miscarriages, birth defects, sterility, distorted menstrual cycles, toxic breast milk, and breast cancer. IBID, 12, an increase of the rate of babies that have defects of the heart and neural tubes, allergies, asthma, bronchitis, and cancer of the respiratory system and the larynx. The racist and patriarchal division of labor in Silicon Valley has also resulted in segregated residential areas and schools. Toxic heavy metals created by ICT manufacturing such as cadmium, cyanide, lead and nickel have also contaminated water, air, and the soil, predominantly in immigrants' residential areas, which means that many of them have been doubly exposed and contaminated at the workplace and in their homes. Unions have traditionally been weak in Silicon Valley, and it has been difficult to unionize the workforce in the ICT industry. Pello and Park 2002. A lot of the manufacturing employees work under temporary and precarious conditions, are highly vulnerable to losing their jobs and are therefore afraid. A Cambodian worker exposed to toxic substances reports, "I talked to my co-workers who felt the same way that I did, but they never brought it up, out of fear of losing their job." IBID, 139. In 2011, only 17.1% of workers employed in California were members of a union, Bureau of Labor Statistics. As a consequence, workers' negotiation power is low, wages in low-skills jobs tend to be quite low and the number of layoffs is high. In the years 2000 to 2011 there was a total of 60,600 layoff events in California, Bureau of Labor Statistics, with high peaks during phases of economic crisis such as in 2000 to 2002 and in 2008 and 2009. Civil society groups such as the Occupation Health Clinic, the Santa Clara Center for Occupational Health or the Silicon Valley Toxics Coalition have continuously worked on documenting and struggling against the contamination of workers and the environment. Pello and Park, 2002, also show that home-based peace work occurred, where whole immigrant families work in their homes on the cleaning of ICT components with toxic substances. This piecework is especially used for the assembly of printed circuit boards or cables. Many of these workers are paid per assembled piece, sometimes as little as a penny for each component produced, IBID, 158. The piece wage puts working pressure on assemblers. They have no fixed hourly wage, so if they do not work fast enough and do not assemble enough components, they are not able to earn a living. Marx characterized piece wages as the most fruitful source of reductions in wages, and of frauds committed by the capitalists, Marx 1867 c. 694. He describes how the subletting of labor is typical for piecework. And indeed, in the home work in Silicon Valley that Pello and Park, 2002, describe, whole families, including children, are engaged in this form of ICT manufacturing. The piece wage is a form of the intensification of labor and the extension of the workday. Given the system of piece wages, it is naturally in the personal interest of the worker that he should strain his labor power as intensely as possible. This in turn enables the capitalist to raise the normal degree of intensity of labor more easily. Moreover, the lengthening of the working day is now in the personal interest of the worker, since with it his daily or weekly wages rise. Marx 1867 c. 695. Table 9.5 Development of average annual wages, in US dollar, in specific occupations in California. Source, State of California Employment Development Department. So there are highly exploitative, low-paid, and dangerous jobs in Silicon Valley's ICT manufacturing and assemblage industry. But what do working conditions look like in knowledge-intense jobs, such as software engineering? To test this, we want to have a look at labor in one of Silicon Valley's most well-known companies, Google. Google, which was founded in 1998 by Larry Page and Sergey Brin, was transformed into a public company on August 19, 2004, Vice 2005, 4. Google acquired the video sharing platform YouTube for $1.65 billion in 2006 and the online advertising service company DoubleClick for $3.1 billion in 2008, Strauss 2008, 2. In 2012, Google was, after IBM, the second largest computer service company in the world, Forbes Global 2012 list. In the list of the world's largest companies, Google has rapidly increased its ranking, Table 9.6. The year 2012 has been a record profitable year for Google. Its profits were $10.79 billion. Google SEC filings, Annual Report 2011, the largest amount since the company's creation in 1998. Since 2004, Google's annual profits have rapidly increased, see Figure 9.1. Glassdoor is a free jobs and career community that offers the world an inside look at jobs and companies. www.glassdoor.com/about/index_input.htm. It has collected millions of reviews of work, interviewing, and salaries in specific companies. I analyzed job reviews for Google that contained a job title related to the keyword software. In addition, I analyzed a thread on Reddit that asked people to report anonymously on working conditions at Google. 5. I searched for and analyzed postings in which workers talked about working time issues. The 307 postings on Glassdoor that fit into my search criteria were written between February 5, 2008 and December 15, 2012. This resulted in a sample of 75 postings, 10 from the Reddit thread and 65 from Glassdoor. Glassdoor calculates salary averages for certain job positions. On January 17, 2013, the average salary for a Google software engineer in the United States was $112,915 N equals 2,744, and for a senior software engineer $144,692 N equals 187. Given that the average salary of an application software developer was $105,806 in California in 2012, State of California Employment Development Department, see Table 9.5, it seems that Google pays salaries that are somewhat above the average. Most postings say nothing about working time, but rather focus on aspects such as free food. They therefore had to be excluded from the working time analysis. In the conducted analysis, 18 postings mentioned positive aspects of working time at Google, 78% of them said that they value that there are flexible working times. A minority said that there is a good work-life balance, 17%, or that they work a regular 8-hour day, 5%. 58 postings mentioned negative aspects of working times at Google. The issue that all of these 58 postings exclusively focused on in relation to working time were long working hours and a resulting poor work-life balance. I have summarized typical comments in Table 9.7. The picture that emerges from this analysis is that people tend to work long hours at Google. They feel that the nice working environment, which features free food, sports facilities, restaurants, cafes, events, tech talks and other perks, encourages employees to stay and work longer, that working long hours is not formally dictated by the management but rather built into the company culture, so that there is a lot of competitive peer pressure to work long hours, and that one tends not to have enough time to make use of the 20% work for one's own projects, or has to add these hours to more than 100% of their working time. Table 9.7, a selection of typical comments of Google employees about working hours. ID. Comment. 5. I don't have much of a social life yet, working on it, so I tend to be at the office at retarded hours. People don't look twice when I show up at noon. 3. 6. The downside to Google, you're asking? That's easy. Everything they do for you is in the interest of keeping you in the office as much as possible. They'll give you breakfast, lunch, dinner, all delicious, no crap. There's gyms, they'll do your laundry, they'll get you a massage, you can play sports, you can bring a pet. So for some people this is awesome. All I see is a bunch of people who are at the office 5,070 hours a week of their own volition, and don't separate their work from their everyday life. 7. It's not uncommon for people to be there late, work late at home, and work a few hours over the weekend. 8. By the end my typical day was 14 hours long and I was starting to underperform on my primary responsibilities. The fast pace and competitive environment simply make it an easy trap for Googlers to fall into. 9. Google is specifically catering to people who work very long hours. The breakfast is at 8:30, and the dinner is at 6:30, and it's considered tacky to eat dinner and leave right away. 14. The food was great, and while I stayed in the office for long hours every day, my work schedule didn't feel oppressive to me, simply because it was such a nice work environment. 17. In my group, people usually work from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. 24. Everybody is very career focused, they mostly don't have any other aspiration in life. So they spent a lot of hour in office. And it creates tremendous peer pressure. If you want a stable work pressure, with stable work-life balance, and other interests than the job, this is not your place for sure. 26. All the benefits are designed to get you to work more. 27. Cons: too much time spent at work, 50, 60 HRS/week. 29. Cons: overtime work. Seems everyone works late on weekends. 32. Cons: too much time spent on work, sometimes too much time thinking of work even when you're out. 33. The opportunities for 20% time are real, but you may not have enough time and energy to make use of them. 35. Also, the availability of free food, gym, etc. on campus and the plenty of fun distractions on its corp network make it easy to spend more time there. 37. Cons: company policy, not that fun when you working, pressure, deadline, pushing, sometime you have to give up some life for the work. 38. Pros: the free food is good. Cons: the working hours are long. The pay is not worth all the time spent at work. Management is not great. 43. Cons: too much work and very weird hours. Advice to senior management: have a good work-life balance. 45. Death march schedules and random priority changes becoming more common. 47. Bad balance between work and personal life. 49. Cons: growth within the company is difficult unless you're prepared to sacrifice personal life and sleep. 50. There may not be a lot of external pressure from management to pull long hours, but folks tend to do it anyway because they want to accomplish something great. It's an easy place to feel you're below average, even when you've been tops everywhere else. 51. Bad work/life balance. 54. Cons: very long hours. At least where I was, people would seriously work 1,214 hours a day, out of which 90% would be effective hours, churning away tons of code. Google is not that magic place to work for anymore. Pay better. Think of the work-life balance, I mean, actually think of it, not just pretend you are. 56. Cons: long work hours. 10+ hours/day is typical for many engineers. 58. Cons: many people work very long hours, so it feels that you must do likewise in order to be considered a good employee. 61. Because the peer group is so good, expectations run high, as a result many people have to put in long hours. 62. Work-life balance doesn't really exist, as working 10+ hours a day seem to be expected with people working 89 hours at work and then 2+ hours at home at night. Advice to senior management: don't stress working so much and be more open in general. 63. Cons: can have long hours because you don't want to disappoint high-achieving co-workers. 65. Cons: there is a culture of working long hours there, and 20% time is pretty much a myth now. If anything, it's 120% time. 67. There's a culture of working long hours. 70. Culture encourages one to give up the rest of his/her life for their job. 73. Cons: long hours. Not the place for people who want to have a life outside of work, but then they aren't the type who wind up getting hired anyway. 74. Cons: because of the large amounts of benefits, such as free foods, there seems to be an unsaid rule that employees are expected to work longer hours. Many people work more than 8 hours a day and then will be on email or work for a couple hours at home, at night as well, or on the weekends. It may be hard to perform extremely well with a good work/life balance. Advice to senior management: give engineers more freedom to use 20% time to work on cool projects without the stress of having to do 120% work. For a study of the working conditions of IT professionals in Europe, Valenduc 2007, that was conducted as part of the EU FP6 project Work Organization and Restructuring in the Knowledge Society, scholars interviewed 57 software engineers in 7 countries. It was found that wages are individualist, individual wage negotiation often escape any regulatory framework, IBID, 96. The typical work schedule would have a core working time and flexible working times that are based on project workloads, IBID, 90. In 5 of the 7 countries, overtime was found to be very frequent, in 4 of them it was unpaid, IBID. At the same time, The interviewed employees said that they value that work time management allows them quite some flexibility and that a high workload is unavoidable in project work. IBID. Flexibility in working time arrangements is positively appraised and compensates the high workload. IBID. 92. The works project's empirical results can be confirmed for the case of Google. Employees on the one hand tend to have long working hours and a lot of overtime, whereas on the other hand office hours are completely flexibilized and management does not see it as a negative feature if somebody does not work from 9 to 5. Rosalind Gill, 2002, conducted a study with 125 freelance digital media workers, digital content creators, in 6 European countries. In another study, she interviewed 34 Dutch digital media workers who were programmers, designers, artists, project managers, and content creators. Gill 2006. The studies deconstruct the myth that work in the digital media industry is cool, relaxed, non-hierarchical, diverse, creative and egalitarian. The analyses show that in their everyday reality digital media workers are often confronted with stress resulting from project-based work, low incomes. In the first study the average annual income of men was €16,000 and of women €10,000. In the second study only one-third of the interviewees earned more than the average national income and around 85% of the interviewed freelancers earned less than the average wage. Long working hours, high insecurity, and individualization of risk, intense round-the-clock working for a short period, followed by several weeks with no new media work at all. Gill 2002, 83-84, Pratt, 2000, and Gill and Pratt, 2008, call this phenomenon bulimic work as well as the difficulty of combining career, family, and children, which resulted in the circumstance that most respondents had no kids. The freelancers in the studies tended not to take holidays, and most had no pensions and unemployment insurance. They were largely precarious workers and precarity is gendered, i.e. affects women in particular ways. At the same time Gill, 2002-2006, found that digital media workers are mostly university educated and passionate for and enthusiastic about their jobs, which they tend to see as creative and a source of autonomy. Hess-Mondalg and Baker, 2011, confirmed the results of Rosalind Gill's work in interviews with 63 creative workers in TV, music recording, and magazine publishing, which show the ambivalence of much creative industry work as precarious but cherished because of the fun, contacts, reputation, creativity and self-determination that it may involve. Juliet Webster, 2011, summarizes results of feminist studies of labor in digital media industries. In ICT development projects, women are particularly absent and even where present, invisible. They are badly represented among ICT professionals, and, as ICT users, tend to be clustered in low-status jobs with little influence over change processes. IBID. 6. The gendering of digital media labor means that women tend to be facing precarious work and exclusion. Andrew Ross, 2003, conducted a study of digital media workers in New York City. He found that one crucial aspect of this work is that it can enlist employees' freest thoughts and impulses in the service of salaried time. In knowledge companies that trade in creative ideas, services, and solutions, everything that employees do, think, or say in their waking moments is potential grist for the industrial mill. There are no longer any boundaries between work and leisure. Their occupation becomes a support system for everything else. No one who held a new economy job was immune to this biohazard. IBID. 19. Ross' study confirms the phenomenon that we found as typical for Google, namely that in digital media jobs work time tends to absorb free time and that corporate ideology presents this development in terms of freedom, flexibility, and the social workplace where work is play and fun. The result would be an ideology that he terms no-collar, a work culture that embraces openness, cooperation, and self-management, an anti-authoritarian work mentality, open communication and self-direction, adopting new modes and myths of independence along the way. Ross 2003, 9-10. No-collar workers would be a self-justifying knowledge workforce that does not question capital interests. Deeply caffeinated 85-hour work weeks without overtime pay are a way of life for webshop workers on flexible contracts, who invest a massive share of sweat equity in the mostly futile hope that their stock options will pay off. Even the lowliest employee feels like an entrepreneurial investor as a result. In most cases, the stock options turn into pink slips when the company goes belly up, or, in some cases, employees are fired before their stock options are due to mature. Ross 2001, 82. The political task would be that knowledge labor organizes and emancipates itself, while the chief blight of these centuries had been chattel slavery, serfdom, and indentured labor, and we are not done with these. We must now respond to that moment in the soulful lullaby of redemption song where Bob Marley soberly advises us, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Ibid. 86. Precarious labor has become a large-scale trend in capitalist economies. Neoliberalism has resulted in a housewifeization, Mize 1986, Mize, Ben Hold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, of labor. Many workers today are facing conditions of a precariat that is somehow linked by shared concerns about the insecurity of all aspects of their lives. Ross 2008, 34-35. Knowledge and other workers are depending on their concrete situation affected to different degrees by precarity. Some have a permanent contract, whereas others work on temporary contracts or are self-employed. Some have higher wages, other lower. The wage differential seems to be gendered and depending on the level of individualization of the work situation. Some have pensions and unemployment insurance, others do not. Most work long hours, have irregular working days and spaces, where work and play blur. Many workers today experience some aspect of precarity. Precarity means that workers invest a lot of time in their work and have insecure living conditions. Precarity is a form of absolute surplus value production. One works long hours that under conditions of highly unionized and organized labor could look differently, and the social costs are outsourced to the individuals. The total wage and investment costs, including the costs for contract labor, of those who make high profits are thereby minimized, which increases the rate of exploitation and profits. Software engineers at Google tend to share some of the characteristics of the precariat. They have long working hours and face the problem of combining working life with family, friends, and social life outside the job. They tend to be relatively high paid. They are at the same time precarious workers who have precarious working times and aristocratic workers who earn surplus wages. Yet not all Google workers seem to have relatively high wages. In 2011, Andrew Normal Wilson was fired because he filmed and talked to data entry workers who scan books for Google Books. 6. They are, according to observations, mostly people of color who do not have the privileges that other Google workers enjoy. 7. Where can long working hours lead? Employees sleep under their desks in order to maximize performance. Former Google Vice President Marissa Mayer reports about her time at Google. Part of Google was it was the right time and we had a great technology, but the other part was we worked really, really hard. It was 130-hour weeks. People say, there's only 168 hours in a week, how can you do it? Well, if you're strategic about when you shower and sleeping under your desk, it can be done. 8. The ultimate consequence of such behavior is that there is no life outside Google. Life becomes Google and thereby one-dimensional. What is very striking about Google is a management strategy that uses soft and social forms of coercion. There is no formal contractual requirement to work overtime, but the company culture is based on project-based work, social pressure between colleagues, competition, positive identification with the job, a fun and play culture, performance-based promotion, incentives to spend a lot of time at the workplace, sports, restaurants, cafes, massages, social events, lectures, etc., and a blurring of the boundaries between work and play. As a result, employees tend to work long hours, work-life balance is damaged and Google tends to become synonymous with life itself. lifetime becomes work time and time spent creating value for Google. Google is a prototypical company for the realization of what Luke Boltanski and Eve Chiapello, 2007, call the new spirit of capitalism, the anti-authoritarian values of the political revolt of 1968 and the subsequently emerging new left, such as autonomy, play, freedom, spontaneity, mobility, creativity, networking, visions, openness, plurality, informality, authenticity and emancipation, are subsumed under the logic of capital. In the early times of capitalism that Marx describes in Capital, Volume 1, the lengthening of the working day was achieved by control, surveillance, disciplinary measures, and legitimation by state laws. The price was an increase of class struggles that pressed for reducing working hours. Google's main way of increasing surplus value production is also absolute surplus value production, i.e. the lengthening of the working day, but it takes a different approach. The coercion is ideological and social, built into the company's culture of fun, play labor, employee services, and peer pressure. The result is that the total average working time and unpaid working hours per employee tend to increase. Marx described this case as a specific method of absolute and relative surplus value production, in which the productivity and intensity of labor remain constant, whereas the length of the working day is variable. If the working day is lengthened and the price of labor, wages, remain the same, the surplus value increases both absolutely and relatively. Although there is no absolute change in the value of labor power, it suffers a relative fall. Here, the change of relative magnitude in the value of labor power is the result of the change of absolute magnitude in surplus value, Marx 1867 c. 663. What Marx explains in this passage is that the wages tend to relatively decrease the more hours employees work unpaid overtime because they then create additional surplus value and profit. This can be illustrated for the case of Google. 12 of the analyzed postings indicated average working hours per week, which allows calculation of an average weekly working time of 62 hours. 9. This evidence is certainly only anecdotal, but given the large number of comments that stated working long hours is common at Google, this result seems to be indicative. The Fair U.S. Labor Standards Act, Section 13, A. 17, provides an exemption from overtime pay for computer systems analysts, software engineers, or similar workers if they earn at least $27.63 an hour. This means that if it is assumed that software engineers at Google on average work 22 hours of overtime per week, their salary average of $112,915 stands for a 155% time employment, which means 55% of the working time is unpaid extra work time. During these 22 hours a week, the employee creates surplus value and profit for Google. If we assume 47 weeks of work per year, then the unpaid overtime lengthens work on average by 1,034 hours a year. In comparison to Californian semiconductor processors, who in 2012 earned $36,584 in 2012, and Californian electronic equipment assemblers, whose average wage was $33,179 in 2012, State of California Employment Development Department, the average 2012 wage of a Google software engineer, $112,915, was 3.1 times and 3.4 times higher respectively. This shows that there is a significant wage gap in the ICT industry between assemblers and software engineers. Both types of labor are exploited and necessary for capital accumulation in the ICT industry. Software engineers at Google, and other companies, form what Engels termed the labor aristocracy. Engels describes that in 1885 in the United Kingdom, there were workers whose state of misery and insecurity in which they live now is as low as ever, but there was also an aristocracy among the working class, engineers, carpenters, joiners, bricklayers, that has succeeded in enforcing for themselves a relatively comfortable position. Engels 1892. Also Lenin, 1920, based on Engels, spoke of a labor aristocracy that consists of workers turned bourgeois, who are quite Philistine in their mode of life, in the size of their earnings and in their entire outlook, and are the real agents of the bourgeoisie in the working class movement, the labor lieutenants of the capitalist class. Google workers in comparison to ICT manufacturers have much higher wages and privileges, which also means that they are more unlikely to resist, which is, as Engels describes, typical for the labor aristocracy. They are very nice people indeed nowadays to deal with, for any sensible capitalist in particular and for the whole capitalist class in general. Engels 1892. Slavoj Zizek, 2012, 12, has inappropriately described the Occupy movement as a salaried bourgeoisie that consists of privileged workers who have guaranteed jobs and are driven by fear of losing their surplus wage. But what he really described in this passage, without knowing it, are Google professionals, who as a labor aristocracy have in comparison to ICT manufacturers relatively high wages. If the ICT industry is seen as a combined industry and its profits as combined profits, then Google software engineers have a wage that is higher by a certain surplus in contrast to poorly paid ICT assemblers. This relative surplus wage comes, however, at a price: long working hours, high stress, a relative high turnover of labor in the software industry, poor work-life balance, and the tendency to have no social life outside the company. The term labor aristocracy is meant in an objective and not necessarily subjective sense. Google software engineers have surplus wages relative to ICT manufacturing workers. Whether this status results in bourgeois consciousness that is quite homologous to the one of Google's managers and owners can only be determined empirically. Google totalizes labor time to lifetime. It pays relatively high wages as incentives to exploit high volumes of unpaid labor time. Social media tend to enhance the stress of workers who typically work in companies like Google and other companies in the knowledge industries. Melissa Gregg, 2011, shows how neoliberalism forces knowledge professionals to put work above concerns for intimacy and how ICTs and especially mobile phones and social media like Facebook exacerbate this trend. There would be a neoliberal demand to be always present, which she terms the presence bleed, IBID, too. Communication technologies such as Facebook would add another layer of work on top of what is already expected, IBID, 17. Facebook's rise to prominence reflects the significance of work in the lives of white-collar professionals, IBID, 88, and it is synonymous with a new kind of presence, 101. Employees are today increasingly facing the demand, in addition of their regular work, to manage Twitter feeds, Facebook profiles, YouTube videos and so on, and to use their private profiles for promoting their employer's company. Convergence has been described in relation to dimensions such as media technologies, companies, institutions, industries, spaces, production and consumption, culture and politics. Jenkins 2008, Meikle and Young 2012, Moscow and McKercher 2008. Moscow and McKercher, 2008, point out that convergence affects not just these realms, but also the world of labor, where the globalization of capitalism and convergence of capitalist industries and corporations would create a demand for labor union convergence in order to better organize class struggles. Dues, 2007, points out that the boundaries between life, work, and play tend to become liquid and that the media support this development. Greg's, 2011, study can be interpreted as showing that contemporary capitalism, mobile and social media advance the convergence of labor. Work that was traditionally handled by managers, secretaries, advertising public relations departments and call centers is outsourced to knowledge workers who are always available via mobile phones, laptops, internet connections, voice over IP and social media, which requires them to manage a multitude of different activities in limited available time. Knowledge labor convergence seems to result in more tasks and different knowledge jobs converging in one job, which can easily put high demands and pressure on knowledge workers. Labor convergence interacts with the convergence of technologies and industries. Labor union convergence is an appropriate political response, Moscow and McKercher 2008. 9.4. Conclusion. Silicon Valley is not simply a space of ICT production but also a space of capital accumulation in ICT production that is based on a geography and social reality of inequality. Especially women and immigrants work in low-paid ICT manufacturing jobs that is partly based on piecework, and because of the contamination of workplaces, air, soil, and drinking water tend to result in health threats such as cancer, respiratory diseases, miscarriages and birth defects of babies. ICT manufacturing in Silicon Valley is based on a gendered and racist political economy that highly exploits and physically cripples workers and their families and destroys nature. The ICT industry increases its profits by decreasing wage costs and investment costs. Costs for workplace health, safety, and environmental protection are reduced by physically harming workers and nature. Silicon Valley is a very good example of the circumstance observed by Marx that capitalist production only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. Marx 1867 c. 638. James O'Connor, 1998, argues that besides a contradiction between productive forces and production relations that takes on the form of a contradiction between production and realization of value, there is a second contradiction of capitalism, Ibid. 158-177. The contradiction between capitalist production relations, and productive forces, and the conditions of capitalist production, or capitalist relations and forces of social reproduction, Ibid. 160. In the case of ICT manufacturing, one can observe how the class contradiction between capital and labor is in the form of a negative dialectic connected to the antagonism between the capitalist mode of production and the natural forces, so that the destructive forces of capital destroy both humans and nature, destroy humans by destroying nature, contaminated air, water, and soil, and destroy humans' nature by destroying humans and nature, babies with birth defects. In Silicon Valley, the ecological antagonism and the social antagonism of capitalism are directly coupled. In the Grundriss, Marx describes conditions of production, such as a high demand of labor in one specific industry, in which certain workers gain surplus wages that represent a small share of surplus labor. Marx 1857-1858b, 438. Martin Nicholas therefore writes in the foreword that Marx shows that it is theoretically possible, quite apart from the question of the economic cycle, for one fraction of the working class, but not the whole, to receive, via the mechanisms of the distribution of profit among the different capitalists, an extremely small share of the surplus value produced by themselves in the form of surplus wages, p. 438, Ibid. 48. Google workers have, in contrast to ICT manufacturers, relatively high wages. They are highly paid and highly stressed. The antagonism between nature and class, on which the exploitation of ICT manufacturing workers is based in Silicon Valley, is complemented by an antagonism that fractionizes the ICT working class into a low-paid manufacturing proletariat and a highly paid and highly stressed labor aristocracy that enjoys relative surplus wages at the expense of transforming its lifetime into work time for Google. Silicon Valley is only the valley of dreams for some. It is the valley of dreams for the class made up of those who reap high profits in the ICT industry, precisely because it is the valley of death for ICT manufacturing workers and the valley of stress for the labor aristocracy in software engineering. Silicon Valley is shaped by a geography of inequality, death, stress, and the destruction of nature and human livelihood that is the foundation of the capitalist ICT industry and its profits. Selling a commodity in an information society requires propaganda for this good and the monitoring and analysis of customer interests as well as responses to inquiries and problems of customers. Call centers are spaces of a specific type of service work that takes care of all such tasks. This type of work is not specific for managing the sales of ICTs, it can be found in all commercial industries. Call center work is effective and communicative. It always makes use of phones and often of networked computers for managing customer databases, entering data, and so on. Therefore, call center work is a case that is particularly interesting for studying labor in the IDDL. 10. Tayloristic, housewifist service labor. The example of call center work. Good afternoon. Thank you for calling X. My name is Y. How can I help you, sir/madam? These sentences are typical for the start of a phone conversation between you and a call center agent. We call such centers for organizing our bank accounts, for setting up and managing customer accounts, for accessing technical expertise if a tool that we possess does not work, for resetting passwords that we have forgot, for filing complaints, and more. There are also call center agents who call us to ask us to participate in surveys, to try to sell things to us, to update customer accounts, to try to convince us that we should prolong the subscription to X, not just possess Y but in addition also buy Z, and so on. Call center work involves not only phones but also computer databases. It is a specific form of digital service labor. But how is it to work in a cell center? This chapter engages with this question. The German investigative journalist and undercover reporter Günter Wallraff worked undercover in call centers in order to document the working conditions there. He writes, 60 computer workstations are installed in a confined space. The setting, a flat screen, a headset, and software that calls stored numbers after a mouse click. As soon as a connection is established, the address of the participant and the origin of the addresses are displayed. I ask myself, why do these workers stoop to do this? Who forces them? The woman at Call-On who left ZIU had defended her former colleagues. They are often desperate people who were unemployed for a long time and clutch at the last straw. They now must convey energy and good spirits on the phone although they have a hard time. But what consequences does such labor have for the employees? Already the furnishing of the office gives an answer. A board hangs on the wall, on which sales are recorded by name. If somebody has brought about a new deal, he goes to the front and notes it. This automatically creates a pressure to succeed and compete. Let's have a look at a closer analysis of call center work as a specific type of digital labor. 10.1 Introduction. In 2010, there were 8,240 companies in the EU 27 countries that specialized in call center activities. They generated a value added at factor costs of €10.6 billion, made a gross operating surplus of €861.54 million and employed 4.3 million people, Eurostat 2. These economic activities make up 0.18% of the value added, 0.04% of operating surplus and 3.2% of all employees in the industry and service sector, excluding finance and insurance, of the EU 27 countries, Eurostat. These data show that the call center sector is economically quite relevant in terms of employment, value, and profits and therefore deserves further attention. In the EU project style, coders from national statistic offices were asked to code various job descriptions according to the International Standard Classification of Occupations, ISCO. 34 cases involved call center work. There was only agreement on how to code 2 of them. It seems that call centers provide a paradigmatic example of the difficulty of classifying activities in the new economy, sitting as they do at the interfaces between businesses and their customers, between products and services and between internal and external processes, Verdun et al. 2004, 76. Style showed the difficulty of understanding call center activities. So how can call center work be defined? The 2008 version of the International Standard Classification of Occupations, ISCO 08, contains 2 categories that describe call center workers. 4222 Contact Center Information Clerks. Contact center information clerks provide advice and information to clients, respond to queries regarding a company's or an organization's goods, services, or policies, and process financial transactions using the telephone or electronic communications media, such as email. They are located in premises that may be remote from clients or other operations of the organizations or companies about whom information is provided. ISCO 08 5244 Contact Center Salesperson. Contact center salespersons contact existing and prospective customers, using the telephone or other electronic communications media, to promote goods and services, obtain sales, and arrange sales visits. They may work from a customer contact center or from non-centralist premises, IBID. The International Standard Industrial Classification of All Economic Activities, ISIC Revelation 4, contains a category for the call center sector 8220 activities of call centers. This class includes activities of inbound call centers, answering calls from clients by using human operators, automatic call distribution, computer telephone integration, interactive voice response systems or similar methods to receive orders, provide product information, deal with customer requests for assistance or address customer complaints. Activities of outbound call centers using similar methods to sell or market goods or services to potential customers, undertake market research or public opinion polling and similar activities for clients, ISIC Revelation 4, 242. The EU project TOSCA provides a synthetical definition of a call center as an office employing people in specialist posts involving the use of a computer and a telecommunications link to process communications in voice or electronic form, Paul and Hus 2002, 10. Call center work involves the use of ISTs, phones, computers, internet. It is white-collar work that has some features of the standardization characteristic of some manufacturing, and it involves spatially and temporally disembedded activities, outsourcing, flexible working times. 10.2. The call center's productive forces in the International Division of Digital Labor, Labor Power and the Objects, Tools, and Products of Labor. Paul and Hus, 2002, argue that telephone services have existed for a long time but that advances in telecommunications, the growth of consumer culture and increasing media skills have created the context for the emergence of call centers. Call centers typically focus on customer relations. Customer relations can be business to business or business to consumer. They can be inbound, customers call, or outbound, company calls actual or potential customers, e.g. marketing research, or both. Around 75% of call centers are oriented on the mass customer services market, and about 25% are business-to-business centers, Holman, Batt, and Holtgrewe 2007. The first have around 80% of the total workforce, IBID. The largest share of call centers exists in telecommunications and financial services, IBID. Of the total number, 79% are inbound and 21% outbound call centers, IBID. Subcontractors that have clients who outsource their services to these call centers make up 33% of all call centers but account for 56% of the employees, which shows that they tend to be fairly large in size. The technologies that are needed for operating a call centers involve a phone line for speaking to the customers and networked computers that give employees access to a database that stores information on customers and into which they enter the data obtained in the phone calls. Frequently, employee monitoring software is also used. 10.3. The call center's relations of production in the International Division of Digital Labor. The EU project TOSCA carried out research on call centers in Europe. It found that call center work tends to be very repetitive, highly monitored and stressful. One could therefore speak of modern-day sweatshops, Paul and Hus 2002, 14. The resulting stress and negative health impacts lead to high levels of absence of up to 25% of the employees. The employees are typically female and have a low level of education and flexible working hours so that call centers can operate 24 hours. These conditions result in a high worker turnover of up to 40%. Also, a low level of union presence was found in call centers. The Global Call Center Project, www.ilr.cornell.edu/global call center, is a research network that has studied call center work in 20 countries. The project conducted a survey, Holman, Vat, and Holtgrewe 2007, that covered 2,500 call centers in 17 countries: Austria, Brazil, Canada, Denmark, France, Germany, India, Ireland, Israel, the Netherlands, Poland, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, the United Kingdom and the United States of America. At the time of the survey, 2007, the typical call center was 8 years old, which shows that call centers are a relatively new development in the knowledge industry. Of the call centers involved in the study, 14% serve international clients. But in India, 73% of the call center clients are international. Besides India, Canada, and Ireland also have a relatively large focus on an international client base, Holtgrewe et al. 2009. Of the studied call centers, 67% are part of larger companies and 33% are subcontractors that work for companies that outsource the call center work. In all countries, there was a high level of women in the workforce. Women accounted in total for 69% of the employees. 71% of the employees were full-time, 17% part-time and 12% temporary workers. In some countries, however, the share of part-time workers was larger, 48% in Israel, 46% in the Netherlands and 44% in Spain. In South Korea, 60% of the call center employees were temporary workers. 40% of the call centers had collective bargaining agreements, 50% a form of collective representation. Whereas collective bargaining and representation mechanisms were found to be high in a number of countries such as France, the Netherlands, and Brazil, there was a significant number of countries where such mechanisms were hardly existent: Israel, Canada, United States, India, Poland, South Korea. Of the call centers, 15.3% had performance-based payment, however, in the Netherlands this value was 41%. The study also showed that wages were higher in companies with collective bargaining. In coordinated economies, the median annual pay of a call center agent was $23,599, in liberal economies $32,925, and in industrializing countries $19,105. Managers' median wages were 111.0%/58.0%/59.1% higher respectively. Labor costs on average made up 65% of the total costs. The median turnover rate of personnel was 20%, that includes people who quit the job, are dismissed, are promoted or retire, which means that 1 out of 5 employees leaves every year. Call centers that serve international customers, meaning subcontractors, who outsource their services, can especially be found in Canada, India, and Ireland. Workers typically handle 80 calls per day in subcontracting call centers and 65 in in-house call centers. Employees working for subcontractors typically have lower complexity tasks, less training, and more insecure employment contracts, temporary, part-time, than workers in in-house call centers. There is also more surveillance and lower job discretion in such companies. There is less collective bargaining, and employees get wages that are on average 18% lower. Call centers extensively use call monitoring and software for call performance metrics, Holman, Vat, and Holtgrewe 2007, 9-10. The call handling time of the typical call center provides one indicator of the relative standardization of work across call centers in different countries. The typical worksite in this report has an average call handling time of 190 seconds, or 3 minutes and 10 seconds, IBID, 10. Call centers in 3 countries, France, India, and Canada primarily, more than 50%, hire college graduates. In 9 countries, this rate is below 20%, and in 5 it is between 20% and 40%. This shows that call center workers tend to have lower education with the exception of a few specific countries. Performance monitoring, call handling times, Task times, call waiting times, typically occurs more than once a week in recently industrialized countries, every 2 weeks in countries with liberal economies and once a month in countries with coordinated economies. Job discretion, the influence employees can have on the pace of work, work methods, the timing of breaks, task completion, and the way customer responses are handled, was found to be rather low, 2.6 on a scale that ranges from 1 to 5, maximum. The study found that 39% of the analyzed call centers have low to very low quality jobs that feature relatively low job discretion and relatively high performance monitoring. Another result was that 36% of the employees have very low quality jobs, 67% low to very low quality jobs, and only 14% high or very high quality jobs. Our findings indicate that performance monitoring in call centers works by ensuring that employees sustain a high level of task effort. High levels of monitoring hasten the depletion of physical and mental resources, which leads to lower levels of well-being. Holman, Bat, and Holt-Growe 2007, 42-43. Low-quality jobs can also result in increased stress and in turn increased levels of sickness and leave, which is indicated by the circumstance that the median number of sick days per employee was 6 per year. The Global Call Center Project in general found a high level of standardization of call center jobs, high performance monitoring, low level of employees' influence on decisions about the work process, low job quality, and a high rate of female employment. The study found some variation that is explained by higher union power and influence in those countries where call center jobs have higher quality and lower turnover and where wages are less dispersed. There is ample evidence to show that heavy reliance on a cost-focused model not only creates low-quality jobs but also breeds customer dissatisfaction and employee turnover. Holman, Bat, and Holt-Growe 2007, 45. English-speaking countries' preferred location for outsourced jobs: banking, energy, entertainment, insurance, media, retail, technology, telecommunications, travel, utilities, is India. James and Vera 2010. 400 of the Fortune 500 companies have call centers in India, IBID, especially in Bangalore, Delhi, and Mumbai. Overall, 25 to 50% of the costs can be saved by call center offshoring. India attracts the majority of internationally outsourced call center work. Studies found that call center work in India is repetitive, features rigid discipline and large-scale surveillance of employees, has negative health impacts for employees, muscle tension, headaches, eye strains, repetitive strain injury RSI, voice loss, hearing problems, stress, nausea, dizziness, and panic attacks, and has a hierarchical character with a lack of participation in decision-making, IBID. James and Vera, 2010, present the results of interviews with 42 Indian call center workers and of a survey among such workers, N equals 511. Entry salaries were found to be on average INR 9,272, Indian rupee, per month, which is 3 times the per capita income in India. Indian call center agents see themselves as highly qualified white-collar professionals. 79% of the respondents were university graduates and 75% of agents think that unions damage the industry. Indian call center workers are often college educated, so many times they are overqualified for the tasks they perform. Upadhyaya and Vasvi 2008. Ramesh, 2008, conducted a survey among Indian call center workers, N equals 277. 97% of them were university educated. Only 13% had their job for more than 2 years, which is an indication that because of their overqualification, employees do not see the call center as a long-term opportunity, but rather as a stopgap arrangement to earn money before moving on to another career or further education. Upadhyaya and Vasvi 2008, 19. Some 53% of the respondents earned more than INR 10,000, 19% between INR 8,000 and 10,000. Indian call center work typically involves night shifts in order to comply with the needs of Western clients. There is a high level of control and surveillance in the form of recorded calls, computer-assisted performance monitoring and card-based registration systems. A certain number of calls are set as an individual target for each worker, and these targets would be constantly pushed up in performance reviews. Peer pressure would be generated by the public display of the performance of all employees. D. Cruz and Naranha, 2009, show that Indian call center workers are often bullied by managers. 10.4. Conclusion. Call center work tends to be repetitive, standardized, stressful and highly monitored, and often features shift and flexible work that poses problems for work-life and work-family balance. Influence on on-the-job decision-making and job quality tend to be low. Call center workers are to a large degree female. Many call center workers do not define themselves as such, but rather consider their identity as something quite different. Hus 2009, Paul and Hus 2002. They tend to see themselves as being only transiently in the call center business, which shows that call center agent is, as a result of its features, a job that does not and probably cannot have a high status among the workforce and in society. Ursula Hus, 2009, argues that there is a call centerization of work that destabilizes many features of work that were formerly taken for granted. Hus 2009, 7. Many call center employees and workers in general have to manage the difficult interfaces between company and customers, which requires significant effective labor endeavors, between local work and the global nature of capital, and between working life and family life. Rosa Luxemburg, 1913-2003, argued that capital accumulation feeds on the exploitation of milieus that are drawn into the capitalist system, capital feeds on the ruins of such organizations, and, although this non-capitalist milieu is indispensable for accumulation, the latter proceeds, at the cost of this medium nevertheless, by eating it up. Ibid. 363. This idea was used to explain the existence of colonies of imperialism by Luxemburg and was applied by Marxist feminism in order to argue that unpaid reproductive labor can be considered as an inner colony and milieu of primitive accumulation of capitalism. Mies, Benhold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, Mies 1986, Werlhoff 1991. Non-wage labor ensures the reproduction of labor power and living conditions. Mies, Benhold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, 18. It is labor spent in the production of life, or subsistence production. Ibid. 70. Primitive accumulation is overt violence, with the aim of robbery wherever, whenever, and against whomever this is economically necessary, politically possible and technically feasible. Ibid. 102. In post-Fordist capitalism, the inner colonies of capitalism are expanded so that profits rise by generating milieus of low-paid and unpaid labor. The formation of these colonies is a form of ongoing primitive accumulation that uses violence for expropriating labor. Women, colonies, and nature are the main targets of this process of ongoing primitive accumulation. Ibid. 6. This phenomenon has been termed housewifization. Mies, Benhold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, Mies 1986. More and more people live and work under precarious conditions that have traditionally been characteristic of patriarchal relations. People working under such conditions are, like housewives, a source of uncontrolled and unlimited exploitation. Housewifization transforms labor so that it bears the characteristics of housework, namely, labor not protected by trade unions or labor laws, that is available at any time, for any price, that is not recognized as labor but as an activity, as in the income-generating activities, meaning isolated and unorganized and so on. Mies, Benhold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, 10. Housewifized labor is characterized by no job permanency, the lowest wages, longest working hours, most monotonous work, no trade unions, no opportunity to obtain higher qualifications, no promotion, no rights, and no social security. Ibid. 169. Such informal work is a source of unchecked, unlimited exploitation. Mies 1986, 16. Housewifized labor is super-exploitation of non-wage laborers, upon which wage labor exploitation then is possible. ibid. 48, because it involves the externalization, or exterritorialization of costs which otherwise would have to be covered by the capitalists. 110. Zilla Eisenstein, 1979, 33, argues that the gender division of labor that shapes capitalist patriarchy assigns 5 types of labor to women: reproduction, child rearing, maintenance of home, sexuality, and organization of consumption. Call center labor shows that the gender division of labor extends from the home into the capitalist workplace. In the home, women are compelled to take care of biological reproduction and child rearing. In call center work, this role is reproduced because a patriarchal ideology is at play that sees women as being effective, social, friendly, and caring not just for children and the family in the home, but also for customers on the phone. The activity of keeping constant order in the home gets reproduced in the call center as assigning employees the task of keeping order in the customer database so that the clients continue buying the offered commodities. In the household, patriarchy assigns women the role of organizing consumption of the family, buying and preparing food, informing herself about new consumer goods that could improve family life, and so on. In the call center, workers are also in charge of organizing consumption. They respond to the consumer needs of customers and have to try to help them fix problems that relate to consumption and improving the consumption experience. Last, but not least, also sexual work and desire gets reproduced from patriarchal relations to the call center. Talking to a woman at customer service may easier please male customers because it may invoke sexual desires. Just like the telecommunicated form of prostitution, paid phone sex provides a sexual service to men, the female call center agent provides services that may easier please male customers if they are reminded of the submissive and sexual connotations of women that the phone carries in the culture of capitalist patriarchy. All 5 types of housework that Eisenstein distinguishes, reproduction, child rearing, maintenance of home, sexuality, organization of consumption, get reproduced in the call center. It is therefore no surprise that the majority of call center agents are female. Capitalism uses patriarchal ideologies, such as the identification of women with being social, caring, effective, sexual, relational and communicative, to create housewifized employment relations. In call centers, like in the home, the biological distinction male/female is ideologically used to distinguish social functions and individual power. Ibid. 17, and the position of employees as paid workers is defined in terms of being a woman. 30. Like housework, call center work relies on workers' temporal availability and alienated flexibility. House workers often have to be available around the clock for children and the whole family. Call centers tend to be open 24 hours, which requires around-the-clock availability of the collective call center worker. This can bring problems for health and family life. And yet there is of course an important difference between house workers and call center workers. The latter are often paid poorly, the first are not paid at all. Domestic slaves are not exploited in the same way as wage slaves. They would have to be paid a wage for this to be true. Ibid. 23. The call centerization and housewifization of work creates and extends the free labor pool and the cheap labor pool. Ibid. 31, in order to maximize profits. The call center agents work insecure, precarious, stressful, standardized work that entails spatio-temporal flexibility requirements defined by capital's needs has become the model for the creation of an entire economy of insecure and precarious jobs that especially affects and negatively influences young people's lives. What Ursula Hus, 2009, calls the call centerization of work is at the same time a housewifization of work, the creation of forms of labor that resemble the difficulties with which women had to struggle for a long time because of the gender division of labor. The call centerization and housewifization of work follow one purpose: to cut labor costs in order to maximize profits, i.e. to make workers labor for less than what could be expected as a wage under non-housewifized conditions. Cutting labor costs by housewifization is a form of absolute surplus value production. The part of the day that produces surplus value and profit is lengthened. Ideology defines women as working mothers in order to pay them less than men. Call center work is highly monitored and standardized. It is a kind of tailorist white-collar work that blurs the boundaries between blue and white-collar work. It could be called gray-collar work because gray is the color that results from mixing blue and white. The standardization and surveillance of work, accompanied by precarization that puts workers under survival pressures, is a method of relative surplus value production. Constant control and pressure is aimed at making workers discipline their brains and bodies in such a form that they work more intensively, i.e., take care of more customers in less time and so increase productivity. Call center work is characterized both by the formal and the real subsumption of labor under capital, methods of both absolute surplus value production, cutting wage costs, and relative surplus value production, standardization, surveillance, gray-collar Taylorism, are used for advancing capital accumulation. There is another type of work in the IDDL that needs to be considered, the unpaid digital labor of the users, especially social media users. We will analyze this form of labor in the next chapter. 11. Theorizing digital labor on social media. 1. Connect with friends and the world around you on Facebook. Facebook's mission is to give people the power to share and make the world more open and connected. YouTube allows billions of people to discover, watch, and share originally created videos. YouTube provides a forum for people to connect, inform, and inspire others across the globe and acts as a distribution platform for original content creators and advertisers large and small. Welcome to Twitter. Find out what's happening, right now, with the people and organizations you care about. Twitter is a real-time information network that connects you to the latest stories, ideas, opinions, and news about what you find interesting. Simply find the accounts you find most compelling and follow the conversations. Blogger, create a blog. It's free. Over 200 million professionals use LinkedIn to exchange information, ideas, and opportunities. Stay informed about your contacts and industry. Find the people and knowledge you need to achieve your goals. Control your professional identity online. What can you do on VK? Find people with whom you've studied, worked, or met on vacation. Learn more about people around you and make new friends. Stay in touch with loved ones. Tumblr. Follow the world's creators. Tumblr lets you effortlessly share anything. Post text, photos, quotes, links, music, and videos from your browser, phone, desktop, email, or wherever you happen to be. You can customize everything, from colors to your theme's HTML. Pinterest. Collect and organize the things you love. Meet Instagram. It's a fast, beautiful and fun way to share your photos with friends and family. Snap a picture, choose a filter to transform its look and feel, then post to Instagram. Share to Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr too. It's as easy as pie. It's photo sharing, reinvented. Oh yeah, did we mention it's free? Discover and share great places with friends. Over 30 million people use Foursquare to make the most of where they are. Discover and learn about great places nearby, search for what you're craving, and get deals and tips along the way. Best of all, Foursquare is personalized. With every check-in, we get even better at recommending places for you to try. Weibo, seen a microblogging account? Join now. Hi. I am the audience. These are invitations for users to join on some of the world's most popular social media platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Blogger, LinkedIn, VK, Tumblr, Pinterest, Instagram, Foursquare, Weibo. They promise users possibilities to connect, share, open the world, discover, watch, create, inform, inspire, find out, care, exchange, contact, learn, follow, post, collect, organize, fun, recommend, and enjoy beauty, freedom, and opportunities. Corporate social media publish a flood of positive promises and associations. But how does this all work? And who works to make it work? And who owns the results of this work? Understanding corporate social media requires a critical discussion of digital labor and digital work and an engagement with these questions. What are digital work and digital labor on social media? 11.1 Introduction. Users act as buyers and consumers of ICTs in many different ways. For example, they buy and use desktop computers, monitors, laptops, mobile phones, tablets, printers, keyboards, mice, game consoles, operating systems, application software or online access to music, texts, videos, and images. In all of these roles, they act as consumers, who exchange money with commodities, whereby capital is transformed from the commodity form into the money form, or, as Marx, 1867 c. 1885, says, profit is realized from the potential form that it has in the commodity in the form of crystallized surplus labor into the actual form it has as money that the consumer pays for obtaining ownership of or access to ICTs. In the examples just described, users are not ICT workers but rather consumers, the capital accumulation process M, money, C, commodities, means of production, labor power. P, production. C, new commodity, M, more money, comes to an end in the consumer's buying process just in order to start anew when part of the achieved profit is reinvested into new production so that a new cycle of accumulation can start. So the user's role is precisely in the stage CM, in which S/he exchanges money with commodities and obtains a use value for consumption. In the consumption process itself, users engage in the cultural process of meaning making. They create various meanings of commodities in the usage of these goods in everyday life. They may, for example, find a new computer game entertaining, boring, funny, too violent, individualizing, a good form for socializing with other players, and so on. What they produce is meaning in the usage and consumption process of cultural goods. These roles of ICT users as consumers as partly changing towards what some have called Internet prosumption, Fuchs 2010 b. Ritzer and Jurgensen 2010, or consumption work, Hus 2003, 37-38, 44, Hus 2012, of ICT users. So what are these changes all about? 11.2 Users and the productive forces in the international division of digital labor, labor power and the objects, tools, and products of labor. In early 2013, 46% of all Internet users searched online for information with the help of Google and 13% with the help of Baidu, 43% were users of Facebook, 32% watched videos on YouTube, 7% tweeted, 6% were reading or writing blogs on Blogspot and 5% used LinkedIn. Alexa.com, 3-month average usage statistics, access January 18, 2013. These platforms are different in that they enable different forms of usage: searching, social networking, sharing and watching user-generated content, blogging and short message blogging, microblogging. What they all have in common is not necessarily that they are social and that other forms of Internet usage, such as reading an online newspaper or sending an email, are non-social. They rather imply a form of sociality focused on sharing, community, and collaboration that is combined with information and communication, which are two other forms of socialization. What all of these platforms have in common is that they use a business model that is based on targeted advertising and that turn users' data, content, profiles, social networks, online behavior, into a commodity. The use, monitoring, and commodification of user data is typically legally defined in terms of use and privacy policies. Internet prosumer commodification is enabled by privacy policies and terms of use. Here are 3 examples of such provisions. We use the information we receive to deliver ads and to make them more relevant to you. This includes all of the things you share and do on Facebook, such as the pages you like or keywords from your stories, and the things we infer from your use of Facebook. Facebook Data Use Policy, June 8, 2012. We also use this information to offer you tailored content such as giving you more relevant search results and ads, Google Privacy Policy, July 27, 2012. The services may include advertisements, which may be targeted to the content or information on the services, queries made through the services, or other information. Twitter Terms of Use, June 25, 2012. Commodities have producers who create them, otherwise they cannot exist. So if the commodity of the mentioned internet platforms is user data, then the process of creating these data must be considered to be value-generating labor. This means that this type of internet usage is productive consumption or prosumption in the sense that it creates value and a commodity that is sold. In this context, the notion of digital labor has gained prominence. Burston, Dyer, Wytheford, and Hearn 2010, Scholes 2013, and Dallas Smythe's concept of the audience commodity has been revived and transformed into the concept of the internet prosumer commodity. Digital labor creates on social media the internet prosumer commodity that is sold by internet platforms to advertising clients, which in return present targeted ads to users. Management thinkers have recommended to companies the outsourcing of labor to users and consumers in order to increase profits by decreasing labor costs. Jeff Howe has in this context introduced the concept of crowdsourcing. Simply defined, crowdsourcing represents the act of a company or institution taking a function once performed by employees and outsourcing it to an undefined, and generally large, network of people in the form of an open call. This can take the form of peer production, when the job is performed collaboratively, but is also often undertaken by sole individuals. The crucial prerequisite is the use of the open call format and the large network of potential laborers. Howe 2006. Howe, 2008, has argued that crowdsourcing results in a democratization of capitalism. Crowdsourcing engenders another form of collaboration as well, between companies and customers. Toffler was right, people don't want to consume passively, they'd rather participate in the development and creation of products meaningful to them. Crowdsourcing is just one manifestation of a larger trend toward greater democratization in commerce. Ibid, 14. That management gurus make such recommendations and present them in an ideological form as economic democracy is an indication that a new capital accumulation model has emerged. 11.3. Users and the relations of production in the International Division of Digital Labor. In this section, we will discuss how to apply Marx's theory of work and labor to the realm of online media. We on the one hand develop general arguments and on the other hand use Facebook as an example to make the abstract discussion more concrete. Facebook is particularly suited as a case study because it is the most popular social medium and uses a capital accumulation model that cannot work without the commodification of users' online activities. The discussion can also be applied to other forms of social media. We will use the distinction between work and labor that was introduced in Chapter 3 to analyze general and capitalism-specific characteristics of online work. The section is divided into 3 parts. The first one discusses digital work on social media, 1.3.1, the second one digital labor on social media, 1.3.2, the third one on the law of value on social media, 1.3.3. 1.3.1. Digital work on social media. Raymond Williams focuses in his essay Means of Communication as Means of Production on the structures of communication, that is, media, including language and mass media, and argues that they are means of production and therefore indispensable elements both of the productive forces and of the relations of production. Williams 1980, 50. His focus on structures, however, leaves out the focus on the subject's practices and the question whether communication is a form of work. The most concrete way he addresses this issue is by saying that languages and communication are forms of social production. Ibid, 55. A question related to the relationship of work and communication is the role of nature in production and the issue of whether the object of work is necessarily taken from nature. It is possible that the material of labor, the object to be appropriated by means of labor for a specific need, is available in nature without the assistance of human labor, the fish caught in water for example, or the wood felled in the primeval forest, or the ore brought up out of the pit. In such a case only the means of labor itself is a product of previous human labor. This characterizes everything that can be called extractive industry. It only applies to agriculture to the extent that, say, virgin soil is being cultivated, Marx 1861–1863. This quotation shows that Marx considered nature just one possible object of work that occurs in agricultural work and mining. This implies that also fabricated nature and ideas can be the object of work. Agricultural and extractive work takes nature as the object, industrial work takes fabricated nature as the object, information work takes ideas and human subjectivity as the object. Marx described the latter possibility in the Grundriss's fragment on machines as a consequence of capitalism's technological progress, in which fixed constant capital in the form of machines becomes historically ever more important in production in order to increase productivity, which is a development that is accompanied by the rising relevance of information work. He coined the notion of the general intellect in this context. The development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. To what degree the powers of social production have been produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but also as immediate organs of social practice, of the real life process, Marx 1857–1858b, 706. Most Marxist approaches that have given attention to the communication process at a theoretical level have focused on the communicative character of work but have neglected the question if communication is work. They stress that work requires communication and is organized with the help of communication, and human communication emerged and is reproduced in interaction with human work. Conventional communication theory sees the material and the ideal as two separate realms of society. Labor and interaction are seen as being alien to and independent from each other. Hund 1976, 272–273. Language is the result of human activities over many generations. Words are not natural objects but produced by humans together in their culture. As being produced by humans, information is the product of human work. Hands, head, ears, mouth, body and brain work together in order to enable speech. Work has a dual character, it has physical and social dimensions. Thinking and speaking that result in the production of information and symbols form the physical aspect, human relations the social dimension of communication. Hund and Kirchhoff, Hund 1980. Information can be conceived as a threefold process of cognition, communication, and cooperation. Fuchs and Hofkirchner 2005, Fuchs et al. 2010, Hofkirchner 2002. The following table gives an overview of the dimensions of cognitive, communicative, and cooperative work. Figure 11.1 shows that these three processes are connected dialectically and form together the process of information work. Each of the three behaviors, cognition, communication, and cooperation, is a work process. Cognition is work of the human brain, communication work of human groups, and cooperation collaborative work of human groups. Communication is based on cognition and uses the products of cognition ideas as its object of work. Cooperation is based on communication and uses the products of communication meanings as object of work. Information is a work process, in which cognitive work creates ideas, communicative work creates meanings, and cooperative work co-creates information products that have shared and co-created meaning. Information is a dialectical process of human work, in which cognition, communication, and cooperation are dialectically connected. Each of these three processes forms a work process that has its own subject-object dialectic in itself. Table 11.1. The subject, object and subject-object of cognitive, communicative, and cooperative work. Using the Hegel-Marxist triangle model of the work process, see the dialectical triangle of the work process in Chapter 2, Figure 2.2, one can argue that the development that Marx points out on behalf of the notion of the general intellect can be formalized as follows: so, SSO, SSSO, and so forth. The object position of a dialectical work triangle starts with the result, the subject-object of a previous triangle, and so on. An example: a person likes reading books about gardening and builds up a sophisticated knowledge of how to create and maintain a good-looking garden by reading more and more books and applying this knowledge in his/her garden. The created knowledge is a use value in the sense that it helps him/her organize his/her own garden in a nice-looking manner. He meets another person who has comparable knowledge. They start exchanging ideas on gardening. In this communication process, the shared knowledge of one person forms an object that is interpreted by the other person, so that meaning, i.e. an interpretation of parts of the world, is formed. The process also works vice versa. As a result, meanings are created as use values on both sides, and each person understands something about the other. After continuous conversations and mutual learning, the two hobby gardeners decide to write a book about gardening. They develop new ideas by discussing and bring their experiences together, whereby synergies, new experiences and new gardening methods emerge. In the book, they describe these new methods that they have tried in practice in a jointly run garden. The representations of the joint experiences and of the co-created methods in the form of a book are a use value not just for the two, but for others too. Figure 11.1 The information process as work process. Work requires information processes, and information creation is itself a work process. This model allows, in contrast to Habermas' approach, a non-dualistic solution to the question of how work and information/interaction are connected. It avoids separations between nature/culture, work/interaction, base/superstructure, but rather it argues that information has its own economy. It is work that creates specific use values. These use values are individual in character only at the level of cognition. The human thinks and develops new ideas, whereas they have a direct social character at the level of communication and cooperation. But humans do not exist as monads. The objects of cognitive work stem to a large degree from society itself and from human experiences. To interpret the information creation process as work is not philosophical idealism, because idealism sees spirit as an independently existing entity that is not connected to human labor. Ideas, meanings and co-created information products are objects of labor that reflect society in complex ways. Every work process requires cognition, communication, and cooperation as tools of production. Therefore, the physical production of goods in manufacturing as well as agricultural work and mining are never separate from information processes. This aspect has been stressed in many Marxist analyses of the connection of communication and work. In these production forms, information is not a product but a means of production. Work requires information. The other way round, information is also work. There is an informational organization of the capitalist mode of production that has grown in size in the 20th century, in terms of the population active in it and share of the overall created value in the economy. It focuses on the production of informational goods and services. It is this kind of production that is the main focus in this chapter. Work requires information and communication. But at the same time, it is important to give attention to information and communication as forms of work. In concrete work, human subjects equipped with labor power apply instruments to objects in order to create products that satisfy human needs. On Facebook, labor power is predominantly informational work. Information is a threefold process of cognition, communication, and cooperation. On Facebook, users publish information about their life, which means they objectify their subjective knowledge that is grounded in their experiences in society in such a way that they create and update their user profiles. This is the stage of cognitive work on Facebook. Users also communicate with others by using the messaging function or writing comments on walls or community pages. In this process, users externalize parts of their cognitive knowledge in the symbolic exchange of messages with other users. If the interaction is reciprocal, then subjective knowledge of one user becomes objectified in the brains of at least one other user and the other way round. This objectification of subjective knowledge means that users interpret the messages of others and thereby change their thought patterns to a certain degree. Communicative work on Facebook means the mutual symbolic interchange of subjective knowledge, which results in meaning-making that is internalized. Facebook is also a community, which means that repeated communication between users results in or maintains friendships and personal relations that involve feelings of belonging together. Furthermore, it is also a space of collaboration, where users together try to strategically achieve goals such as saving money by organizing online ride-sharing, exchanging or giving away furniture or clothes, or setting up community pages that enable the joint activities of guerrilla gardeners, guerrilla knitters, and others. Online community and online collaboration are both expressions of cooperation. Humans come together online to create something new, either social relations that involve feelings of togetherness or social relations that enable the collaborative creation of novel objects in the world. These cooperation processes are enabled by Facebook, and they are grounded in human cognition and communication, from which a new quality of a social system emerges by repeated and routinized interactions that create results on a higher level of social organization. Facebook is a realm of cognitive, communicative, and cooperative activities. But why are these activities work? According to Marx, in order to speak of work, there must be an interaction of labor power with objects and instruments of work so that use values are created as products. The following table summarizes these elements in relation to the three forms of digital work and in the context of Internet usage. In cognitive digital work, humans make use of their brains, mouths, speech, ears, hands, the Internet, and platforms, such as Facebook, as instruments to organize parts of their experiences that form an object so that a transmogrified representation of these experiences is created in the online realm, e.g. in the form of a blog post, a user profile or an online video. In communicative digital work, experiences of at least two human subjects, either objectified in an online form or in human brains, form an object which is transformed with the help of symbolic interaction that is enabled by online media, human brains, mouths, speech, and ears so that new meanings about the world and new experiences are created on the side of the involved individuals and social relationships are established. New meanings and the creation or maintenance of social relations are the use values of communicative work. Cooperative digital work organizes human experiences that are given in the form of human thought, online information, or joint meanings and existing social relations with the help of online media, human brains, mouths, speech, ears and hands in such a way that new artifacts, communities, or social systems are created. A social system is a routinized social relationship involving behavior that follows certain rules and exists over a longer time period. All three forms of digital work have a common ground. Digital work is the organization of human experiences with the help of the human brain, digital media, and speech in such a way that new products are created. These products can be online information, meanings, social relations, artifacts or social systems. Digital work is grounded in what Marx termed the species being and the sensuous being of humans, which means that they are creative and productive as well as social beings with language competence. Man is a social, i.e. human, being, Marx 1844, 102, and his/her existence is social activity. Therefore what I create from myself I create for society, Ibid. Point 2. That general social knowledge has become a direct force of production means that at a certain stage of development, knowledge not only plays an indirect role for the economy in the form of educational skills provided by schools, universities, libraries, and other cultural institutions, but it has also a role in the economy in the form of information work that creates informational products. Based on a reading of Marx's fragment on machines, Italian autonomist Marxists have formulated the concept of immaterial labor. Maurizio Lazzarato introduced this term, by which he means labor that produces the informational and cultural content of the commodity, Lazzarato 1996, 133. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri have popularized this notion and define immaterial labor as labor that creates immaterial products, such as knowledge, information, communication, a relationship, or an emotional response. Hart and Negri 2005, 108. The term immaterial creates the impression that information work is detached from nature and matter, and that there are two substances in the world, matter and spirit, that result in two different types of work. Information work is, however, not detached from nature and matter, but is material itself. It is based on the activity of the human brain, which is a material system that is part of the human's materiality. If one presents the spirit as being detached from nature and matter, as post-operist accounts often do, then one leaves the realm of a materialistic analysis of society and enters the realm of spiritualism, esoterics and religion, in which spirit is an immortal substance. Are human cognition, communication, and cooperation really work? Jürgen Habermas has contested this view. He argues that Marx, Lukács, Horkheimer, and Adorno expanded the teleological concept of action and thereby relativized purposive rationality against a model of reaching understanding. Habermas 1984, 343. The strong focus on instrumental reason would not provide enough consideration of communicative rationality. Marx would therefore dialectically clamp together system and life worlds so that the intersubjectivity of workers associated in large industries is crippled under the self-movement of capital. Habermas 1987, 340. As a consequence, Habermas makes a sharp distinction between, on the one hand, purposive, instrumental, strategic action that is oriented to success, and on the other hand, communicative action that is oriented on reaching understanding. Habermas 1984, 285-286. Work is for Habermas always an instrumental, strategic, and purposive form of action. Habermas misinterprets Marx by not seeing that the latter gives attention to both the anthropological and historical side of human activity. In the concepts of the species being and the sensuous being, Marx conceives the human as a producing and communicating being. He uses in this context the notion of the species being and the sensuous being. The species being is an economically producing, i.e. working, being. It is just in the working up of the objective world, therefore, that man first really proves himself to be a species being. This production is his active species life. Through and because of this production, nature appears as his work and his reality. Marx 1844, 77. The sensuous being is among other things a speaking and communicating being, the element of thought itself. The element of thought's living expression, language, is of a sensuous nature. The social reality of nature, and human natural science, or the natural science about man, are identical terms. Marx 1844, 111. Communication is enabled by the interaction of the two human senses of speaking and hearing. But these senses can, as Marx points out, never exist in isolation, only in social relations, for the human's own sensuousness first exists as human sensuousness for himself through the other man, ibid. Language itself is the product of a community, just as it is in another respect itself the presence of the community. Marx 1857-1858b, 490. Language is practical, real consciousness that exists also for other men as well, and only therefore does it also exist for me. Language, like consciousness, only arises from the need, the necessity of intercourse with other men. Marx and Engels 1845-1846, 49. For Marx, the human being is not necessarily an instrumental being, because he stresses on the one hand the dimensions of sensuousness, speech, and communication, and on the other hand points out that work is not always and not necessarily a necessity and an instrument to achieve goals, but under communism it becomes a free activity beyond necessity and instrumentality. Habermas mistakenly claims that Marx did not take into account communication when describing humans in society but focused on work and instrumentality instead. As we have tried to show, Marx in his analysis of the human as species being and sensuous being saw both the aspects of work and information as constitutive of human existence. The Italian post-operists have foregrounded based on Marx that information has become a productive force in many contemporary economies. The analytical consequence we can draw from this discussion is that it does not make sense to separate information and work as two realms of human existence, as Habermas does in his theory. One should rather see work as a broad category constitutive of the human that includes different types of work, such as agricultural work, industrial work, and informational work. Work on Facebook is informational work that is organized with the help of digital media based on the Internet. Digital work on social media is a specific form of informational work that makes use of digital media as an instrument of work which is employed together with the human brain to organize human experiences in such a way that symbolic representations, social relations, artifacts, social systems, and communities emerge as new qualities. 1.3.2 Digital labor on social media. I have argued that a conceptual distinction between work and labor should be made and that labor is based on a fourfold alienation of the human being: the alienation from oneself, the alienation from the objects of labor, alienation from the instruments of labor, alienation from the objects of labor, and the alienation from the created products. This fourfold alienation constitutes an alienation from the whole production process that is due to the existence of class relations and results in exploitation. We will now apply this discussion to the realm of the digital and the case of Facebook. Alienation of labor power means for Marx that humans have to let capital control their productive activities for a certain share of the day in order to be able to survive. One argument that one can sometimes hear about digital labor is that Facebook users are not exploited because nobody forces them to use the platform, they rather do so voluntarily and have fun in doing so. In order to exist, humans not only have to eat, but also must enter social relations, communicate and form friendships. Isolation of an individual from communication and social networking will ultimately result in either death or an animal-like existence. Speech and the brain are at the heart of human communication power. They can only be put to use in social relations, in the connection with other humans. In an information society, digital media have for many become important means of interaction that humans employ for putting to use their communication power. Labor power is therefore partly communication power. If one wants to use a social networking site, SNS, for communicating with others, then Facebook is the most likely option because it controls a very large number of users and their profiles, which makes it very likely that individuals engage in a significant number of meaningful communications if they access Facebook. If they do not use Facebook, their lives may involve a smaller number of meaningful interactions. This is especially true for young people, who are the most active users of Facebook and who tend to organize everyday activities, such as parties, going out, small talk, entertainment, etc., with the help of social media. The coercion exercised by Facebook on users is not one that makes them die physically, as in the case of the worker, who does not find paid employment and gets no benefits. It is rather a social form of coercion that threatens the user with isolation and social disadvantages. Facebook users are not paid for their labor, they are unpaid workers. For Marx, exploitation does not necessarily presuppose a wage. Slaves or house workers are examples of unpaid workers who are exploited by slave masters and family heads. Both slaves and house workers existed in pre-capitalist modes of production that have been transformed but not abolished in capitalism. They are part of a collective worker that creates value and is in this process exploited by capital. The main instruments of labor on Facebook are the platform itself and the brains of its human users. Alienation of users' brains means that there are attempts to diffuse ideologies that present Facebook and other corporate platforms as purely positive and as not having negative impacts. These ideologies can be summarized with statements such as these: Web 2.0 is a form of democratic communication and participatory culture, Facebook is free and always will be, the world will be better if you share more, Facebook makes the world more open and connected, Facebook helps promoting understanding between people, Facebook creates an open society, Facebook revolutionizes how people spread and consume information, Facebook gives people a voice. The Arab Spring was a Facebook revolution, Facebook is a network built from the bottom up rather than one of the monolithic top-down structures that have existed to date, and so on. What the role of Facebook is in culture, everyday life, and politics is a separate question, but it is a fact that such statements typically used in marketing, public relations, and advertising leave out talking about negative impacts, commodification, and who controls ownership and profits. That these are ideologies does not mean that users are necessarily duped by them, but there are attempts to paint one-sided pictures of Facebook and other media that leave out a problematization of parts of the reality of Facebook. The overall aim is to achieve more users and make users spend ever more time on Facebook. Similar ideologies can be found also in the context of other corporate online media. Facebook's capital accumulation model is based on targeted advertisements. The content of these ads is mainly focused on promoting certain commodities. Facebook ads aim at hailing the users to buy specific commodities. Ads are ideological in the sense that they often make overdrawn claims about commodities and present the latter as the best thing that exists in the world and as something that one must possess in order to lead a good life. The goal is to make consumers buy these commodities and to shape their needs and desires in such a way that they feel that they have to possess these goods. The instrumentalization of users' brains, hands, mouths, ears, and speech, the internet and platforms for advertising constitutes a crucial part of the alienation of the instruments of labor from the users on Facebook and other corporate social media. Alienation of the instruments of labor also means in the context of Facebook that the users do not own and control the platform. After Facebook's initial public offering, its 12 executive officers and directors controlled together 61.1% of the Class B stock. Facebook Registration Statement, Form S1. For a Class B stock, there are 10 votes per share in contrast to the Facebook Class A stock, where every share means 1 vote, IBID. Other Facebook shareholders include the company's Excel Partners, DST Global Limited, Elevation Partners, Goldman Sachs, Greylock Partners, Mail.ru Group Ltd, Meritech Capital Partners, Microsoft, Reid Hoffman, T. Rowe Price Associations Incorporated, Tiger Global Management and Valiant Capital Opportunities LLC, IBID. These data shows that Facebook is owned not by its users, but rather by its directors and some companies. There is a class relationship between stock owners and users equals non-owners at the heart of Facebook. The first are Facebook's economic poor who do not control ownership and create the wealth that is controlled and owned by the stockholders. The class of Facebook users is also politically poor because they do not have the decision power to influence Facebook's rules and design, such as the content of the terms of use and the privacy policy, the privacy settings, the use of advertisements, which user data is sold for advertising purposes, the standard settings, e.g. opt-in or opt-out of targeted ads, required registration data, the placement of commercial and non-commercial content on the screen, and so on. In 2009, Facebook introduced a governance page, on which users can discuss changes. It also provides votes about these changes. Facebook says that if more than 30% of all active registered users vote, the results will be binding. 3 These votes only concern acceptance or rejection of certain policy changes, but do not cover more fundamental questions such as if advertising should be used or not or who owns Facebook. The 30% restriction clause seems to have been taken in order to minimize influence of users. Facebook also owns and controls paid employees and technologies, especially servers, that are necessary for providing, developing, and maintaining the platform as a means of production. Facebook's object of labor is human experiences. These experiences are first isolated, private, and not connected to each other. On Facebook they can be made public and socially connected with each other. They therefore can be considered basic resources and building blocks of the labor conducted by users. By signing up to Facebook, a user agrees to the privacy policy and the terms of use. These documents state that the user agrees that all his/her shared experiences can be used by Facebook for economic purposes. Thereby users give Facebook the right to use data that represent these experiences for accumulating capital. The experiences are still stored in the user's brains and not detachable from them because knowledge is a good that is not used up in consumption or when shared. But in economic terms, Facebook gains the right to use representations of these experiences that are stored on the platform for capital accumulation. This means that the users lose control of how and for what their social media activities are economically utilized. Losing this control also means that Facebook gains the right to monitor all activities of its users and to use the resulting data for economic ends. The legal statements that enable Facebook to control users' data alienate the users from the control of the experiences that they share online. They are alienated through a legally binding agreement. These statements are the privacy terms and the terms of use that, for example, grant Facebook the following rights: we use the information we receive to deliver ads and to make them more relevant to you. This includes all of the things you share and do on Facebook, such as the pages you like or keywords from your stories, and the things we infer from your use of Facebook. Facebook Data Use Policy 4. For content that is covered by intellectual property rights, like photos and videos, IP content, you specifically give us the following permission: subject to your privacy and application settings, you grant us a non-exclusive, transferable, sublicensable, royalty-free, worldwide license to use any IP content that you post on or in connection with Facebook. IP license, Facebook Statement of Rights and Responsibilities 5. Facebook's product of labor is the result of a process in which the Facebook platform and human brains as instruments are used for organizing human experiences in such a way that data representing individual and social experiences and available publicly or to a defined social group is created as use value that satisfies the user's needs of making parts of their lives visible to others, communication, and cooperation. Examples are that a user has certain ideas that form the object of labor and then publishes them on his/her Facebook profile or another user's wall, whereby they become a product of her/his online work, i.e. a use value that satisfies the social needs of a community. Another example is that a user has created an image or video that he stores on his/her hard disk. This object becomes a use value if the user uploads it to Facebook. Another user has certain ideas in his/her head. They represent his/her experiences. If he shares them on Facebook by sending a message to friends, the ideas become a use value for others. Processes such as updating profiles, uploading content and communicating with others are concrete work processes that create products that satisfy the informational, communicative, and social needs of human groups. Marx argued that in capitalism labor has at the same time an abstract and a concrete dimension. It creates value and use values. This means that the products that are created by Facebook users do not just satisfy the user's human needs but also serve Facebook's profit interests. Facebook turns personal profile data, usage behavior data on the Facebook platform, usage behavior data on other platforms, social network data and content data, images, videos, messages, postings, into data commodities. This means that the use values that Facebook users create are at the same time commodities that Facebook offers for sale on a market. Facebook usage is work, concrete labor, and labor, abstract labor. At the same time, it generates use values and economic value. Facebook usage is the connection of a work and a valorization process. Human subjectivity and human sociality is put to use for capital accumulation. All online time of a user is productive work time. It is permanently monitored and stored and packaged together with similar users' data into a data commodity that is offered for sale to advertising clients. The creation of this data commodity is based on not only all time the involved users spend on Facebook, but also the work time of those who are employed in Facebook's advertising department. Data commodities are packaged in such a form that they represent specific user groups with certain demographic characteristics and interests. They are offered to advertising clients, who by purchasing the commodity obtain as a use value the possibility to present targeted advertising messages to the defined user group. Facebook first controls the data commodity as a use value but is only interested in its exchange value, that is, the money sum it can obtain by selling it. In the sales process, Facebook exchanges use value for money and the advertising clients obtain use value by paying money. It is important to note that Facebook users create two differing use values by the same digital work, communication and public visibility as their own needs and the possibility that they are confronted with targeted ads. We can therefore speak of the double character of Facebook's use value. On the one hand, users produce use values for themselves and others, they create a social relation between users and public visibility. On the other hand, users produce use values for capital, that is, targeted advertising space for the advertising industry. For Facebook, both use values are instrumental for achieving exchange value, selling to the advertising industry what it wants, ad space, and what is produced by the users. The dual character of use value stems from the circumstance that the Facebook product/use value is informational, it can be exchanged with money and at the same time stay under the control of the users. This double character of the use value makes the Facebook product a peculiar product. It serves users' own social needs and the commercial needs of advertisers. At the same time, the commercial use value is first controlled by Facebook and enables the exchange value character and commodification of user data. Information has a peculiar character. The problem with cultural and informational goods is that, because their use value is almost limitless, they cannot be destroyed or consumed by use, it is extremely difficult to attach an exchange value to them. Garnham 1990, 38. Value on Facebook means the average time that users spend on the platform. The law of value on Facebook means that the more time a certain group spends on the platform, the more valuable the corresponding data commodity gets. A group that on average spends a lot of minutes per day on Facebook, e.g. the group of those aged 15 to 25, compared to another group, e.g. the group of those aged 75 to 85, constitutes a more valuable data commodity because, a. It has a higher average labor/online time per day that generates more data that can be sold and, b. It spends more time online, during which targeted ads are presented to this group. Mark and Drejvik, 2012, 85, argues users have little choice over whether transaction data on commercial social media is generated and little say in how it is used. In this sense we might describe the generation and use of this data as the alienated or estranged dimension of their activity. Andrzejczyk, 2013, 154, argues that in this form of estranged free labor, users do not have control over productive activity and its product. Users sacrifice a degree of control over how our activity is used when we agree to the terms of service for a particular website or online service. Ibid. 156. Aaron Fisher, 2012, 173, argues that on Facebook, less alienation understood as a greater possibility to express oneself, to control one's production process, to objectify one's essence and connect and communicate with others results in more exploitation in comparison with traditional mass media. Facebook would result in alienation because the audience is actively engaged in the production of media content. Audiencing entails deep engagement with the media, opening up the opportunity for authentic self-expression, and for communication and collaboration with others. A high level of exploitation of audience work enabled by social media is dialectically linked with a low level of alienation. Ibid. 182. For P.J. Ray, 2012, usage of corporate social media is non-alienated because the immaterial labor conducted there does not separate intellectual and physical activities and usage would be voluntary, self-motivated, and spontaneous. All three approaches agree that digital labor is exploited by capital. They differ however in the understanding of the concept of alienation. Whereas for Andrzejczyk alienation is a more structural process that has to do with the user's non-control of online surveillance processes and non-ownership of the products, profits, of surveillance. Fisher and Ray have a more subjective concept of alienation that has to do with isolation, in, voluntary action and intellectual activity. This difference can be overcome by distinguishing between objective conditions of alienation and subjective feelings of alienation. In a passage in the Grundrisse, Marx makes clear which elements of alienation there are in capitalism. The worker is alienated from a. herself/himself because labor is controlled by capital, b. the material of labor, c. the object of labor, and d. the product of labor. The material on which it labor works is alien material, the instrument is likewise an alien instrument, its labor appears as a mere accessory to their substance and hence objectifies itself in things not belonging to it. Indeed, living labor itself appears as alien vis-a-vis living labor capacity, whose labor it is, whose own life's expression it is, for it has been surrendered to capital in exchange for objectified labor, for the product of labor itself. Labor capacity's own labor is as alien to it and it really is, as regards its direction etc. as our material and instrument. Which is why the product then appears to it as a combination of alien material, alien instrument, and alien labor as alien property. Marx 1857-1858b, 462. These four elements of alienation can be related to the labor process that consists in a Hegelian sense of a subject, an object and a subject-object. Alienation is alienation of the subject from itself, labor power is put to use for and is controlled by capital, alienation from the object, the objects of labor and the instruments of labor, and alienation from the subject-object, the products of labor. On social media, users are objectively alienated because in relation to subjectivity they, a. are coerced by isolation and social disadvantage if they leave monopoly capital platforms, such as Facebook, in relation to the objects of labor, b. their human experiences come under the control of capital, in relation to the instruments of labor, c. the platforms are owned not by users but by private companies that also commodify user data, and in relation to the product of labor, d. monetary profit is individually controlled by the platform's owners. These four forms of alienation constitute together capital's exploitation of digital labor on social media. Alienation of digital labor concerns labor power, the object and instruments of labor and the created products. Figure 11.2 summarizes this manifold alienation process in the case of Facebook. Congolese miners, Foxconn workers, Indian and Californian software engineers, call center workers and social media prosumers are all alienated in the sense that they do not own the profits and products they produce. In the case of social media users, the situation is, however, somehow different. They create two different use values by the same digital work, communication and public visibility, and the possibility that they are confronted with targeted ads. We can therefore speak of the double character of use values on corporate social media. On the one hand, users produce use values for themselves and others, they create a social relation between users and public visibility. On the other hand, users produce use values for capital, that is, targeted advertising space for the advertising industry. The dual character of the use value makes the Facebook product peculiar, it serves users' own social needs and the commercial needs of advertisers. At the same time, the commercial use value is first controlled by corporate platforms and enables the exchange value character and commodification of user data. There is also a specific form of coercion that takes on a social form. Leaving a corporate platform is not so easy if one has many contacts there because one is facing the threat of fewer contacts and communicative impoverishment. Marx argued that commodities have an ideological character that he termed the fetish character of the commodity. The mysterious character of the commodity form consists therefore simply in the fact that the commodity reflects the societal characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. Hence it also reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. Marx 1867 c. 164-165. This means that the social relations that form a commodity are not visible in the commodity itself as it presents itself to the consumer. In the world of digital labor on social media, the fetish character of the commodity takes on an inverted form. We can speak of an inverse fetish character of the social media commodity. The commodity character of Facebook data is hidden behind the social use value of Facebook, i.e. the social relations and functions enabled by platform use. The inverse fetish of Facebook is typically expressed in statements like Facebook does not exploit me because I benefit from it by connecting to other users. The object status of users, that is, the fact that they serve the profit interests of Facebook, is hidden behind the social networking enabled by Facebook. The impression that Facebook only benefits users socially is one-sided because it forgets that this social benefit, the social relations and the obtained visibility, are at the heart of the commercial and corporate side of Facebook, its exchange value and commodity dimension. Exchange value gets hidden in use value. The object side of Facebook hides itself in social relations. The object side of Facebook is grounded in social relations between Facebook, ad clients, and users, the exchange relation between Facebook and advertisers on the one hand, and coupled to it the advertising relation between advertisers and users. Both relations are necessary for creating profit for both Facebook and the advertisers. These commercial relations do not immediately present themselves to the users, who mainly see the relationships between themselves and other users. The commercial relations that constitute the commodity side of Facebook are hidden behind the social relations between users. Facebook takes advantage of its inverse fetish character by presenting itself as an organization that is about sharing and social relations and not about profit. The discussion shows that there is a class relation between Facebook and its users that constitutes a process of economic exploitation. Facebook is rich in data about its users. It is one of the largest data controllers in the world. It is also rich in the sense that it generates profit from selling these data as commodities. The users appear to primarily benefit from Facebook usage, to become richer in social relations by this use. But their poverty is hidden behind the appearance of social wealth. They are the online poor because they lack the freedom to enter online relations that are not controlled by capital. The poverty of digital labor power. Almost the entire internet is controlled by companies. They lack the ownership and control of corporate online platforms. Poverty in relation to the instruments of labor. They lack control over expressing their experiences online independently from capital. Poverty in relation to the objects of labor, and finally they lack the ownership of the data commodities they create and the monetary profit that is thereby generated. Poverty in relation to the products of labor. This manifold poverty of the digital working class is at the same time the source of wealth. They are the producers of online wealth that is appropriated by capital. The online time they spend on platforms is productive work and labor time that is valorized and produces money capital that is created but not owned by the users. The class of the few, the owners of Facebook, benefits at the expense of the class of the many, the users of Facebook. The fact that users are the source of online wealth enables them in principle to overcome their own poverty by becoming the collective master of their collective wealth. But there is also a subjective dimension of alienation on Facebook. In his book The Long Revolution, Raymond Williams, 1961-64, defined the notion of the structure of feeling as a particular sense of life, a particular community of experience, through which a way of life obtains a particular and characteristic color. It is the culture of a period, ibid, and communication depends on it, 65. It is the way a generation responds in its own ways to the unique world it is inheriting, ibid. It gets expressed, for example, in the documentary culture, such as poems, buildings, and dress fashions. The structure of feeling is an expression of the experience of how it is to live in a certain time under certain societal conditions. Given that each modern time has its own class structures and social conflicts, each period must have its own conflicting structures of feelings. It may therefore be better to speak not of a structure of feeling in the singular but of antagonistic structures of feeling in the plural. Williams, 1961, 307, also says that the experience of isolation, of alienation, and of self-exile is an important part of the contemporary structure of feeling. He here hints at the circumstance that feelings of alienation can be part of the structure of feelings of a particular class. What structure of feelings do users of Facebook display? The structure of feeling of a social media platform is formed by the user's typical pattern of values, sense of usage and affects. Their dominant structure of feeling is likely to be different from the ones of platform owners because they experience the platform in a different social role. Structures of feeling of the users can also be internally contradictory and contested, and the dominant user structure of feeling can change over time. So Facebook and other corporate social media are likely to have conflicting structures of feeling. The empirical question if corporate social media use is experienced as unalienated, although it is objectively alienated in the fourfold sense pointed out earlier, is a question about corporate social media users' structure of feelings. We can distinguish between the objective conditions of alienation and users' structures of feelings on social media. They are dialectically mediated with each other. The objective conditions of social media, such as the market conditions, e.g. monopoly, ownership structures, data processing, the terms of use and privacy policy, the form of the use of advertising, etc., condition certain user experiences and structures of feelings. The dominant structure of feelings of the users in return can influence the objective conditions of platforms. If users massively protest against perceived privacy violations, leave a platform and join another one, then their objective conditions of usage change from one context, e.g. Facebook, to another one, e.g. diaspora *. This distinction allows one to grasp both subjective and objective dimensions of social media alienation and their interconnection. Facebook labor creates commodities and profits. It is therefore productive work. It is, however, unpaid work and in this respect shares characteristics of other irregular workforces, especially house workers and slaves, who are also unpaid. At the same time, Facebook users are facing quite different working conditions in the respect that house workers' activities are predominantly involving care work, sexual work, and exhausting physical work, and that slaves are the private property of slave masters, by whom they can be killed if they refuse work. What these work types share is the characteristic that the workers are all unpaid, and as unpaid workers create more surplus value and profit than in a situation in which their labor would be conducted by regular labor that is paid. 100% of their labor time is surplus labor time, which allows capitalists to generate extra surplus value and extra profits. Antonio Negri uses the term social worker for arguing that there is a broadening of the proletariat, a new working class that is now extended throughout the entire span of production and reproduction. Negri 1982/1988, 209. He here takes up Marx's idea of the collective worker that forms an aggregated and combined workforce, is heterogeneous and forms a whole of singularities that is necessary for creating profit. Negri, 1971/1988, first developed this concept in a reading of Marx's fragment on machines in the Grundrisse. He argued that the main contradiction of capitalism is that money is the specific measure of value, while labor with the development of the productive forces acquires an increasingly social character and so questions value. The socialization of labor would have resulted in the emergence of a massified and socialized working class, Ibid. 104. The notion of the socialized working class was later developed into the concept of the social worker, Negri 1982/1988, which emerged by a reorganization of capitalism that dissolved the mass worker that had been characterized by Taylorism, Fordism, Keynesianism, and the planner state, Ibid. 205. The social worker signifies a growing awareness of the interconnection between productive labor and the labor of reproduction, Ibid. 209, the emergence of diffuse labor, equals outsourced labor, 214, and mobile labor, equals labor flexibility, 218. The advantage of the concept of the social worker, which is a reformulation of Marx's notion of the collective worker in the context of informational and post-Fordist capitalism, is that it allows us to consider also irregular and unpaid workers, house workers, slaves, precarious workers, migrant workers, education workers, public service workers, the unemployed, etc., as productive laborers. Fuchs 2010b. Negri, however, goes so far as to say that labor time as a consequence of this tendency becomes increasingly irrelevant in the context of a full socialization of the productive machine, Negri 1971/1988, 100. This is just another formulation for saying that the law of value ceases to exist. It is in the process of extinction, Ibid, 148. As a consequence, Negri assumes that communism is near. Communism is the present-day tendency, an active force operating in the here and now, Ibid, 112. The law of value operates as long as capitalism exists. It does not stop operating because of the emergence of social or knowledge work, and has in fact not stopped operating in all the years that have passed since Negri first formulated this idea. The labor time of a specific part of the social worker can perfectly be measured. It is the average number of hours of unpaid work performed by a specific group or overall in a society. That the socialization of work increases because of the rise of productivity means that the time needed for producing certain goods has historically decreased. High productivity is a precondition of communism, but it is not communism itself and does not automatically lead to communism. There are communist potentials within capitalism, however, communism can only be established by struggles. Notwithstanding these limits of Negri's approach, the logical consequence of the concept of the social or collective worker is that one is exploited and productive if one is part of the collective worker that produces commodities. Digital labor on Facebook and other corporate digital media is enabled by and connected to an entire value chain and global sphere of exploitation that constitutes the ICT industry. The reality of ICT today is enabled by the existence of a plenitude of exploited labor, the slave labor of people of color in Africa who extract minerals, out of which ICT hardware is produced, the highly exploited labor of industrial workers in China and other countries who assemble hardware tools, the labor of low-paid software engineers and knowledge workers in developing countries, the activities of a labor aristocracy of highly paid and highly stressed engineers in Western software companies, the labor of precarious service workers in the knowledge industry that process data, e.g. call center workers, and the digital labor of unpaid users. All of these varied forms of exploited labor depend on each other and are needed for creating profits in the ICT industry. Knowledge workers of the world are therefore connected by the circumstance that they are all exploited by capital. They form a combined labor force, the social ICT and knowledge worker that forms a knowledge proletariat. The question that therefore arises is if the social knowledge proletariat of the world will organize itself politically and become a class for itself that struggles against capitalism. In the digital labor debate, on the one hand some scholars have stressed that social media enable participatory culture, Jenkins 2008, or enable a making and doing culture, Gauntlet 2011, and everyday creativity, Ibid, 221. The stress is on participatory culture and new forms of sharing, connecting, making and creativity, Bruns 2008, Gauntlet 2011, Jenkins 2008, Shirkey 2008, 2011. On the other hand, there are authors who stress that Facebook and other commercial online media whose profits are based on targeted advertising are grounded in the exploitation of users' labor and the commodification of personal data, e.g. Andrzejczyk 2011, 2012, Fuchs 2010b. In this context, Marxist labor theories of value that were applied to commercial mass media have been employed and updated, namely Dallas Smythe's, 1977a, 1981, Concept of Audience Work/Audience Commodity, Fuchs 2010b, and S.U.T. Hawley and Bill Livens, 1986/2006, Notion of the Work of Watching, Andrzejczyk 2009. There are scholars who have pointed out that claims about social media and participatory culture are ideological and overdrawn and celebrate capitalism, and that the reality of social media is a new form of exploitation and alienation, Andrzejczyk 2012, Curran, Fenton, and Friedman 2012, Fuchs 2010b, 2013, Van Dijk 2013. This debate can be interpreted with the help of Marx's analysis of the dual character of labor as concrete work that produces use values and abstract labor that generates value. Marx, 1867 c. 131, has argued that a commodity is an object with a dual character, possessing both use value and exchange value. It satisfies human needs and is exchanged against money. The satisfaction of human needs has thereby become dependent on the commodity and money form. Given that the commodity has a dual character, the work that creates the commodity also has a dual character. It generates both use values, work, and value, labor. Use value generation is an anthropological feature of economic production, whereas value and exchange value are historical features. Marx theorized both the essential and the historical features of society by pointing out the dialectical character of capitalism, labor, and commodities. Given that social media result in the accumulation of capital, they are connected to the commodity form, and therefore the dual character of the commodity and the work process also must apply to these type of media. The dual character of commodities and work is often overlooked if claims are made that social media are either new forms of creativity, sociality and participation, or new forms of exploitation. The first claim focuses on the use value form, the second on the exchange value form of social media. But commodities have both a use value and exchange value form and are crystallizations of concrete labor, work, and abstract labor. So the two claims about social media are inherently intertwined, and dialectical thinking allows us to understand this connection. For Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and corporate blog platforms to exist, users need to be quite active, social, creative, and networked. The online work they perform on social media is informational work, affective work, cognitive work, communicative work, community work, and collaborative work. This work creates profiles, content, transaction data and social relations. The use value of social media is that they allow users to inform themselves, share, communicate and collaborate, as well as build and maintain communities. Social media's use value are its informational features. They are tools for cognition, communication, and cooperation. But this use value is subsumed under the exchange value of social media that requires and is grounded in concrete work processes. The activities, social relations, and creative expressions that create the use value of social media also form economic value and thereby create data commodities that are sold to targeted advertisers, achieve a market price, and help social media corporations to achieve profits. Users' creativity, sharing, and activity connecting is generating use value and exchange value. It is concrete work and abstract labor. The use value of social media is subsumed under exchange value, but at the same time represents a socialization of labor that points to and has the potential to go beyond the commodity form. It is one of the germs of a use value economy. Capitalism connects labor and play in a destructive dialectic. Traditionally, play in the form of enjoyment, sex, and entertainment was in capitalism only part of spare time, which was unproductive and separate from labor. Sigmund Freud, 1961, argued that the structure of drives is characterized by a dialectic of eros, drive for life, sexuality, lust, and then ethos, drive for death, destruction, aggression. Humans would strive for the permanent realization of eros, pleasure principle, but culture would only become possible by a temporal negation and suspension of eros and the transformation of erotic energy into culture and labor. Labor would be a productive form of desexualization, the repression of sexual drives. Freud speaks in this context of the reality principle or sublimation. The reality principle sublates the pleasure principle, human culture sublates human nature and becomes man's second nature. Marcuse, 1955, connected Freud's theory of drives to Marx's theory of capitalism. He argued that alienated labor, domination, and capital accumulation have turned the reality principle into a repressive reality principle, the performance principle. Alienated labor constitutes a surplus repression of eros. The repression of the pleasure principle takes on a quantity that exceeds the culturally necessary suppression. Marcuse connected Marx's notions of necessary labor and surplus labor/value to the Freudian drive structure of humans and argued that necessary labor on the level of drives corresponds to necessary suppression and surplus labor to surplus repression. This means that in order to exist, a society needs a certain amount of necessary labor, measured in hours of work, and hence a certain corresponding amount of suppression of the pleasure principle, also measured in hours. The exploitation of surplus value, labor that is performed for free and generates profit, would mean not only that workers are forced to work for free for capital to a certain extent, but also that the pleasure principle must be additionally suppressed. Behind the reality principle lies the fundamental fact of Anang or scarcity, Lebensnot, which means that the struggle for existence takes place in a world too poor for the satisfaction of human needs without constant restraint, renunciation, delay. In other words, whatever satisfaction is possible necessitates work, more or less painful arrangements and undertakings for the procurement of the means for satisfying needs. For the duration of work, which occupies practically the entire existence of the mature individual, pleasure is suspended and pain prevails. Marcuse 1955, 35. In societies that are based on the principle of domination, the reality principle takes on the form of the performance principle. Domination is exercised by a particular group or individual in order to sustain and enhance itself in a privileged situation. Ibid. 36. The performance principle is connected to surplus repression, a term that describes the restrictions necessitated by social domination. Ibid. 35. Domination introduces additional controls over and above those indispensable for civilized human association. Ibid. 37. Marcuse, 1955, argues that the performance principle means then ethos governs humans and society and alienation unleashes aggressive drives within humans, repressive desublimation, that result in an overall violent and aggressive society. As a result of the high productivity reached in late modern society, a historical alternative would be possible, the elimination of the repressive reality principle, the reduction of necessary working time to a minimum and the maximization of free time, an eroticization of society and the body, the shaping of society and humans by eros, and the emergence of libidinous social relations. Such a development would be a historical possibility but one incompatible with capitalism and patriarchy. Luke Boltanski and Eve Chiapello, 2007, argue that the rise of participatory management means the emergence of a new spirit of capitalism that subsumes the anti-authoritarian values of the political revolt of 1968 and the subsequently emerging new left such as autonomy, spontaneity, mobility, creativity, networking, visions, openness, plurality, informality, authenticity, emancipation, and so on under capital. The topics of the movement would now be put into the service of those forces that it wanted to destroy. The outcome would have been the construction of the new, so-called network capitalism, Ibid. 429, so that artistic critique which calls for authenticity, creativity, freedom, and autonomy in contrast to social critique, which calls for equality and overcoming class, 37-38, today indirectly serves capitalism and is one of the instruments of its ability to endure. 490. Play labor is a new ideology of capitalism. Objectively alienated labor is presented as creativity, freedom, and autonomy that is fun for workers. That workers should have fun and love their objective alienation has become a new ideological strategy of capital and management theory. Facebook labor is an expression of play labor ideology as an element of the new spirit of capitalism. Gilles Deleuze, 1995, has pointed out that in contemporary capitalism, disciplines are transformed in such a way that humans increasingly discipline themselves without direct external violence. He terms this situation the society of self-control. It can, for example, be observed in the strategies of participatory management. This method promotes the use of incentives and the integration of play into labor. It argues that work should be fun and workers should permanently develop new ideas, realize their creativity, enjoy free time within the factory and so on. the boundaries between work time and spare time, labor and play, become fuzzy. Work tends to acquire qualities of play, and entertainment in spare time tends to become labor-like. Working time and spare time become inseparable. The factory extends its boundaries into society and becomes what Mario Tronti, 1962, has termed a social factory. The more capitalist development proceeds, i.e. the more the production of relative surplus value asserts and extends itself, the more the cycle production distribution exchange consumption closes itself inevitably. The societal relation between capitalist production and bourgeois society, between factory and society, between society and the state become more and more organic. At the highest level of capitalist development, the societal relation becomes a moment of the relations of production, and the whole of society becomes cause and expression of production, i.e. the whole society lives as a function of the factory, and the factory extends its exclusive domination to the whole of society. When the factory raises itself to the master of the whole of society, the entire societal production becomes industrial production. Then the specific characteristics of the factory get lost inside of the general characteristics of society. Ibid. 30-31, translation from German. At the same time as work time and spare time get blurred in the social factory, work-related stress intensifies and property relations remain unchanged. The exploitation of Internet users by Facebook, and other Internet companies, is an aspect of this transformation. It signifies that private Internet usage, which is motivated by play, entertainment, fun, and joy aspects of eros, has become subsumed under capital and has become a sphere of the exploitation of labor. It produces surplus value for capital and is exploited by the latter so that Internet corporations accumulate profit. Play and labor are today indistinguishable. Eros has become fully subsumed under the repressive reality principle. Play is largely commodified. There is no longer free time or spaces that are not exploited by capital. Play is today productive, surplus value generating labor that is exploited by capital. All human activities, and therefore also all play, tends under the contemporary conditions to become subsumed under and exploited by capital. Play as an expression of eros is thereby destroyed, human freedom and human capacities crippled. On Facebook, play and labor converge into play labor that is exploited for capital accumulation. Facebook therefore stands for the total commodification and exploitation of time. All human time tends to become surplus value generating time that is exploited by capital. Table 11.3 summarizes the application of Marcuse's theory of play, labor, and pleasure to Facebook and social media. Work stands in a dialectical relation with play. In play, humans have the freedom to do with the objects of play whatever one wants to do. In a single toss of a ball, the player achieves an infinitely greater triumph of human freedom over the objective world than in the most massive accomplishment of technical labor. Marcuse 1933, 128. Play has no duration or permanence. It happens essentially in intervals, between the times of other doings that continually dominate human Dasein. Ibid. In societies where work is toil, play would be dialectically related to work in such a way that it is an escape from it. Play is self-distraction, self-relaxation, self-recuperation for the purpose of a new concentration, tension, etc. Thus play is in its totality necessarily related to an other from which it comes and at which it is aimed, and this other is already preconceived as labor through the characteristics of regimentation, tension, toil, etc. Ibid. Work is a durable and permanent process that produces objects in the world that satisfy human needs. Play in contrast takes place unregularly and does not involve the necessity to create use values that satisfy human needs. Play has the freedom to do with objects whatever one likes to. This can involve creating new objects, but also destroying existing objects or engaging in unproductive activity that is pure individual joy and does not create anything new. This means that in playing with a ball one can develop a new form of game, destroy the ball or just toss it around for fun. In play labor, playbor, the relationship between play and labor has changed, whereas labor is permanent and play irregular. Facebook Playboard does not take place at specific times either during free time or work time, rather it can take place any time during wage labor time, at home or on the move, via mobile devices. Play labor is irregular in the sense that it takes place at irregular times and intervals, but it is permanent because users tend to return and update their profiles and repeat their activities. Whereas labor creates new objects that have a permanency in the world and satisfy human needs, and play has the freedom to do with an object whatever one pleases, the Facebook user has the freedom to design his/her profile however he wants to, but given strict limits by Facebook such as the available input fields, what kind of images, videos, and comments are allowed to be uploaded, but every browsing behavior and activity on Facebook is made permanent by being in the form of data that are stored, processed, analyzed, and commodified for the purpose of targeted advertising. Whereas play is relaxation and distraction from the unfreedom and hardships of labor and at the same time recreation of labor power, Playboard explodes the relative temporal and spatial separateness of play and labor. Facebook usage is relaxation, joy, and fun, and at the same time, like labor, it creates economic value that results or can result in monetary profits. It is recreation that generates value, consumption that is productive, play that is labor. Play is a free activity without duration and permanence, labor is an unfree activity with duration and permanence. Play labor has the semblance of freedom but is unfree in that it creates wealth and profits that are controlled by others, it is regular in its irregularity, creating permanence of data storage and usage in its impermanence of usage, irregular times, no need to create something new or useful, etc. It is fun and joy that is not like play mainly an end in itself or like laboring an end for others. It is rather as fun an end in itself, as social activity an end for others, and as value-creating activity an end for capital, that is, a particularistic end for others that monetarily benefits private property owners at the expense of play workers. The question if users see digital labor on social media as a form of exploitation or a fair exchange of access to platforms for real-time monitoring and commodification of user data is mainly an empirical question that needs to be studied with the help of social science methods. We need not only digital labor theory, digital labor ethics and digital labor politics, but also critical empirical digital labor research. There are examples that indicate that users politically question the commodification of social media and the exploitation of digital labor. Couchsurfing.org is a community of travelers who use this platform for finding places to stay overnight and to offer a couch or a room to travelers who come to their home cities. It is a community that is based on the ideas of mutual aid in traveling and making traveling affordable. Founded in 2003 as a non-profit organization, Couchsurfing connects travelers and locals who meet offline to share cultures, hospitality, and adventures whether on the road or in their hometowns. Our mission is simple: create inspiring experiences. We envision a world where everyone can explore and create meaningful connections with the people and places they encounter. Building meaningful connections across cultures enables us to respond to differences with curiosity, appreciation, and respect. The appreciation of diversity spreads tolerance and creates a global community. 6 Couchsurfing's character as non-profit organization fitted the overall spirit of the Couchsurfing community as mutual aid community quite well. In 2011, Couchsurfing was incorporated. Founder Casey Fenton explained that the economic crisis made survival difficult and that being non-profit is not Couchsurfing's core value. The non-profit structure can really limit our ability to innovate. Being a non-profit isn't Couchsurfing's core identity. Our identity is our vision and mission. We get people together. 7 In 2011, Couchsurfing raised $7.6 million in venture capital investments that was provided by Omidyar Ventures and VC Benchmark Capital. 8 Couchsurfing became a so-called B Corporation, which is a corporation that is for profit and has its social responsibility certified. The company's accountability, environmental and consumer friendliness, employees' working conditions and community character are assessed in order to Calculate an overall B score that is regularly published. 9. This score ignores the overall question if capital accumulation can ever be responsible or rather necessarily results in inequalities. The couchsurfing community has been rather critical of the commodification of its platform. It started, for example, an Avaz petition that called for returning the platform's control and ownership to the users. We, the community of couchsurfing, are the ones who built everything from scratch in voluntary work. As this community was giving such a high social reward to all its users, and as we won't just watch how this all is destroyed by the profit-seeking shareholders, we decided to fight for the future of our community and will do our best to put it back to the track of the user-based community it has been for a long time. 10. The petition expresses users' concerns that their voluntary digital work is turned into digital labor which is exploited and generates profit owned by private stockholders. They feel betrayed and exploited. Their use value generating work was turned into exchange value generating labor without their consent, and there is the implication that profits are generated that are owned by private investors but generated by the user's labor. Another example of the commodification of a social media platform is the Huffington Post. Arianna Huffington founded it in 2005 as a political blog that developed into the most successful internet newspaper/news blog. On January 18, 2013, it was the world's 83rd most accessed website, Alexa.com. In February 2011, AOL bought the Huffington Post for $315 million and it became an advertising-financed platform. A number of writers had contributed texts voluntarily and without payment. Given the commodification and incorporation of the Huffington Post, many of them felt not only betrayed but also exploited. The writer Jonathan Tasini as a consequence filed a $105 million class action suit against the Huffington Post that argued that the platform engaged in unjust enrichment. He said, "In my view, the Huffington Post's bloggers have essentially been turned into modern-day slaves on Arianna Huffington's plantation. She wants to pocket the tens of millions of dollars she reaped from the hard work of those bloggers. This all could have been avoided had Arianna Huffington not acted like the Walmarts, the Waltons, Lloyd Blankfein, which is basically to say, go screw yourselves, this is my money." Forbes 2011. Arianna Huffington responded that bloggers contribute for fun and creativity, not for the purpose of money, and that they obtain other indirect forms of payment. People blog on HuffPost for free for the same reason they go on cable TV shows every night for free, either because they are passionate about their ideas or because they have something to promote and want exposure to large and multiple audiences. Our bloggers are repeatedly invited on TV to discuss their posts and have received everything from paid speech opportunities and book deals to a TV show, Los Angeles Times 2011. These two arguments are often voiced in the context of discussions on digital labor. The first one basically says that users are only interested in the use value they get out of social media. It ignores the exchange value side and that the same activities that create use value on social media for users also create value and exchange value from which private company owners rather than the users benefit in a monetary way. The second argument says that there are indirect or non-monetary payments for the users of corporate social media. One common argument in this context is that they are paid in kind with platform access. This argument misperceives the central role of money and monetary profits in capitalism. Money is the only commodity that can be exchanged for all other forms of commodities. In capitalism, one cannot buy food with platform access, only with money. Arianna Huffington's form of the argument is that bloggers get publicity in return for their activities. This logic decenters attention from the ownership structures of the Huffington Post and the circumstance that the blogger's content has become part of a for-profit company, accumulating capital in connection with these contents and leaving bloggers unremunerated. Couchsurfing and the Huffington Post are two examples of how the voluntary work of social network users and bloggers is turned from digital work into digital labor that creates value and profit for corporations. In the case of Google, Facebook, and YouTube, the for-profit purpose was there from the beginning, which means that the exploitation of digital labor was on the agenda right from the beginning. In the case of Twitter, there was from the beginning a for-profit purpose, but it took several years until advertising and with it the exploitation of digital labor was introduced. Digital labor is a housewifized form of labor. Housewifization, Mies, Ben Hold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, Mies 1986, means that work or labor is transformed in a way that resembles the working conditions housewives traditionally have had to face. Housewifized labor bears the characteristics of housework, namely, labor not protected by trade unions or labor laws, that is available at any time, for any price, that is not recognized as labor but as an activity, as in the income-generating activities, meaning isolated and unorganized and so on, Mies, Ben Hold Thompson and Werlhoff 1988, 10. Housewifized labor is characterized by no job permanency, the lowest wages, longest working hours, most monotonous work, no trade unions, no opportunity to obtain higher qualifications, no promotion, no rights, and no social security, Ibid. 169. Digital labor on social media resembles housework because it has no wages, is mainly conducted during spare time, has no trade union representation and is difficult to perceive as being labor. Like housework, it involves the externalization, or exterritorialization of costs which otherwise would have to be covered by the capitalists, Mies 1986, 110. The term crowdsourcing expresses exactly this outsourcing process that helps capital to save labor costs. Like housework, digital labor is a source of unchecked, unlimited exploitation, Ibid. 16. In slave work, there are no wages and the exploitation is unlimited in the sense that the entire working day is unpaid. Necessary labor time is minimized, surplus value generating labor time is maximized. Digital labor has in common with classical slavery that the work is unpaid and highly exploited. There are however important differences concerning the mode of coercion. Neither the digital workers nor the classical slaves' labor is a commodity, they both do not sell their labor power as a commodity on the labor market. A crucial difference is the mode of coercion, the slave is the slave owner's private property, whereas the digital worker is not a private property. Therefore, more like a housewife, the digital worker is creating value in conditions that are detached from property relations, whereas the slave is a form of private property himself/herself. In both the slaves and the digital workers' labor, play and labor converge for both. All playtime is work time. The difference is that slave work tends to be hard manual work that is physically exhausting and does not feel like play, whereas digital labor is information work that feels almost exclusively or to a large degree like play. Slaves are violently coerced with hands, whips, bullets. They are tortured, beaten, or killed if they refuse to work. The violence exercised against them is primarily physical in nature. House workers are also partly physically coerced in cases of domestic violence. In addition, they are coerced by feelings of love, commitment, and responsibility that make them work for the family. The main coercion in patriarchal housework is conducted by affective feelings. In the case of the digital worker, coercion is mainly social in nature. Large platforms like Facebook have successfully monopolized the supply of certain services, such as online social networking, and have more than 1 billion users, which allows them to exercise a soft and almost invisible form of coercion, in which users are chained to commercial platforms because all of their friends and important contacts are there and they do not want to lose these contacts and therefore cannot simply leave these platforms. Non-commercial alternatives exist but have problems attracting users because of the monopoly status of commercial players and the lack of budget for public relations. Capitalism is connected to a patriarchal ideology, in which, as Leopoldina Fortunati, 1995, argues, production both is and appears as the creation of value, while reproduction is the creation of value but appears otherwise. The dual character of labor contains not only a division between use value and exchange value, but also one between production and reproduction as well as productive and unproductive labor. Patriarchal ideologies present wage labor as productive, housework as unproductive. It is the positioning of reproduction as non-value that enables both production and reproduction to function as the production of value, ibid. 9. The subjective conditions of reproduction work are posited as separate from those of production work, ibid. 12. There are certain parallels between housework and user labor on corporate social media, both are unpaid forms of value-generating labor. And both are the subject of ideologies that present these forms of labor as unproductive to hide the exploitation of house workers and users, which allows maximizing capitalists' profits. The patriarchal ideological denial of the productivity of housework that Fortunati Analyses finds a parallel in the ideological denial of the productivity of user labor on corporate internet platforms that live by user-generated content and its commodification. What makes user labor difficult to perceive as labor that is exploited is the circumstance that it often feels like fun and is conducted in one's spare time. Just like in housework, the boundary between working time and spare time is blurred in user labor. Playtime and spare time are working time. An example of the ideological separation of user labor and exploitation is the verdict in the class action lawsuit Jonathan Ticini v. AOL/The Huffington Post. Ticini, a blogger, sued the Huffington Post after AOL had bought it for $315 million and had transformed it into a commercial platform, arguing that the commodification of Huffington Post resulted in the exploitation of the unpaid labor of bloggers who contributed to the Post and in unfair enrichment. In the verdict, the judge dismissed the claim, arguing that under New York law, a plaintiff must plead some expectation of compensation that was denied in order to recover under a theory of unjust enrichment. The complaint fails to do so and the claim for unjust enrichment must therefore be dismissed. No one forced the plaintiffs to give their work to the Huffington Post for publication and the plaintiffs candidly admit that they did not expect compensation. United States District Court Southern District of New York 2012, 12-13. The argument of the judge is that if a worker does not expect payment, e.g. because the work is part of family or friendship relations or is conducted because the worker believes in the public usefulness of the project, there can be no exploitation. The verdict subjectivizes exploitation and does not see that in both, a. housework and, b. unpaid user work for corporate social media, companies benefit materially by accumulating capital that is enabled by, a. housework that reproduces labor power and, b. user work that creates a data commodity. The judge furthermore argues that if somebody submits voluntarily to exploitation, it is not exploitation. Assume a slave has to choose if he goes free or stays enslaved and he for some reasons chooses slavery. Although his/her choice may be hard to understand, he would still continue to be exploited. It does not matter for the givenness of exploitation for which reasons house workers and users choose to be in these roles, if it is voluntary labor or not and if they expect compensation for it or not. The circumstance that capital benefits from these forms of labor is an indication for the existence of the exploitation. There are objective criteria of exploitation. Patriarchal and capitalist ideologies try to subjectivize exploitation in order to deny that it takes place. 1.3.3 Digital labor and the law of value on social media. Certain scholars argue that the rise of a knowledge society or cognitive capitalism as well as of social media has resulted in an outdatedness and non-applicability of the labor theory of value to contemporary capitalism. Verno, 2004, 100, says that the law of value is shattered and refuted by capitalist development itself. Hart and Negri, 2005, 145, argue that the temporal unity of labor as the basic measure of value today makes no sense. Versellion, 2010, 90, writes that cognitive capitalism has resulted in the crisis of the law of value and a crisis of measurement that destabilizes the very sense of the fundamental categories of the political economy, labor, capital, and obviously, value. The rise of knowledge in production, what Marx, 1857-1858b, termed the general intellect, would result in the circumstance that labor, particularly knowledge labor, can no longer be measured on the basis of labor time directly dedicated to production, Vercellone 2007, 30. Abstract labor, measured in a unit of time, would no longer be the tool allowing for the control over the labor and simultaneously favoring the growth of social productivity. Vercellone 2010, 90. Creativity and knowledge would today form the main source of value. Ibid. 105. The assumption of many autonomist Marxists that the law of value no longer applies today is not feasible because this law is a foundation of the existence of capitalism and because the assumption is based on a false interpretation of a passage from Marx's Grundrisse, ceg Vercellone 2007, 29-30, in which Marx says that labor time ceases and must cease to be the measure of wealth. Marx 1857/1858b, 705. The misinterpretation is precisely that Marx here describes a transformation within capitalism. Instead, Marx in the same passage makes clear that he talks about a situation in which the mass of workers has appropriated their own surplus labor. Ibid. 708. As long as capitalism exists, value is set as the standard of production, although the value of commodities tends to historically diminish, which advances capitalism's crisis-proneness. Harry Cleaver has pointed out that the Marx passage is based on a framework that results from the circumstance that class struggle explodes the system and founds a new one. Cleaver 2000, 92. In the specific passage in the Grundrisse, Marx says, once they have done so and disposable time thereby ceases to have an antithetical existence, then, on one side, necessary labor time will be measured by the needs of the social individual, and, on the other, the development of the power of social production will grow so rapidly that, even though production is now calculated for the wealth of all, disposable time will grow for all. Marx 1857/1858, 708. Marx talks about a society in which production based on exchange value breaks down. Ibid. 705, a communist society. Adam Arvidsson, 2011, shares with circulation fetishistic approaches like the one of Heinrich the assumption that the labor theory of value only holds if labor has a price. Ibid. 265. He wants to point out with this assumption that users of Facebook and other corporate social media are not exploited because they do not receive a wage. For a detailed criticism of Arvidsson's approach, see Fuchs 2012e. The question that arises in this context is whether slaves, who do not receive wages, are not exploited. As this assumption is difficult to make, it becomes clear that Arvidsson's approach has quite problematic implications. On corporate social media, the time spent online viewing or interacting with a particular site is not the critical parameter for defining or measuring value in the online advertising environment, rather effective engagements and user effect, e.g. measured by social buttons, sentiment analysis, network analysis, would be the source of value. Arvidsson and Kaliani 2012, 144. This means that Facebook constantly monitors interests, usage behavior, browsing behavior, demographic data, user-generated content, social relations, and so forth. These are individual, affective, social, economic, political, cultural data about users. The more time a user spends on Facebook, the more data is generated about him/her that is offered as a commodity to advertising clients. Exploitation happens in this commodification and production process, whereas the data commodities are offered for sale to advertising clients after the production/exploitation process. The more time a user spends online, the more data is available about him/her that can potentially be sold, and the more advertisements can be presented to him/her. Time therefore plays a crucial role on corporate social media. Users employ social media because they strive to a certain degree for achieving what Bourdieu, 1986a, b, terms social capital, the accumulation of social relations, cultural capital, the accumulation of qualification, education, knowledge, and symbolic capital, the accumulation of reputation. The time that users spend on commercial social media platforms for generating social, cultural, and symbolic capital is in the process of prosumer commodification transformed into economic capital. Labor time on commercial social media is the conversion of Bourdieusian social, cultural, and symbolic capital into Marxian value and economic capital. Arvidsson and Kalyani, 2012, ignore that the labor that generates content, affects, likes, social relations and networks is organized in time and space, and that Facebook usage time is productive labor time. All hours spent online by users of Facebook, Google, and comparable corporate social media constitute work time, in which data commodities are generated, and potential time for profit realization. Arvidsson ignores the material realities and power of actual capital accumulation by substituting a materialistic concept of value and labor by a subjectivistic, idealistic concept of value. He substitutes the economic concept of value with a moral concept of value. This move is not a generalization of the value concept, as in Grossberg's approach, but a subjectification of value that corresponds to neoclassical economic theories which question Marx's concept of value as substance constituted as societal phenomenon in the production process. The discussion of contemporary cultural studies in Chapter 3 and this section have shown that the labor theory of value is an ideological object that is frequently used to argue that Marx's theory is out of date. Resulting claims are that value has been generalized and pluralized, Grossberg, and stems from affects, Arvidsson, or social networks, Hartley, but is not constituted by labor and measured by labor time. The implications of these approaches are diverse, but they all share the consequence that the immediateness of the radical critique of capitalism and capitalist media is either reduced in importance or altogether rejected. Not all autonomist Marxists share the assumption that there is an end of the law of value today. Karl-Heinz Roth, 2005, 60, stresses the large number of unpaid and underpaid workers in the world today. Examples that he mentions are reproductive work in the family, precarious and informal labor, slave workers, prison labor, Roth 2005, temporal work, seasonal workers, migrant workers and precarious self-employment, Roth and van der Linden 2009. Karl-Heinz Roth and Marcel van der Linden, 2009, 560, say that these workers constitute the global worker, Weltarbeiter class, that is a multiversum of strata and social groups. Nick Dyer Wytheford, 2010, 490, argues that the global worker, A, is based on the globalization of capital, B, is based on a complex division of labor, C, is based on underpaid and unpaid labor, migrants, house workers, etc., D, is embedded into global communication networks, E, is facing precarious conditions, and F, has worldwide effects. Slave workers who are unpaid would also produce value, although their labor power does not have a price for which it is rented to an owner, but rather it is the private property of a slave master, Roth and van der Linden 2009, 581-587. Roth and van der Linden use the example of the slave worker in order to argue that exploitation and value production do not presuppose a wage relationship. They argue for a dynamic labor theory of value, Ibid, 590-600, that assumes that all humans who contribute to the production of money profit by entering a relationship with capital in which the latter controls and owns their personality, slaves, labor power, wage workers, the means of production and subsistence, outsourced contractual labor, the products of labor, unpaid and underpaid labor, or the sphere of reproduction, reproductive labor, are part of the exploited class. Capital has the inherent interest to maximize profit. To do this, it will take all means necessary because the single capitalist risks his/her own bankruptcy if he cannot accumulate capital as a result of high investment costs, heavy competition, lack of productivity and so on. The wage relation is, as argued earlier, a crucial element of class struggle. Capital tries to reduce the wage sum as much as possible in order to maximize profits. If possible, capital will therefore remunerate labor power below its own value, that is, below the socially necessary costs that are required for survival. The transformation of the value into the price of labor power and the difference between the two is, as Cleaver, 2000, and Bidet, 2009, stress, the result of class struggle. Labor legislation and an organized labor movement can struggle for wages that are higher than the value of labor power. If labor is, however, weak, e.g. because of fascist repression, capital is likely to use any opportunity to reduce wages as much as possible in order to increase profits. Neoliberalism is a form of governmentality that increases profits by decreasing the wage sum with the help of cutting state expenditures for welfare, care, and education, privatizing such services, creating precarious wage relations that are temporary, insecure, and underpaid, weakening the power of labor organizations, decreasing or not increasing wages relatively or absolutely, outsourcing labor to low-paid or unpaid forms of production, coercing the unemployed to work without payment or for extremely low wages, and so on. It is a form of politics that aims at helping capital to reduce the price of labor power as much as possible, if possible even below the minimum value that is needed for human existence. The creation of multiple forms of precarious and unpaid forms of work is an expression of the class struggle of capital to reduce the costs of labor power. The result is a disjuncture of the value and price of labor power. The disjuncture between value and price of labor power is accompanied by a disjuncture of the value and price of commodities. The financialization of the economy has established stocks and derivatives that have fictitious prices on stock markets that are based on the hope for high future profits and dividends, but are disjointed from the actual labor values and commodity prices. Contemporary capitalism is a disjuncture economy, in which values, profits, and prices tend to be out of joint so that there is a high crisis proneness. Digital media scholars, entrepreneurs, managers, consultants, and politicians often celebrate the rise of social media like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube as the rise of a democratic and participatory economy, in which users control the means of communication and intellectual production and consumers can actively and creatively shape the economy. Seen from the view of a dynamical labor theory of value, corporate social media are in contrast forms of the exploitation of unpaid labor. All time users spend on such platforms is recorded and analyzed and creates data commodities containing personal and usage data and are sold to advertising clients that provide targeted ads to the users. The price of the user's labor power is zero, they are unpaid, which allows capital to maximize profits by reducing the price of labor power as much below its value as possible. The multiverse of the global worker does not consist of separate types of work and relations of production, but rather of interdependent production relations that form a whole. Nick Dyer Wytheford, 2002-2010, therefore speaks of the emergence of a global value subject that forms a value chain organized by multinational corporations in the form of a global factory. He stresses that the emergence of knowledge work and the global worker does not mean an end of the law of value, but rather an expansion of exploitation and the law of value from the workplace as the traditional locus of exploitation, 2002, 8, to the factory planet, 2010, 485. The exploitation of user labor on commercial internet platforms like Facebook and Google is indicative of a phase of capitalism in which we find an all-ubiquitous factory that is a space of the exploitation of labor. Social media and the mobile internet make the audience commodity ubiquitous and the factory not limited to your living room and your wage workplace. The factory and workplace surveillance are also in all in-between spaces. The entire planet is today a capitalist factory. The exploitation of internet users/prosumers is not isolated, it is part of a larger value chain of computing, in which African slave workers extract raw materials, underpaid workers in developing countries, and Western countries, assemble hardware, underpaid workers in developing countries and highly paid workers in the West engineer software and precariously working service workers, e.g. in call centers, provide support. So the global value subjects are subject to the law of value constituted and constrained by the logics of the world market, Dyer Wytheford 2002, 9. But they also have the potential power to subvert the law of value by refusals to work, protests, strikes, occupations and, in the most extreme form, as in the case of Foxconn, suicide, refusals to consume, stopping the use of certain products and favoring the use of non-commercial products, and the creation of alternative forms of valuation/production that transcend monetary values and are non-profit and non-commercial in character, e.g. non-proprietary software/operating systems, non-commercial social networking sites, self-managed alternative IT companies, etc. Goran Bolin, 2011, stresses in this context that economic value is not the only moral value that can shape the media. Nick Kudry, 2010, points out that neoliberalism reduces the possibilities for the expression of voices that constitute an alternative moral value to economic logic. Expressed in another way, the value of capitalism is value, which reduces the status of the human to a voiceless and exploited cog in the machine, and although perceiving itself as permanently talking, it mostly has a voice and power without real effects. What we need to achieve is the sublation of economic value so that, economic value is no longer the primary, moral value. The law of value has not lost its force. It is in full effect everywhere in the world where exploitation takes place. It has been extended to underpaid and unpaid forms of labor, corporate media prosumption being just one of them. As a result of technical increases in productivity, the value of commodities tends to historically decrease. At the same time, value is the only source of capital, commodities, and profit in capitalism. The contradictions of value have resulted in a disjuncture of values, profits, and prices that contributes to actual or potential crises, which shows that crises are inherent to capitalism. This in turn makes it feasible to replace capitalism with a commons-based system of existence, in which not value but creativity, social relations, free time and play are the source of value. Such a society is called communism and is the negation of the negativity of capitalism. 11.4. Conclusion. On corporate social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Google, users are not just consumers of information, but also prosumers, productive consumers, who produce profiles, content, connections, social relations, networks and communities as use values. They are creative, active, network digital workers. Furthermore, data about all of these activities is produced and sold to targeted advertisers, who obtain access to the user's preferences and data in exchange for money and present customized ads to the users. The use value of social media becomes in this way alienated from the users themselves, which results in an alienation from the control of activities, data, experiences, platforms, and the generated monetary profits. The effect is that they are exploited digital workers who create surplus value and monetary profits. Digital labor on social media resembles housework because it has no wages, is mainly conducted during spare time, has no trade union representation and is difficult to perceive as being labor. House workers, slaves, and digital workers on social media have in common that they have no wages and are highly exploited, which means that all or large parts of their work days create surplus value. They experience different modes of coercion that are emotional, physical, and social in character. Slave workers in the Democratic Republic of Congo who extract conflict minerals that are the physical foundation of ice are likely to be killed if they refuse the physically hard extraction work. Facebook users are likely to be more socially isolated if they refuse the fun work of mailing, connecting, browsing, commenting, reading, watching and so on. The first type of labor is no fun at all, deadly serious and bloody. The second type of labor is playful and does hardly feel like labor. Besides these differences that make a difference, what both share is that they are performed in the IDDL, are activities necessary for capital accumulation and are hardly monetarily remunerated. The first is physical labor, the second is a special form of information work, play information labor. Digital play workers on social media are objectively alienated from the control of sociality, the control of platforms, the control of what happens with the data of their online experiences and the control of the derived monetary profits. They furthermore have individual structures of usage feeling that translate into one or several collective structures of usage feeling which are more or less subjectively alienated. This chapter has dealt with the question, what are digital work and digital labor on social media? For providing possible answers, theoretical notions of work and labor are needed. We have explored the use of Marx's theory in this context. Marx distinguishes between an anthropological and a historical quality of collective activities that satisfy human needs, work and labor. This distinction is reflected in capitalism in the dual character of the commodity that is both use value and exchange value at the same time. We have set out a Hegelian Marxist framework for understanding the work process as dialectical interconnection of human subjects, labor power, that use instruments on objects so that products emerge that satisfy human needs. Alienation in capitalist societies is alienation of workers from all poles of this dialectic and from the whole process itself that constitutes class relations and exploitation. An answer to the question posed earlier and that sometimes divides representatives of the approaches of a. the political economy and b. cultural studies of social media, namely if the usage of commercial social media results is exploitation of digital labor or a creative and participatory culture, can be given by approaching this issue with the help of Marx's characterization of work in capitalism as a process of concrete labor that creates use values and abstract labor that creates the value of commodities. Users of social media are creative, social, and active prosumers who engage in a culture of sharing, doing, connecting and making, and in these work activities create social use values, content, social relations, cooperation. On corporate social media that use targeted advertising, this creativity is a form of labor that is the source of the value of a data commodity sold to advertisers and resulting in profits. Facebook achieved revenues of $3.7 billion in 2011, Facebook Registration Statement Form S1. Its founder Mark Zuckerberg was in 2012 the 35th richest person in the world, controlling a wealth of $17.5 billion, Forbes 2012 list of the world's billionaires 11. The forecast for Facebook's 2012 earnings are $4.991 billion. At the same time, the Facebook stock lost value during 2012 after the initial public offering in May, where the price per share was set at $38. It was down to less than $20 in early September 2012 and then rose to a little above $30 at the end of January 2013. Money.cnn.com, access January 27, 2013. This means that there is a difference between Facebook's share value and capital accumulation. Facebook tries to attract investors and to thereby increase its capital base and operations. The question is if profits and share values will be stable overall or if the gap between them will persist. The argument put forward by this chapter is that the wealth of Facebook's owners and the profits of the company are grounded in the exploitation of users' labor that is unpaid and part of a collective global ICT worker. Digital labor is alienated digital work, it is alienated from itself, from the instruments and objects of labor and from the products of labor. It is exploited, although this exploitation does on social media tend not to feel like exploitation because digital labor is play labor that hides the reality of exploitation behind the fun of connecting with and meeting other users. That Facebook has gone public poses the question if it will attract large capital investments and if the expectations these investments raise for profit growth can be matched by actual capital accumulation. Its public listing as a stock market company has made Facebook definitely more prone to crisis and therefore more inclined to extend and intensify the exploitation of users. The capitalist internet has faced a financial bubble before. Capitalism has slid into a big crisis since the bursting of the housing bubble in 2008. The social media economy's financialization may result in the next big bubble. The only alternative to exit the internet crisis and exploitation economy is to exit from digital labor, to overcome alienation, to substitute the logic of capital with the logic of the commons and to transform digital labor into digital work. Part 3. Conclusions. 12. Digital labor and struggles for digital work. The Occupy movement as a new working class movement. Social media as working class social media. Occupy Wall Street is a people-powered movement that began on September 17, 2011 in Liberty Square in Manhattan's financial district, and has spread to over 100 cities in the United States and actions in over 1,500 cities globally. #OWS is fighting back against the corrosive power of major banks and multinational corporations over the democratic process, and the role of Wall Street in creating an economic collapse that has caused the greatest recession in generations. The movement is inspired by popular uprisings in Egypt and Tunisia, and aims to fight back against the richest 1% of people that are writing the rules of an unfair global economy that is foreclosing on our future. Occupy London is part of the global social movement that has brought together concerned citizens from across the world against this injustice and to fight for a sustainable economy that puts people and the environment we live in before corporate profits. The year 2011 was one of revolutions and the emergence of new protest movements in many countries. The Occupy movement is one of these movements. The self-descriptions show that it is a movement that focuses on socio-economic issues such as labor, injustice, economic crisis, exploitation, the gap between the rich and the poor, and class relations. This circumstance is summarized in the slogan "We are the 99%, which sees the people opposed to the 1% of the wealthy and owning elite. In this chapter, I give an overall summary of the book. Corporate digital media are based on a class system in which multiple forms of digital labor are exploited. This chapter asks the question of how these forms of exploitation can be resisted. Is the Occupy movement a new working class movement? Does its use of digital media constitute working classists? How can alternative social media and digital work that is performed on it look? 12.1. Conclusion of chapters 2 to 11. When you use a mobile phone, iPad, or laptop for conducting a Google search or posting a status message or comment on Facebook, then the whole process feels immediate and simple, and it happens at high speed. This immediacy, simplicity, and high speed of the usage of networked ICE hides the circumstance that in order for this process to happen, a complex chain of globally dispersed but necessarily interconnected labor processes has to be conducted. The International Division of Digital Labor, IDDL. ICEs in contemporary capitalist society do not only advance an ideological technological fetishism, what Jody Dean, 2005, terms Internet fetishism, that stems from management theory and the capitalist class and advances the idea that the Internet and social media automatically make a better and radically new world. There is also a form of Internet fetishism that is immanent to the relations of production. The global value chain of ICT production is so complex and globally dispersed that it becomes very difficult to trace which forms of labor and exploitation are exactly objectified in the device and service one is using at a certain point of time. The producers of various aspects of computers, content disseminated by computers, products created by computers, and the owners of the companies in which these components are organized are independent and separate and at the same time anonymously connected by the IDDL. They are formally independent but materially related by a division of labor. In the commodity capitalist economy, production work relations among people necessarily acquire the form of the value of things, and can appear only in this material form. Rubin 2008, 62. The user of ICE is confronted with a thing that represent, as Marx says, the definite social relation between men themselves that appears as the fantastic form of a relation between things. Marx 1867 c. 165. This is precisely what Marx terms the fetishism of commodities. Value does not have its description branded on its forehead. The relations of slavery, exploitation, imperialism, housewifized work, and primitive accumulation that are at the heart of labor relations of the ICT industry do not speak out of the digital media artifact. They are rather objectified in it and therefore invisible and undecipherable to the users. Value transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyphic. Later on, men try to decipher the hieroglyphic, to get behind the secret of their own social product. Ibid. 167. The societal, i.e. exploitative, character of the digital commodity is hidden in its immediate form of appearance as thing. Maxwell and Miller, 2012, argue that media technologies are contemporary opiates of the people, adorned with human characteristics of beauty, taste, serenity, and the like. Media technologies compensate for the absence of these qualities in everyday capitalism, via a permanent opium war of symbolic intoxication. Ibid. 21. The dirty work is concealed within the toys of machines that others use to relax. Ibid. 89. Wolfgang Fritz Haug has, in this context based on Marx's theory of commodity fetishism, coined the notion of commodity aesthetics. Commodities are designed in appealing ways in order to sell them. They make what Haug calls a use-value promise. The basic law of commodity aesthetics is the condition that not use-value but rather use-value promise triggers the act of exchange of purchase. Haug 1987, 147. The Apple MacBook, iPhone, or iPad not only look nice, they are also symbols of a flexible and mobile lifestyle, success, being part of the group of knowledge professionals, modernity, and progress. It is cool to possess an Apple device. And this coolness hides the labor conditions that underlie the production of ICEs. ICEs often have a commodity aesthetic ideology that deceives, hides, and recodes the actuality of blood and sweat into play, desire, good looks, appealing design and lifestyle ideologies. ICE's commodity aesthetic ideology is characteristic for what Jim McGuigan, 2009, calls the ideology of cool capitalism and Vincent Mosco, 2004, the digital sublime. I have tried to show, with the help of a discussion of a variety of empirical research results and the theoretical interpretation of these results, that the IDDL involves various forms of labor, exploitation, and mode of production that are anonymously networked with each other and all form necessary elements for the production, usage and application of digital media. Table 12.1 summarizes the various forms of labor involved in the IDDL that were discussed in chapters 6 to 11. Note that the concepts mentioned are not necessarily specific for just one of the specific forms of IDDL. Rather, these chapters are example case studies that show how to apply specific Marxist concepts that form a digital labor theory toolbox. The dynamic character of capitalism results in the circumstance that one category of this toolbox can often be applied to several activities within the IDDL. The most direct, although not necessarily most visible and conscious, form of labor that users are confronted with when connecting, writing, reading and watching on corporate social media is internet prosumption labor. This means users consume existing information and create information, profiles, social relations and effects, and in this process create transaction data that is commodified by advertising companies like Facebook, Google, and Twitter, which sell this data as commodity to ad clients that provide targeted ads to users. This type of labor was discussed in Chapter 11. Table 12.1 Aspects of the productive forces and relationships of production in the digital media industry's division of labor. Internet prosumer labor is play labor that is mainly fun and conducted as non-paid spare time activity in the social factory. It is feminized and housewifized labor because it resembles housework in that it is unpaid, non-unionized, and highly exploited. At the same time, it differs from slavery and housework because the type of coercion is primarily based on neither physical violence nor love, but on a specific form of social coercion that threatens users with isolation and the loss of social contacts. For using the Internet, various types of application and operating system software are needed that are created by software engineers under various working conditions. There are on the one hand highly paid and highly stressed software engineers like the Google engineer who is part of the digital labor aristocracy, Chapter 9. They are confronted with places where work and play converge, where the boundaries between work time and playtime are highly blurred, so that absolute surplus value production, working long hours, peer pressure, and self-disciplining are an everyday reality that benefits the capital owners of Internet and software companies. They form on the level of objective class relations a labor aristocracy that enjoys surplus wages in contrast to other ICT workers. On the other hand, there is software engineering that has been outsourced to developing countries or emerging economies, especially India, where the wage levels are lower than in Western countries, which allows a new imperialistic transfer of value from developing countries to Western corporations that reap high profits from the exploitation of workers in Asia and other poorer parts of the world. Chapter 8. Software engineers in these countries are relatively privileged within their countries, which hides the circumstance that their exploitation produces high profits for Western companies that save labor costs by outsourcing work. Another type of labor involved in the IDDL is low-paid, highly precarious service work, ideally represented by call center agents. Chapter 10. The work in call centers is highly Tayloristic and Fordistic in that it is standardized and repetitive, does not allow a lot of creativity, and is highly monitored and subject to workplace surveillance. The Tayloristic aspect of call center work is a multidimensional form of relative surplus value production. Call center work is a multidimensional form of housewifized and feminized labor because it involves effective care for the customer, the task of organizing consumption, and the projection of clients' sexual desires by talking to female call center agents, which evokes the association of phone sex. The housewifization of call center work makes this work poorly paid, which means that this process is a form of absolute surplus value production because the exercise of high pressure, the low degree of unionization, and high coercion create fears of job loss that make call center agents accept poor wages in comparison to highly paid ICT workers, such as Google employees. In order for a computer, mobile phone, laptop, or printer to be used, its parts need to be physically produced and assembled. This labor is conducted by Taylorist hardware assemblers in various places, such as Silicon Valley or China, chapters 9 and 7 respectively. In China, peasants are in processes of primitive accumulation made landless and transformed into migrant workers who work under highly exploitative and health-threatening conditions in the ICT manufacturing industry, which is located in large urban centers. This work is highly feminized in the sense that, a. there is a large degree of female workers, and b. the work is insecure, precarious, and low-paid, and in this respect resembles housework. In Chapter 7, the example of hardware assemblage at Foxconn was discussed. Similar working conditions can be encountered in the ICT manufacturing industry in Silicon Valley, Chapter 9, where work is based on a highly gendered and racist political economy that creates toxic working and living conditions in the sense that workers, workplaces, the air, the soil, drinking water, homes, and entire families are contaminated by toxic substances that are byproducts of ICT manufacturing and assemblage. Finally, at the very foundation of the IDDL are working conditions representative of agricultural society and the slave mode of production, where physically coerced workers who are the de facto property of slave owners are compelled to extract conflict minerals, such as cassiterite, wolframite, coltan, gold, tungsten, in African, and other, mines, where they are threatened with being killed, tortured, and punished. The bloody history of slavery is not over but rather persists in the IDDL and other forms of labor. This type of labor was discussed in Chapter 6. The IDDL shows that various forms of labor characteristic of various stages of capitalism and various modes of capitalist and pre-capitalist modes of production interact so that different forms of separated and highly exploited double free wage labor, unpaid free labor, casualized and housewifized labor and slave labor compose a global network of exploited labor that creates value and forms profits of the variety of companies involved in the capitalist ICT industry. The global division of digital labor shows that stages of capitalist development and historical modes of production, such as patriarchal housework, classical slavery, feudalism, capitalism in general, and modes of organization of the productive forces, such as agriculture, industrialism, informationalism, are not simply successive stages of economic development, where one form substitutes an older one, but that they are all dialectically mediated. Dialectical mediation here means Hegel's notion of Aufhebung, sublation. A new stage or mode of production sublates a previous one, which means that a new model emerges, but the old model can be preserved in the new model, can continue to exist in a new form, although its dominance is eliminated. Capitalism has not destroyed the possibility of slavery. On the one hand, slavery exists in a new form as wage slavery, and on the other hand, possibilities for the existence of classical and feudal forms of slavery remain and, as the example of slavery in mining shows, exists today in a way that benefits Western ICT companies. The earliest form of private property was constituted in the patriarchal family. The patriarchal mode of production and housework continue to exist in the ICT value chain in the form of casualized and housewifized work of the free online workers of Google, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter and others, and of the highly controlled and exploited work of call center agents and ICT manufacturers. Classical and feudal forms of slavery, in which workers are not double free but rather the property of slave owners who physically coerce and almost limitlessly exploit them, persist in the extraction of conflict minerals that form the physical foundation of ICTs. Capitalism is based not only on capital accumulation, but also on double free wage labor, which means that workers are by the threat of dying of hunger compelled to sell their labor power as commodity to capitalists, which alienates them from the process and the products of capitalist production and installs wage labor as a specific form of exploitation of labor. Double free wage labor takes on several specific forms in the ICT value chain. First, there are wage workers who work under conditions that resemble the early stage of industrial capitalism. These are manufacturing and assemblage workers, who risks their health and lives at work. Their work is no fun at all. They are subject to high levels of control, workplace surveillance, and standardized work, which shows that Taylorist and Fordist factory work continues to exist under new conditions in the information society. Also, call center agents are facing a kind of Taylorist work situation, with the difference that their labor is, in contrast to ICT manufacturing and assemblage, not primarily physical but informational in nature, in that their main activities are talking, convincing with affects, typing, using phone systems and accessing databases. The IDDL also involves relatively new forms of wage labor that are types of highly paid and highly stressful play work, as represented by the Google worker. This book does not focus on the disposal of ICTs because the topic of the negative impacts of e-waste on humans and society and e-waste labor can fill entire books themselves. So the exclusion of the topic of e-waste in this book does not mean that it is not important, but rather that it is so important that entire books instead of just single chapters need to be devoted to it. An excellent study of e-waste and environmental aspects of media technologies is Richard Maxwell and Toby Miller's, 2012, Greening the Media. Beyond production lies the problem of e-waste, which is growing as part of a profitable salvage industry that continues to flourish in the absence of global enforcement. Ibid. 159. The disposal of ICTs succeeds their usage. It is the terminal phase of a single ICT device. Yet it also involves aspects of labor and production. Transport workers bring the devices to the sites of disposal and salvage workers disassemble and partly reassemble them. Maxwell and Miller, 2012, show that e-waste is mainly produced in rich countries and dumped in poor countries, where it negatively affects the living conditions of residents by contaminating the soil, water, and air. ICTs are often disassembled in order to collect remaining parts and valuable metals, such as gold, silver, copper, and rare earth elements. This process causes serious health risks to bones, brains, stomachs, lungs, and other vital organs, in addition to birth defects and disrupted biological development in children. Ibid. 3. E-waste labor is an aspect of the IDDL that organizes the disposal of devices. It is a profit-generating business that harms humans and nature. Jairus Banaji stresses that Marx's theory of the mode of production shows that capitalist relations of production are compatible with a wide variety of forms of labor, from chattel slavery, sharecropping, or the domination of casual labor markets, to the coerced wage labor peculiar to colonial regimes and, of course, free wage labor. Banaji 2011, 359. This book has shown that Banerjee's concept of the mode of production matters for understanding the digital media economy, because in this economy a variety of modes of production and organizations of the productive forces, equals variations within a specific mode of production, are articulated, including slavery in mineral extraction, military forms of Taylorist industrialism in hardware assemblage, an informational organization of the productive forces of capitalism that articulates a highly paid knowledge labor aristocracy, precarious service workers, imperialistically exploited knowledge workers in developing countries, and industrial recycling and management of e-waste, as well as highly hazardous informal physical e-waste labor. The information economy is not new, postmodern, or radically discontinuous. It is rather a highly complex formation in which various contemporary and historical forms of labor, exploitation, different forms of organization of the productive forces, and different modes of production are articulated with each other and form a dialectic of exploitation. When using a single ICT device, such as a computer, a laptop, a printer, or a mobile phone, this complexity is reduced to simple, immediate, and high-speed usage. Exploitation is hidden behind immediate satisfaction of informational needs. ICT usage helps in many situations to achieve goals and to attain pleasures, except in those not so infrequent situations where these technologies fail, which often results in a release of aggression that is characteristic for our high dependence on ICTs for organizing our lives. This positive use value hides the relations of exploitation that are invisible to the single user and are difficult to trace. The IDDL represents the history and articulation of forms of exploitation. The history of class societies is a history of exploitation. This history forms the heart of and is objectified in the capitalist organization of production, diffusion, and consumption of ICTs. The discussion results show that the global collective ICT worker consists of many different workers: unpaid digital laborers, a highly paid and highly stressed knowledge worker aristocracy, knowledge workers in developing countries, Taylorist call center wage workers, Taylorist hardware assemblers and manufacturers, slave mine workers, and others. This shows that double free wage labor in the ICT industry, as Marcel van der Linden and Karl-Heinz Roth, 2009, argue, in general is no longer the strategic and privileged part of the global working class, and that slaves, contract workers, pseudo, self-employment and others are equally important for theorizing capitalism. Ibid, 24, translation from German. Digital labor has thus far mainly been used as a term characterizing unpaid labor conducted by social media users. See the contributions in Scholl's 2013. We can conclude from the discussion in this book that social media prosumption is just one form of digital labor which is networked with and connected to other forms of digital labor that together constitute a global ecology of exploitation enabling the existence of digital media. It is time to broaden the meaning of the term digital labor to include all forms of paid and unpaid labor that are needed for existence, production, diffusion, and use of digital media. Digital labor is relational in a twofold sense. It is a relation between labor and capital, and relational at the level of the IDDL that is shaped by articulated modes of production, forms of the organization of productive forces, and variations of the dominant capitalist mode of production. The question that arises next, and to which the rest of this book is devoted, is if alternatives to the exploitation of the various forms of work engaged in the ICT value chain are possible and how they can be achieved. Section 12.2 discusses the relationship of digital work and the commons. Sections 12.3 and 12.4 analyze one specific social movement, namely Occupy, and its social media use. 12.2. Digital work and the commons. The Internet is controlled by capitalist companies. If one takes a look at the list of the 100 most frequently accessed web platforms in the world, www.alexa.com/top sites, then only few exceptions can be found: Wikipedia and BBC Online. Wikipedia is operated by a non-commercial, non-profit organization, the Wikimedia Foundation, see Fireblaze and Fuchs 2012. It funds its activities by donations, does not have advertisements, and does not sell commodities. The BBC is a British public service media provider that is predominantly funded by the license fee, but on its international broadcasting and web outlets also sells advertisements for co-funding its domestic UK operations. Point 1. This means most web usage is digital labor which creates commodities and profit that is owned by private companies. The internet is largely dominated by the exploitation of digital labor. The question that now arises is how the internet can be decommodified. We have ideas about what public service media look like in the realm of broadcasting, whereas the idea of the public good is much more uncommon in the online world because the latter is so much grounded in commercial and corporate values and control. An important analytical and political question is if users are satisfied with the labor they perform for Facebook and other commercial social media and happily accept a trade-off between personal data commodification and access to corporate platforms without payment. This question cannot be theoretically decided, rather it can only be answered by social research. Research results suggest that users are rather critical of targeted advertising. In a survey conducted in the research project Social Networking Sites in the Surveillance Society, CSNS3.uti.at, that I coordinated, 82.1% of the respondents said they do not want to have targeted advertising on the websites they visit, N equals 3558, see figure 12.1. A counter-argument one sometimes hears is that targeted ads are not privacy invasive because they only aggregate data and do not give advertisers direct access to personal data. Our study also showed that 59% say that they do not wish to have targeted ads on Facebook even if the data are not shared with advertisers, N equals 3558, see table 12.2. A full 94.7% say they oppose targeted ads on other platforms for which Facebook provides personal data to advertisers, N equals 3948. However, alternative social media currently exist within capitalism, which means that certain goods necessary for the operation, especially servers, domain names, and bandwidth, have to be purchased as commodities. The employed software is free software developed in common. But within capitalism, free software development requires time and time is a scarce resource. So many free software developers have a day job for earning a living and contribute to software development voluntarily and unpaid during their spare time. Facebook and other commercial platforms in contrast have a revenue stream that stems from internet pros or commodification, which allows them to employ software engineers and other operational personnel, to buy servers and other goods that are necessary for operating and to engage in public relations by running ads and campaigns that promote Facebook usage. Platforms like Facebook and Google also have reputational power and political influence because they are huge organizations that control access to a large global user community. Alternative platforms in contrast depend on donations and voluntary work. Money is the dominant medium of capitalism, as the general equivalent of exchange, the general commodity it can be used for obtaining most other goods. It is the outcome of capitalist production. Those who control and accumulate money power are therefore equipped with a resource that puts them at a strategic advantage. This means that alternative online platforms in capitalism are facing power inequalities that stem from the asymmetric distributions of money and other resources that are inherent in capitalism. Practically, this means that alternative platforms have less money and fewer users than Facebook. Facebook had around 1.0 billion users in November 2012. In contrast, Diaspora *5 had at the same time around 90,000 users, Occupy 5,303 members and N1 44,414 members. This circumstance shows that Facebook controls monetary, reputational, and usage power that puts alternative players at a disadvantage and makes it difficult for them to challenge the de facto monopoly of Facebook in the realm of social networking sites. Using social networking sites is predominantly and to a large degree social labor that is alienated and not social work that focuses on a pure social logic and transcends the private logic of capital accumulation. Using platforms such as Diaspora *, Occupy and N1 is digital work, but this work is embedded into the unequal political economy of the internet that is shaped by capitalism. How can alternatives be strengthened? How can common media be built? One argument is that Facebook usage should be remunerated, that social media unions should be founded, and that the struggle for an online wage is needed. Digital labor creates value, but to a large degree digital labor power is not a commodity. It is unpaid and not sold as a commodity. The failure of social democracy has been that it has for a long time not struggled against the commodity form and for the abolishment of labor, but only for the increase of wages, which does not question the commodification of labor power as such. Labor power can be decommodified by creating self-managed or public companies that do not follow profit logic. As long as the logic of money exists, such work can be remunerated, but it does not create profit in such companies because these are organizations that follow the logic of the public or common good. Once a wage relationship is installed, it is easier to struggle for wage increases than for the establishment of alternative forms of organizing work. I oppose the idea of paying a wage to users of Facebook, Google, and other corporate platforms that exploit unpaid digital labor, and, rather, argue for establishing and nourishing the existing alternative internet platforms by user support, donations, and public funding. Occupy INN1 are more political activist platforms, whereas Diaspora * has set out to become an alternative to Facebook. We think that a combined political strategy of class struggle of the digital working class is needed that seeks both breadth and depth. On the one hand, it should aim at providing a non-commercial, commons-based alternative to Facebook that attracts a lot of users and in the end results in a collective exodus from Facebook that at once and as a combined act transfers all users to alternative platforms. On the other hand, the strategy requires the networking of activists as a social movement that challenges class relations. The Occupy movement is a class struggle movement that questions the power of capital. It also makes use of social media and has created its own social media, such as Occupy and the Global Square. Facebook and other corporate social media are part of the 1% but are nourished by the digital labor of the 99%. Occupying the internet requires a movement for the commons that politicizes the internet and makes use of its own platforms for networking activists and of existing commercial platforms for reaching out to users and preparing the exodus from corporate platforms as a class struggle strategy. The overall goal is the sublation of online alienation, that is, the self-determination of digital labor power and the common control of online platforms, online experiences, and online interactions. We require the transformation of digital labor into digital work. We require a true social media revolution. Jack Chiu argues that the Chinese working class uses and adopts cheap ISTs that he calls working class ISTs. Chiu 2009, 2010. They include the sale of second-hand phones, refurbished computers, pirated DVDs, pirated software and refilled printer cartridges, and the use of prepaid mobile phones, internet cafes, little smart wireless phones, blogs, computer games, peer-to-peer networks and QQ internet messaging. One today can probably add the social networking site RenRen and the microblog Weibo. They use these ISTs for networking for the purposes of survival, entertainment, social relations, education, mutual support, and politics. Chiu's 2009 book is an interesting, empirically sound study that makes clear the role of highly exploited labor in the ICT industry in China. His analysis is enlightening and a critique of the conditions that disenfranchised workers in China have to face. What makes it sympathetic is the class solidarity of the author that one feels when reading the book. One theoretical question that arises is how the term working classists should be used. For Chiu, this term signifies an informal economy of ICT production as well as the new working class's use of relatively cheap ISTs and online working class culture. What characterizes the working class is that it is not capital, it does not own and control capital, it is therefore economically poor. Labor is not value, not capital, not raw material, not instrument of labor, not raw product. Marx 1857-1858b, 295. It is absolute poverty, which means an exclusion from objective wealth. Ibid. 296, and at the same time the constitution of labor as the living source of value, the general possibility of wealth, ibid. Given that labor is not capital and stands in a class antagonism with capital, working classists can be conceived as ists whose production and output is controlled and owned by workers, i.e. self-managed ICT companies. To the extent that Chinese workers create an informal economy in which they create ists, e.g. pirated DVDs, one can speak of the attempt of the information have less to find ways to control ICT production. The category of working class ists is theoretically interesting and can be quite fruitful. The question is if this notion should encompass the use of cheap ists that are sold by capitalist companies to workers. The basic logic for capital is that although these workers are poor, the fact that there are 100 million of them creates a profitable market segment. These companies are, however, not worker-controlled and in fact exist by the exploitation of workers as well as the exploitation of users. The latter is the case if targeted advertising is used as a capital accumulation model. The working class is universal in that its emancipation puts an end not only to capital, but to all classes. So working class ists can conceptually best be defined as ists that try to explode the class character, that is, ists that are collectively owned, controlled, operated, and used by the immediate producers and prosumers. Such a definition is similar to saying that these ists are part of the commons or digital media commons. Ists that are controlled by capitalist companies such as Tencent, QQ, Renren Incorporated, Sina Incorporated, Youku Incorporated, NetEase Inc. 163.com, which make profit by exploiting producers and prosumers, can then by definition not be working class ists. A Marxist definition of the term working class ists also implies a struggle between commons-based ists and capitalist ists for the method of how surplus is controlled. A concept of ICT use by the working class needs to reflect the difference between a class in itself and a class for itself, the difference between the working class in its position in the relations of production with any form of subjectivity and a politically conscious working class engaged in political struggles. One can use the two terms proletariat and working class to draw a distinction between the subjective and the objective class dimension, meaning that based on such a distinction, the working class is the politically conscious and politically, self-organized struggling proletariat, the class in and for itself, a self-constituting collective political power. The becoming working class of the proletariat is then a political process taking place in social struggles. The Communist Manifesto ends with the words Proletarier aller Länder, Verenig Juka. Proletarians of all countries, unite. Marx and Engels 1848, 493. This is an indication that Marx and Engels saw the working class in itself as the proletariat. The proletariat is the not yet politically organized, not yet united, and not yet conscious class that organizes itself to become the working class that struggles for its own abolition and thereby the abolition of all classes and class society. Karl-Heinz Roth and Marcel van der Linden, 2009, 592, translation from German, define the global proletariat as the multiverse of the exploited, those who are in the situation of the expropriation, disciplining and the externalization as well as alienation and valorization of their labor power, and the global working class, Weltarbeiterklasse, as those resisting the exploitation and valorization of their labor. If one makes a theoretical distinction between the proletariat and the working class, then a differentiation between proletarianists and working classists can be made. For both, we find different aspects of a. production, b. distribution and c. use of ists for economic, political, and cultural purposes. The proletariat uses ists for all sorts of purposes, and in a context where the proletariat is large enough, this becomes a profitable industry, a kind of industry of selling cheap ists to proletarians. At the same time, if proletarian ists are organized by capital and in the form of commodities, then exploitation and the deepening of the class antagonism is a structural feature of proletarian ists. As a working class, proletarians have the interest not to be exploited because exploitation limits their opportunities and is the structural cause of inequality. So the becoming working class of proletarians then entails specific features, namely that ists are used in working class struggles. In addition, if the working class is the universal class that wants to overcome its exploitation and thereby that of all classes, then in the realm of ists it also stands for qualitatively different ownership and organization structures of ists, namely ists that are no longer commodities but are worker-controlled and worker-owned, i.e. self-managed ists or commons-based ists. The notion of working-class ists then also entails the becoming common, goods, of ists. Commons are structures that are produced and created by all people. Therefore communication is also a commons. Communication is a social means of survival of humanity. Commodification therefore contradicts the essence of communication. Commodification is in conflict with communicative work or the communications that we all produce in order to exist. A large part of the Internet is today based on commodity logic and capital accumulation. A political task today is to struggle for a commons-based Internet or working-class Internet. The difference between a Weberian and a Marxian concept of class is that in the first a class consists of individuals who have similar living conditions and opportunities, whereas in a Marxian definition of class there is an inverse interdependent welfare between two classes, exclusion of one class from the ownership of wealth and appropriation of the fruits of labor by the ruling class, Right 1997, 10, Right 2005, 23. This means that for Marx, class is a relationship of exploitation between a ruling and a dominated class, and those who control and own capital have the power to appropriate, i.e. make their property, which implies a sales right, the surplus time and product that workers create because they are forced to work under the control of capital in order to survive. The Marxist approach to class is strongly relational. Gubbe 1997, class is a dialectical relation between opposing positions in the structure of production. Each class requires the other to exist in capitalism and they have contradictory interests that relate to the question how the surplus should be distributed. Ownership of all or a part of surplus value by capital implies non-ownership by labor. In a Weberian approach, the information have less are a separate class, like the middle class or upper class, because they have similar living conditions that are characterized by precarity and struggle for survival. In a Marxist approach, the information have less are a group that belong to one overall class, the working class. They have something in common with Congolese slave workers, American automobile workers, Indian software workers and so on, namely that they are exploited by capital, and in this exploitation lies a joint and universal interest to emancipate themselves from exploitation. So the information have less in a Marxist approach do not form a separate class, but make up a faction or subgroup within the working class. A Marxist concept of class is relational, focusing on exploitation and struggle. A Marxist concept of the knowledge working class has the advantage that it is relational and can thereby stress that the situation workers are facing is due to the exploitative relations with companies, the global division of labor in the ICT value chain. The solution to these antagonisms lies in class struggle and the establishment of a qualitatively different ICT economy. A Weberian concept is much more focused on internal similarities and characteristics of groups, not so much on relations between groups. The postmodern turn in the social sciences has been a turn away from class. Class was deliberately not discussed or analyzed. Therefore, any return to class as an analytical category is important today. But a pluralistic concept of class is not necessarily more complex, it can simply be a postulation of dimensions that do not easily fit together. Both the Marxian and the Weberian approach are concerned with socio-economic inequality. The difference is theoretical and political. Marx's approach allows one to analyze antagonistic relations of exploitation and calls for the abolishment of the root causes of exploitation. Weberian approaches have a stress on class positions and situations. They do not necessarily see a class antagonism because they politically tend to advocate class compromise. Class positions and situations are defined as arising from the distribution of life chances in the economy. Individuals are seen as being part of one class because they have a comparable amount of income, wealth, and household consumption patterns, a comparable lifestyle, occupation, social status, social security, social mobility, skills, and the like. Two well-known contemporary Weberian class approaches have been advanced by John Goldthorpe, 2000, and Anthony Giddens, 1980. How one defines class has quite important theoretical and political implications. Given a world of exploding inequalities that are grounded in multiple relationships of exploitation, a Marxian analysis of global society is the most adequate approach. The distinction between a Weberian and a Marxist concept of class has implications for the theoretical concept of working classists. In a Weberian notion of working classists, these media are defined via similar life chances of users, as for example the degree of ICT use. One then speaks of working classists if wage earners have significant access to certain ICTs and make use of them. The resulting central political problem then is that workers do not have usage access to certain ICTs, and the problem is solved once they have. In a Marxian concept of working classists, ownership plays a crucial role. The production process of ICTs, the means, and the results of production are collectively owned by workers. If in contrast certain ICTs are produced in a capitalist manner, then this production implies the exploitation of workers, so these ICTs contradict workers' objective interests and can therefore not be defined as working class ICTs. The corresponding political problem is one of class struggle against the capitalist character of ICTs and society. The Weberian approach is focused on access and use, the Marxian approach on ownership and control of the surplus product. There is a difference between proletarian digital media and working class digital media. Proletarian digital media often feature capitalist ownership structures, although they can also be non-profit and non-commercial. Working class digital media are media of struggle controlled by workers in processes of self-management. What a struggling true working class struggles for is the abolishment of classes by the establishment of an economic democracy. Working class media strive towards media of the commons just like working class struggles strive towards a society of the commons. Worker self-management is not limited to knowledge work and the internet. It can be applied to any form of production, as the example of mining cooperatives shows. Policy discussions have involved suggestions to ban conflict mineral imports from the DRC, the Dodd-Frank Act in the United States. But given that many workers' only income opportunity is mining, such measures ultimately negatively impact the socio-economic situation in the country and can thereby further advance violence and poverty, the conditions that form the root of slavery. Finwatch and Swedwatch 2010. A viable alternative is the support of the creation of mining cooperatives that are worker-controlled and worker-owned. So, for example, in Valikale, where the Bizi mine is located, there is a mineral buying cooperative, the Venda Minier M. Pamadou Bizi, Ishsta 2011, 114. Gilbert Kalinda, member of the local parliament in Valikale, says that cooperatives are the viable alternative to the armed militias' control of the mines and can reduce the possibilities that militias will use the minerals for war. Ibid. 133. Jotham Bwamai, director of the mining cooperative Cooperama in Masisi, says that the cooperative is a means of improving the lives of people at a local level. Ibid. 147. The question is how working class struggles look today, what relevance and problems they have, and what role media and communication play in them. This book cannot give a thorough discussion of contemporary working class struggles, rather it has to restrict itself to one example, namely the Occupy movement in Europe and the United States. The focus on this movement does not at all imply that other struggles, such as the ones by Chinese workers, Sichu 2009, Zhao 2008, are less important or that the important changes have to take place in the West. Capitalism is global and struggles take place in many parts of the world. Significant transformations can, as the Arab Spring has shown, take place anywhere. The choice of Occupy is rather motivated by the circumstance that the author possesses the linguistic skills to analyze this movement but cannot analyze many other movements. Analysis of movements such as the Arab Spring, the Chinese working class movement, popular movements in Latin America and so forth is of crucial importance and should be advanced and supported. Section 12.3 will discuss what kind of movement Occupy is. Based on this analysis, Section 12.4 analyses Occupy social media use and connects this discussion to the notion of working class media. 12.3. The Occupy movement, a new working class movement. In 2008, a phase of global economic crisis started. David Graeber, 2011, argues that neoliberalism broke the link between productivity and wages so that rising productivity did not increase wages. The latter rather stagnated or decreased. Capitalism became the organizing principle of almost everything, Ibid. 376. Citizens were turned into debtors who were forced to live off credit cards and were encouraged to mortgage or remortgage their houses. The big crisis would have occurred because it proved no more possible to really turn everyone in the world into microcorporations, or to democratize credit, Ibid. 381. As an answer to the crisis, governments were forced to decide who really gets to make money out of nothing, the financiers, or ordinary citizens. Financiers were bailed out with taxpayer money, Ibid. The Occupy movements in the United States and Europe, just like the Arab Spring, are social movements that are situated in the context of this crisis. This section asks the question, what kind of movement is the Occupy movement? To offer an answer to this question, first a brief overview of how social movements have been theoretically conceptualized is given in section 12.3.1. In section 12.3.2, I discuss how some major political theorists have theorized the Occupy movement in recent writings and compare their insights to new social movement theory. In section 12.3.3, I move from the level of theoretical conceptualization to the level of subjectivity. By analyzing key documents of the Occupy movement, I want to show how the movement conceptualizes itself. Finally, some conclusions are drawn in section 12.3.4. 12.3.1. Social movement theory. Social movements are in this type of literature characterized as informal, conflict-oriented collectives, Diani 2003, Della Porta and Diani 2006, that want to establish collectively binding goals, of 1985, to Ren 1985, are oriented on social change, McCarthy 1996, 145, McCarthy and Zald 1977, are political, Kriezy 1996, involve direct participation, protest politics, are loose, decentralized, grassroots and an expression of participatory democracy, Della Porta and Diani 2006, 145 to 150. Rush 1996, and engage in multi-issue direct activism with permanent campaigns, Bennett 2005. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, are, just like social movements, considered as being political, Kriezy 1996, and as wanting to establish collectively binding goals, of 1985, to Ren 1985. They are however seen as being more formal, Rush 1996, having more focus on lobbying than on social change and protest, Roth and Rush 2008, 18, involving hierarchies, leadership and representation, Della Porta and Diani 2006, 145 to 150, and being more centralized and focused on single issues and policy reforms, Bennett 2005. Both social movements and NGOs are seen as part of civil society's political public sphere. Della Porta and Diani, 2006, 20 ff. C. Political or cultural, conflicts, opponents, informal networks, and collective identity as characteristic of social movements. Protest movements are a reaction to social problems, an expression of fear and dissatisfaction with society as it is and a call for changes and the solution to problems, Fuchs 2006. Protest movements are political answers of civil society to modern society's ecological, economic, political, social, and cultural problems. The problems produced by the antagonistic structures of society are a condition for the emergence of protest that organizes itself within the civil society subsystem of the political system. Each protest movement is reactive in the sense that it reacts to strains and protests against the existence of certain social structures, but each is also proactive in the sense that it wants to transform society and holds certain values and goals that shall guide these transformation processes. The emergence of a protest movement presupposes societal problems as a material base, ibid. Protest is a negation of existing structures that result in frictions and problems and is a political struggle that aims at the transformation of certain aspects of society or of society as a whole. Neither the aggravation of problems, the structural opening of new political opportunities nor the increase of resources for protest movements results automatically in protest, ibid. Only if social problems are perceived as problems and if this perception guides practices does protest emerge. The difference between objective structures and subjective values and practices is an important aspect of protest. Protest presupposes societal problems, the perception of these problems as problems by human actors, the assessment that these problems are unbearable and a moral indignation that activates and mobilizes practices. That a problem is perceived as a problem that should be solved does not automatically result in the emergence of protest, but maybe results in attempts to organize protest. Such attempts are only successful if possibilities and resources for protest can be found and mobilized. Protest is a collective search for and a production of alternative meanings and values. Each protest group has a certain identity, an adversary, and goals. Alain Touraine argues that each type of modern society, commercial, industrial, post-industrial, is based on a central conflict and a single social movement that animates these struggles. Whereas industrial societies would have been based on class struggle, post-industrial society would be based on struggles over the production of symbolic goods, information, images, culture, Touraine 1985, 774. In post-industrial society, struggles would be more based on biological and natural entities such as the environment, gender, youth, and age, and they would be struggles for happiness, Touraine 1988, 111. Jürgen Habermas argues that new social movements do not focus on conflicts over distribution, but that rather these new conflicts arise in domains of cultural reproduction, social integration, and socialization. In short, the new conflicts are not ignited by distribution problems but by questions having to do with the grammar of forms of life, Habermas 1987, 392. Lacan and Mauve, 1985, argue that the novelty of social movements is due to their feature that they question new forms of subordination that are defined not by class but by, for example, sexuality, gender, ethnicity and nature. Society would today be based on a plurality of antagonisms that manifests itself in separate struggles, the autonomization of spheres of struggles and a plurality of subjects that opens up the possibility for a radical, pluralistic democracy. 4 of 1985, new aspects are that new social movements, NSMs, are not socio-economic groups acting as groups, but act on behalf of ascriptive collectivities, that they are concerned with not purely economic issues, that autonomy and identity are their central values, and that they have a high degree of informality and spontaneity and a low degree of horizontal and vertical differentiation. Eder, 1993, suggests that nature is a new field of class struggle. New social movements would be struggles for the control of the means of producing identities and the means of cultural expression. They would protest against the exclusion from identity construction and fight for the control of identity as a symbolic and invisible good as well as for alternative values, good life, community. These approaches share the assumption that new social movements are not primarily oriented on class struggle, questions of distributive justice and socio-economic issues, but rather focus on identity politics and struggles that relate to culture and human beings' internal and external nature. The emergence of the global justice movement challenged these assumptions. It is a global social movement that opposes neoliberal globalization and calls for social justice and participatory democracy, Della Porta 2007a. The global justice movement reacted to the effects of the liberalization of markets, framing them as consequences of political decisions dominated by the neoliberal agenda, IBID 22, and to the retrenchment of the welfare state and the increasing inequalities, Della Porta 2007 b. 236. It was not a single-issue new social movement, but is characterized by the resurgence of social issues, although blended with new social movement issues, IBID. The movement gave special attention to economic globalization, and the re-emergence of social issues, IBID 242, in the global justice movement challenged some previous hypotheses of e.g. postmodernism and new social movement theory, such as the steady decline of class cleavages, IBID 250. Nick Crossley, 2003, analyzes the altermondialist movement based on Habermas. It would be a reaction to the colonization of the life world by the market and capital. Whereas Habermas has stressed colonization by the economy and bureaucracy, contemporary colonization would primarily be based on the market. Whereas in the 1970s and 1980s political struggles were strongly oriented on the recognition of marginalized identities, women, gays and lesbians, transsexuals, etc., and the recognition of nature as a value, ecological movement, these specific struggles have to a certain extent become unified by the re-emergence of class issues because of the rise of strong socio-economic inequality. The global justice movement constituted a movement of movements that aims at reclaiming the commons that have increasingly been privatized and commodified by capitalism, Klein 2004. This movement unified particular struggles and refocuses on class issues by questioning corporate domination. 12.3.2. The Occupy movement in contemporary political theory. Hart and Negri, 2012, opening, argue that whereas the movement for democratic globalization was nomadic, following global institutions to their meetings, the Occupy movements are sedentary, they refuse to move from occupied spaces. They are struggles for the common, then, in the sense that they contest the injustices of neoliberalism and, ultimately, the rule of private property, IBID. For Hart and Negri, there are four causes of contemporary uprisings: finance capitalism's creation of the indebted, its creation of the mediatized, the security regime's creation of the securitized, and the corrupt state's creation of the represented, IBID, Chapter 1. So Hart and Negri see three causes and dimensions of Occupy: class, the media and politics, surveillance and securitization, corruption and lack of democracy. This is a rather dualistic analysis that postulates multiple causes and goals but does not discuss if and how these dimensions are related and if certain elements weigh stronger than others. The dimensions of the media and politics are not independent from capitalism. Social media such as Twitter, Google and Facebook are operated by capitalist companies that use targeted advertising as their business models. They became especially popular after the 2000 dot-com crisis when the internet industry was looking for new ways to attract financial investments. The intensification and extension of surveillance in society has taken place in the context of 9/11 and the subsequent phase of global war, Bigot 2010, Gandhi 2009, Leon 2003, Madlar 2010. There has been both an inner and outer militarization of society. After September 11, the United States tried to secure its global hegemony by military means and symbolic wars in Afghanistan and Iraq that also secured Western access to oil as a strategic economic resource. New imperialism has aspects of both global capital accumulation and global hegemony, Fuchs 2010a, Hart and Negri 2000, Harvey 2005, Panich and Jindal 2004, Wood 2003. Occupy is not, as conceived by Hart and Negri, a movement that stands in the context of independent changes of the economy, the rise of the indebted, the media, the emergence of the mediated, and politics, the rise of the securitized and the represented. It is rather situated in the interdependent changes of global capitalism, financialization, neoliberalism, the new imperialism and militarized capitalism, crisis, new spheres and models of capital accumulation. Slavoj Zizek, 2012, 10, argues that managers are salaried workers and that they are paid rather more than the proletarian minimum wage, and it is this distinction from common proletarians which determines their status. He speaks in this context of a surplus wage. The Occupy movement and contemporary student protests are not proletarian protests but protests of privileged workers who have guaranteed jobs, mostly in the civil service, police and other law enforcers, teachers, public transport workers, etc. Ibid. 12. Protests of a salaried bourgeoisie driven by fear of losing their surplus wage. Student protests are a sign of students' fear that higher education will no longer guarantee them a surplus wage in later life. Ibid. The problem of Zizek's analysis is that he compares people who partly are facing precarious jobs and unemployment with managers, who often have high salaries and bonuses. Students, public service workers and many knowledge workers in general do not have high salaries but are facing precariousness. Just think of low-paid call center agents and the fact that many young people in countries like Greece and Spain are unemployed, although they have completed higher education. Zizek overestimates the category of the bourgeoisie and underestimates the degree of proletarianization of knowledge work. In Chapter 7 of the same book, in which he classifies the Occupy movement as revolt of the salaried bourgeoisie, Zizek, 2012, contradicts his own analysis given in the introduction and the solidarity he expressed in a speech he gave at Occupy Wall Street, Zizek 2011, where he warned that the movement should not fall in love with itself, not listen to those who want to turn it into or interpret it as a harmless moral protest, a decaffeinated protest, but to remember that the problem is the system and that the question to ask is, what social organization can replace capitalism? Ibid. 68. Zizek, 2012, argues that new social movements had abolished class struggle essentialism by stressing the plurality of anti-racist, feminist and other struggles, whereas the Occupy movement sees capitalism as the name of the problem. Ibid. 77. The activists would care about the commons of nature, of knowledge which are threatened by the system. Ibid. 83. The Occupy movement would be discontent with capitalism as a system and with the reduction of democracy to representation. Ibid. 87. So Zizek's position is ambivalent. Whereas on the one hand he describes Occupy as a movement of the salaried bourgeoisie, on the other hand he stresses its anti-capitalist potential. In contrast, Alon Badiou, 2012, argues that the Occupy movement and other contemporary movements, such as the revolutionary Arab Spring movements in Egypt and Spain, are communist movements because they call for the realization of the common interests of all people, the communist idea, and transcend class structures in their internal organization. Occupy constitutes a movement communism and stands for the creation in common of the collective destiny. Ibid. 111. Jody Dean, 2012, 85, argues that class conflict today is between the rich and the rest of us. The Occupy movement would advance a new assertion of the common and commons, Ibid. 178, and would be a political form for the incompatibility between capitalism and the people, 214, and the organized collective opposition to the capitalist expropriation of our lives and futures, 223. Its slogan "We are the 99% would voice the class relation between the rich and the rest of us, those who have and control the commonwealth and those who do not, Ibid. 201. Although the Occupy movement would stress consensus and grassroots decisions, it would be a new form of communist party because it would not be but rather represent the 99%, Ibid. 229, it is, so to speak, the party of the 99%. For Noam Chomsky, 2012, Occupy is a reaction to the tremendous concentration of wealth that also yields concentration of political power. And concentration of political power gives rise to legislation that increases and accelerates the cycle, Ibid. 28-29. The problem is a contradiction between a precariat and a plutonomy, Ibid. 34. David Harvey argues that the financialization of the housing market and the growth of inequality have been reflected in urban spaces as an urban crisis, Harvey 2012, 51. The emergence of a precariat facing insecure, often part-time and disorganized low-paid labor, Ibid. 14, and the privatization and financialization of urban space would have resulted in the emergence of urban social movements that reclaim their right to the city, their right to change the world, to change life, and to reinvent the city more after their heart's desire, 25, and the right to urban commons that were created by collective labor, 78. Harvey conceives the Occupy movement, and other movements such as the Arab Spring revolutions, as an urban movement that confronts the Party of Wall Street and its unalloyed money power, Ibid. 161. Hart and Negri see three independent dimensions and causes of the emergence of the Occupy movement: capitalism, the media, politics. In contrast, Zizek, Badiou, Dean, Chomsky and Harvey stress the importance of the socio-economic dimension and capitalism in their analyses of Occupy. Whereas Zizek gives a somewhat ambivalent and imminently contradictory analysis, is Occupy a reformist movement of the salaried bourgeoisie that wants to defend its privileges against the real working class, or is it an anti-capitalist new working class movement? Badiou, Dean, Chomsky, and Harvey give overall consistent analyses that focus on aspects of a class struggle that challenges capitalism. Alain Badiou points out that Occupy is a movement that struggles for the defense of common interests, for common control of society and common property. It would create a common project for the commons and try to realize the communist idea. In line with Badiou's analysis, Jody Dean points out that Occupy is a new communist movement. Noam Chomsky foregrounds the class struggle dimension of this movement, whereas David Harvey adds to the analysis that this class struggle takes place in an urban context and that Occupy is an urban movement that wants to reclaim the urban commons. There is a clear difference between these analyses and the analysis of new social movements in the 1980s that seems to indicate changes in the politics of social movements. Zizek, Turan, Habermas, Uff and Lacan and Mauve, as well as others, argued that new social movements are new because they focus on non-class issues: culture, nature, gender, youth, age, happiness, information, ethnicity, identity. In contrast, Zizek, Badiou, Dean, Chomsky and Harvey foreground that the Occupy movement's central issues are class and capitalism. The focus on class politics instead of identity politics signifies a shift of politics from a focus on freedom and pluralistic democracy to one of justice and participatory democracy that foregrounds the need for economic democracy and stresses the crucial role the economy has in modern society. The global justice movement that emerged with the Battle of Seattle in 1999 was an early indication of the return of class politics. What mainly differed in comparison to Occupy was the societal context. There was no global economic crisis. The crisis that started in 2008 marks a big rupture. It suddenly became evident through economic reality that capitalism is a crisis-ridden system and that neoliberalism fosters massive socio-economic inequality. The global justice movement constantly warned about the consequences of financialization and neoliberalism, but these warnings could be more easily ignored or downplayed by those in power. In 2008, the contradictions of contemporary capitalism exploded in a global crisis. The warnings can now no longer be ignored or downplayed ideologically, but rather have become economic reality that manifests itself in bankruptcy, debt, unemployment, evictions, food crisis, misery, austerity, and protests. Not only context but also strategy distinguish Occupy from the global justice movement. Whereas the latter followed mainly the strategy of trying to block events where the global political economic elite meets and takes decisions that affect the lives of people globally, in combination with organizing counter-summits such as the World Social Forum or the European Social Forum, Occupy does not move flexibly in space but occupies and encamps places. The global justice movement's occupations were temporary, there was a planned beginning and end, and took the form of demonstrations in certain places where the powerful met, so space was appropriated in a temporally limited manner and in a spatially flexible way, depending on where the powerful were meeting. In contrast, a strategy of the Occupy movements not only in the United States and Europe, but also in the Arab Spring was to claim strategic urban places, such as Tahrir Square in Cairo, Syntagma Square in Athens, Puerta del Sol in Madrid, Plaça Catalunya in Barcelona or Zuccotti Park in New York, as common property of the movement, where protest practices happen for an undefined period of time. Whereas the global justice movement was placeless and dynamically located in global space, Occupy is a place-based movement. David Harvey, 2012, points out this circumstance by characterizing Occupy as urban movement. The assembly of a large number of people in squares and the organization of these squares as political places controlled by activists is a threat to those in power. It makes visible the discontents of people in a central spatial environment. The claim to urban space as a common also reflects the dissatisfaction with capitalism's exploitation and destructions of commons such as housing, social security, communication, culture, nature, education, healthcare, and human survival. Reclaiming space is at the same time the symbol for the political demand to reclaim all of society from the control exerted by capital. But not only the control of spaces and the reclaiming of certain urban spaces as common property of the people is a strategy of resistance, the control of time is also a threat to those in power. Whereas a demonstration or campaign is planned for a limited time, the encampments and occupations do not plan a temporal limit but make the political claim that spaces are liberated and that this liberation has started and will never stop. Of course there are different temporal outcomes of such urban rebellions. Whereas Occupy Wall Street was dissolved by police violence, which put an artificial temporal endpoint to the occupation, the struggles in Egypt and Tunisia turned into successful revolutions that occupied time in another sense. They put an end to old regimes and opened up space and time for new political opportunities. Whereas Manuel Castells, 1996, described contemporary society as moving from the logic of the space of places to the logic of the space of flows that is characterized by timeless time and placeless space, so that contemporary movements are timeless and placeless movements. Castells 1997, the Occupy movement makes clear that the space of flows was primarily the space of capital and that the logic of common places can be a global and networked logic of resistance. It grounds resistances in places, so it is not placeless, but it uses places as a form of power. It understands timelessness not primarily as the overcoming of temporal distance in globalization processes, but as the claim that the revolution/rebellion has started and will not stop until those in power are gone and new economic and political times can begin. Occupy is the attempt to open up time, to make time historical in the process of revolution. In contrast to the reformist characteristics of new social movements, Occupy is a revolutionary movement, which means that it wants to create new spaces and new times for a new society. 12.3.3 The Occupy movement's self-understanding. What kind of movement is Occupy? The Occupy Wall Street movement started on September 17, 2011, when activists occupied Zuccotti Park in New York. The police made them leave the park on November 15. The two makers of Adbusters magazine, Cal Lassen and Micah White, had the idea for the occupation, set up the website OccupyWallStreet.org and spread the occupation idea to its subscribers via the magazine, a mailing list and a blog. The call text read, on September 17, we want to see 20,000 people flood into Lower Manhattan, set up tents, kitchens, peaceful barricades and occupy Wall Street for a few months. Once there, we shall incessantly repeat one simple demand in a plurality of voices. We demand that Barack Obama ordain a presidential commission tasked with ending the influence money has over our representatives in Washington. It's time for democracy, not corporatocracy. We're doomed without it. Beginning from one simple demand, a presidential commission, to separate money from politics, we start setting the agenda for a new America. Adbusters 2012. The basic demand in the initial call was that the government should limit the influence of capital on politics. The focus was not so much on inequality and class, but more on the relationship between corporate power and the state that, according to the demand, should be separated. This focus was, however, broadened in the actual politics of the movement. In a self-understanding published on the website occupywallsd.org, the Occupy movement describes itself as being the 99% that will no longer tolerate the greed and corruption of the 1%, occupywallsd.org. In the United States, the top 20% of households controlled 50% of the equivalized income in 2011, whereas the poorest 20% only had a share of 3.4%. Source for all U.S. data that follow in this paragraph, U.S. Bureau of the Census 2012, Table A3. The top 5% controlled 22.1% of the total income. The share of the upper 20% in total household income has historically constantly increased. It was 48.6% in 2000, 45.1% in 1990, 41.9% in 1980, 41.5% in 1970. In contrast, the total household income share of the lower 20% has decreased, 3.4% in 2011, 4.1% in 2000, 4.4% in 1990, 5.2% in 1980, 5.7% in 1970. The United States Gini coefficient, which measures income inequality, was 0.463 in 2011, 0.442 in 2000, 0.406 in 1990, 0.367 in 1980, and 0.357 in 1970. These data are an indication that class inequality has been rising during the past decades and that the poor's income share has been decreasing precisely because the income of the wealthiest has been sharply rising. In the EU 15 countries, those 15 countries that were members of the EU prior to May 1, 2004, the top 20% of households controlled 38.2% of the total income in 2011 and 37% in 2000. Source for all EU data that follow in this paragraph, Eurostat. In contrast, the lower 20% had an income share of just 7.1% in 2011 and 9% in 2000. The Gini coefficient increased from 0.3 in 2003 to 0.305 in 2010. These data show that class disparities are less deep in Europe than in the United States, but that they nonetheless exist and are significant. The Occupy movement is reacting to the existence of the socio-economic inequality indicated by these data. David Harvey identifies 4 specific mechanisms that characterize neoliberal capitalism: financialization, the deliberate creation of crises, privatization and commodification, and state redistributions which favor capital at the expense of labor. Harvey 2007, 160-165, Harvey 2006, 44-50. The first and the second mechanism create individuals and states as debtors, the third and the fourth directly decrease the income of working people. Altogether, these mechanisms redistribute money from the pockets of the working class to corporations and the rich. Occupy is situated in the context of neoliberal capitalism, which forms its objective foundation. Occupy Wall Street positions itself as class struggle against the 1%, #OUS is fighting back against the corrosive power of major banks and multinational corporations over the democratic process, and the role of Wall Street in creating an economic collapse that has caused the greatest recession in generations. The movement is inspired by popular uprisings in Egypt and Tunisia, and aims to fight back against the richest 1% of people that are writing the rules of an unfair global economy that is foreclosing on our future. occupywallsd.org/about. The Declaration of the Occupation of New York City, www.newyorkcga.net/resources/documents/declaration, speaks out against corporations, which place profit over people, self-interest over justice, and oppression over equality. In this declaration, the movement says that it is critical of the negative impacts of corporations on housing, bailouts, workplace inequality and discrimination, food supply, animal rights, unionization, higher education, workers' health care and wages, privacy protection, freedom of the press, nature, energy supply, medicine, the media, and international relations. This shows that the Occupy movement stresses how capitalist interests interact with the social, cultural, political, ecological, and technological realms of society and create negative effects on these realms. Occupy London describes itself as a movement against this injustice and to fight for a sustainable economy that puts people and the environment we live in before corporate profits. occupylondon.org.uk/about. In its initial statement passed on October 26, 2011, Occupy London stresses that the current system is unsustainable, undemocratic, and unjust and has negative impacts on citizens, democracy, health services, welfare, education, employment, peace and the planet, ibid. The analyses and demands presented on the websites of Occupy Wall Street and Occupy London go further than the original Adbusters text. They stress more issues of class and inequality and that capitalism has negative impacts on multiple realms. Just like the global justice movement, the Occupy movement brings together demands and topics addressed traditionally by various new social movements, such as the student movement, the ecological movement, the anti-racist movement, the peace movement, the Third World Solidarity movement and others. It is a movement of movement and networked movement. What is specific about it is the emphasis on capitalism and class as a unifying topic and dimension. The Occupy movement stresses that contemporary societal problems take place in the context of capitalism and that corporate interests have negative impacts on multiple realms of society and need to be challenged. So the multitude of topics and demands is not seen in an isolated manner, but is rather unified and connected by the economic dimension of capitalism and class. Occupy is not a fragmented movement of movements but a topically unified movement of movements. Angela Davis, 2011, points out in this context that many new social movements have appealed to specific communities, that coalition building was difficult and that the Occupy movement is strikingly different because it imagines itself from the beginning as the broadest possible community of resistance, the 99%, as against the 1%. Class would be the unifying topic of this movement that transcends diversity. Paulo Gerbato, 2012, 120, argues that Occupy's intention to represent the majority as expressed in the slogan "We are the 99%, created by David Graeber, that is, its majoritarian ambition, constitutes precisely the difference between Occupy and the anti-globalization movement. Castells, 2012, 194, argues with some caution that Occupy is a class struggle movement. What is relatively new and meaningful is that there are indications that Occupy Wall Street has shaped the awareness of Americans on the reality of what I would dare to call class struggle. But he immediately limits the implications of this thought by saying that the movement is not anti-capitalist, it wants to reform capitalism. The criticism is focused on financial capitalism and on its influence on government, not on capitalism as such. The movement does not embrace ideologies of the past. Its quest aims at eradicating evil in the present, while reinventing community for the future. Its fundamental achievement has been to rekindle hope that another life is possible, ibid. 197. He seems to base this argument on a Fox News poll survey from October 2011, in which a relative majority of 46% of the respondents said that it does not think that the Occupy Wall Street movement is anti-capitalist, ibid. 290. There is, however, a flaw in the applied logic, that the majority of a sample consisting of a selection of respondents from the general population answered this way does not mean that Occupy activists do not consider themselves anti-capitalist. Only surveys conducted among activists can give a clearer picture. Castells is drawing premature conclusions that more reflect his own political ideology than reality. Consequently, although he once mentions class struggle as an aspect of the Occupy movement, he overall rather neglects the economic dimension of contemporary movements, reduces them to political struggles for the reform of democracy and neglects the dimension of struggles against capitalism. As a conclusion in his books, Castells therefore desires a love between social activism and political reformism, Ibid. 237. For Castells, these movements fit well into the Western liberal framework of democracy that only talks about democracy in politics, but never questions the actual existing dictatorship in the capitalist economy. He says that they want to transform the state, Ibid. 227, are cultural movements with new values, 231 to 232, and are movements for real democracy, 124. By real democracy, Castells means political institutional reforms and not transformations of the economy. He does not see the entanglement of politics and the economy and consequently would not agree with Marx and Engels, 1848, that communism is the struggle for democracy. A social movement can be working class according to a. its social structure and b. its goals. Some data about the social structure of the Occupy movement is available from the Occupy Research General Survey, http://occupyresearch.wikispaces.com n=5074, which was mainly conducted in the United States. Of the respondents, 39% described themselves as working class or lower middle class, 29.3% as middle class, 10.9% as upper middle or upper class. This means that the relative majority considers itself to have a relatively lower social status. Also, 17.6% of the respondents were students, 31.6% full-time employees, 14.4% part-time employees, 14.8% self-employed, 3.4% full-time house workers, 1.2% seasonal workers, 7.6% underemployed, 8.6% unemployed and 5.3% disabled. The share of irregularly employed people, part-time workers, house workers, seasonal workers, underemployed, unemployed and disabled, 40.5%, in the survey is larger than the one of full-time employees, 31.6%. They form the relative majority of the movement. Zizek's, 2012, assumption that the Occupy movement is made up of a salaried bourgeoisie therefore does not have empirical grounds. Statistically, the middle class is defined as people who have a median income. In 2011, the median household income in the United States was $50,054, U.S. Bureau of the Census 2012. The income in the lowest quintile was $20,263 or less, the income in the second lowest quintile between $20,263 and $38,520, IBID. In the Occupy survey, 25.7% had an income below $20,000, 23.9% an income between $20,000 and $39,999 and 9.7% an income between $40,000 and $49,999. This means that 59.3% of the respondents, n equals 3,341, had a household income below the median income, that is, the survey indicates that almost two-thirds of the U.S. Occupy movement are not middle class but belong to the lower income group. The self-perception of being middle class is often larger than the actual income distribution because the latter is not visible to many citizens. This circumstance seems to hold also for the Occupy movement. A full 70.9% of the respondents have a university degree. The data indicate that the U.S. Occupy activists are highly educated and predominantly precarious workers with relatively low household incomes. They can therefore be described as precarious and proletarianized knowledge workers. When participants were asked what the highest concern that motivates participation in the Occupy movement is, issues relating to capitalism were most prominent: income, inequality, number 1, number 2, ranked in terms of the frequency of mentionings, corporations, number 7, corporate personhood, number 8, injustice, number 9, social justice, number 10, corporate greed, number 11, anti-capitalism, number 12, unemployment, number 14, equality, number 16, poverty, number 19. This means that the answers given most frequently to the question of the main motivation for participating in the Occupy movement related to the criticism of socio-economic class relations, whereas classical left liberal topics such as government, corruption, number 4, number 18, democracy, number 21, and freedom, number 23, were much less prominent. This shows that the Occupy movement is much more a movement motivated by socialist interests that relate to class structures than a liberal movement motivated by concerns about individual liberties. The data indicate that Occupy is a working class movement in terms of both its social structure and its goals. This status of Occupy as new working class movement can also be put into theoretical terms. In a passage in the Grundrisse, Marx sees labor as communal or combined labor, Marx 1857-1858b, 470, as collective worker, Gesamtarbeiter. This idea was also taken up in Capital, Volume 1, where he defines the collective worker as a collective laborer, i.e. a combination of workers, Marx 1867c, 644, and argues that labor is productive if it is part of the combined labor force. In order to work productively, it is no longer necessary for the individual himself to put his hand to the object, it is sufficient for him to be an organ of the collective laborer, and to perform any one of its subordinate functions, ibid. The collective worker is an aggregate worker whose combined activity results materially in an aggregate product, ibid. 1040. The activity of this aggregate labor power is the immediate production of surplus value, the immediate conversion of this latter into capital, ibid. This means that in capitalism, the collective worker is a productive worker that creates value, surplus value, and capital. The notion of the collective worker allows an interpretation of Marx that is not wage labor centristic because the collective worker as combined workforce also contains all those activities that are unpaid but directly or indirectly serve capital's needs. Inspired by Marx, Antonio Negri uses the term social worker for arguing that there is a broadening of the proletariat, a new working class that is now extended throughout the entire span of production and reproduction, Negri 1982-1988, 209. He here takes up Marx's idea of the collective worker that forms an aggregated and combined workforce, is heterogeneous and forms a whole of singularities that are necessary for creating profit. Negri, 1971-1988, first developed this concept in a reading of Marx's fragment on machines in the Grundrisse. He argued that the main contradiction of capitalism is that money is the specific measure of value, while labor with the development of the productive forces acquires an increasingly social character and so questions value. The socialization of labor would have resulted in the emergence of a massified and socialized working class, ibid. 104. The notion of the socialized working class was later developed into the concept of the social worker, Negri 1982-1988, which emerged by a reorganization of capitalism that dissolved the mass worker characterized by Taylorism, Fordism, Keynesianism, and the planner state, ibid. 205. The social worker signifies a growing awareness of the interconnection between productive labor and the labor of reproduction, ibid. 209, and the emergence of diffuse labor, equals outsourced labor, 214, and mobile labor, equals labor flexibility, 218. Hart and Negri, 2005, have turned the notion of the social worker into the concept of the multitude that produces the commons of nature and culture exploited by capital. Hence, exploitation today is the expropriation of the common, ibid. 150. The multitude or proletariat today are all those who labor and produce under the rule of capital, ibid. 106, all those whose labor is directly or indirectly exploited by and subjected to capitalist norms of production and reproduction, Hart and Negri 2000, 52. The whole of society, except capital, forms a body which produces the commons that are needed for survival. Some commons are given by nature, the environment, the human body, others are created by cooperative human activities, knowledge, communication, social relations, education, healthcare, e-culture. What has happened in neoliberal capitalism is that the commons have been commodified, privatized, and turned into monetary profit. The work of the collective worker of society has increasingly been economically exploited. The result was large-scale socio-economic inequality. Occupy is a movement that questions this reality. It is a movement of the collective worker, a collective working class movement that questions the commodification of the commons it produces and demands reclaiming the commons. It is a new working class movement because it claims collective control of the fruits of the collective work of society. The attempt to make use values common property is precisely the purpose of a society of the commons. 12.3.4 What is the Occupy movement? Post-Marxism sees universality as a totalitarian project, Laca and Mouth 1985, 188, and argues for the primacy of a plurality of political subjects that are at best loosely connected. Laca and Mouth, 1985, speak in this context of the plurality of diverse and frequently contradictory positions, 84, decentered subject positions, 87, the plurality of political spaces, 137, the rejection of privileged points of rupture and the confluence of struggles into a unified political space, 152, or the polysemic character of every antagonism, 170. Laca and Mouth have celebrated the rise of plural new social movements which overcome the unity of class politics that characterized the working class. In this section, I have argued that the Occupy movement signifies a new stage in the development of social movements that is a kind of Hegelian sublation of social movements. In one sense, it is a return to politics that focus on class, capitalism, and class struggle. Class is perceived as a unifying motive that puts 99% of the population against the dominant 1%. In terms of its political topics, Occupy is a new working class movement. In terms of its structure, the relative majority of activists are precarious and proletarianized knowledge workers. Work is also an issue in the context of the commons. All humans create as collective worker the commons of nature, welfare, reproduction, and culture. Neoliberal capitalism has been a project for the commodification and dispossession of the commons, a project of the exploitation of the collective worker of society. Occupy reacts to this situation by demanding to reclaim the commons. It is therefore a collective working class movement. But topics that have been characteristic of new social movements, such as racism, gender, war, nature, identity, and the human body, have not been eliminated by Occupy, but rather unified and lifted to a new level. They continue to exist in this movement, not separated in different movements, as typical for the plural and therefore fragmented politics of new social movements, but in one movement that sees how different dimensions of stratification and struggle are interdependent and unified by the articulation with class and capitalism. A major difference between new social movements and Occupy is that the latter is a revolutionary movement aimed at creating a new society that opens up new spaces and new times. The occupation of urban spaces in the form of encampments signifies the political demand to reclaim the commons. Slavoj Žižek has in my opinion correctly noted that postmodernism and post-Marxism have, by assuming an irreducible plurality of struggles, accepted capitalism as the only game in town and have renounced any real attempt to overcome the existing capitalist liberal regime. Butler, Laca, and Žižek 2000, 95. Subordinating or equalizing the category of class to other antagonistic categories, gender, ethnicity, age, capabilities, etc., poses the danger of burying the project and the demand to establish participatory alternatives to the capitalist totality. The Occupy movement shows that all non-class antagonisms are articulated with class, whereas not all non-class antagonisms are articulated with each other, which means that all antagonisms of contemporary society have class aspects and are conditioned by class. Class is the antagonism that binds all other antagonisms together, It prefigures, conditions, enables and constrains, and exerts pressure on possibilities for other antagonisms. At the same time, non-class antagonisms influence the class antagonism so that complex dynamic relationships are present. If class is the super-antagonism of capitalism that does not determine or overdetermine but conditions other antagonisms, then it is important to give specific attention to this category. Within a global system of capitalism that Hart and Negri, 2000, have termed the empire, capital exploits the common that is created by the multitude. Although Hart and Negri see Hegelian dialectics as deterministic and teleological, Ibid. 51, and therefore base their approach explicitly on Spinoza's immanence rather than on Hegel's dialectics, Hegelian dialectics has shaped Hart's and Negri's own work behind their backs. Zizek has in another context also observed the wild use of Hegelian categories by Negri, which so blatantly contradicts his professed anti-Hegelianism, Zizek 2008, 353. Hart's and Negri's Concepts/Books of the Multitude, Hart and Negri 2005, The Empire, Hart and Negri 2000, and the Commonwealth, Hart and Negri 2009, can be logically organized in a dialectical triad. 1. The multitude produces the commons by immaterial labor. The commons are exploited by capital that is organized as a 2. Global empire. The multitude and capital form a contradiction, capital dominates and exploits the multitude. They stand in a negative relation. Capital requires the multitude because it produces the commons and at the same time excludes it. The multitude does not similarly relate to capital. Unfortunately, Hart and Negri create the impression that the multitude always and automatically struggles against capital, so for them the effect from multitude on empire is not a mere potential but a deterministic necessity. And, 3. Commonwealth, a new self-managed form of society that is based on the commonwealth created by immaterial labor, is the vision of the negation of the negative relation of capital and empire. The Occupy movement is situated in the dialectical triangle of capitalism, collective worker, and the commonwealth. Humans create the commons of society as collective worker. They form a contemporary working class that includes all those who create and recreate the commons, i.e. all humans. The commons have become increasingly commodified and the collective worker exploited by capital. There is a contradiction of capitalism and the collective worker. Occupy signifies the subjectification of the subjective contradiction. It is a collective insight and response of the working class to its exploitation, the form of political organization that questions the underlying class relation and struggles for a society in which humans control the economy and society in common. They struggle as and for a project for the commons. The importance of the Occupy movement is that it shows the topicality of capitalism, exploitation, and class, and that it has put the need for a discussion about a commons-based society as an alternative to capitalism on the agenda. 12.4. Occupy, Digital Work and Working Class Social Media. This section deals with the research question, which online social media does the Occupy movement use? This requires an understanding of the role of media in social movements and what is social about social media. First, Section 12.4.1 presents a brief introduction to the analysis and conceptualization of the role of the Internet and social media in social movements. Then, a literature review shows how theorists have conceptualized the role of social media in the Occupy movement, Section 12.4.2. Section 12.4.3 outlines a theoretical classification of Occupy social media use. 12.4.1. Social movements, the Internet, and social media. The media are a source of political information and a tool for political communication. They are one mechanism that civil society needs for becoming and acting politically, that is, for making political demands. Politics are today heavily mediated. Bennett and Entman 2001. Although the degree of influence of the Internet on social movements is contested, a general observation is that it has potentials that can help coordinating protests. Della Porta and Diani 2006, 132-133, 155 to 156. For analyzing social movements' use of the Internet for information, communication, and coordination purposes in political mobilizations and protests, terms like cyberprotest, Donk et al. 2004, and cyberactivism, McCaughey and Ayres 2003, have been coined. Bennett, 2003, 2005, argues that the Internet is a social technology that enables the combination of online and offline relationship building, the globalization of social movements and the formation of non-hierarchical, distributed, flexible protest networks. Rucht, 2004, stresses that the Internet has a potential to support counter-public spheres, but it cannot replace personal contacts of activists. Studies of social movements and social media have, for example, focused on the use of social media in the environmental movement, Castells 2009, the Global Justice Movement, IBID, Cavita 2012, Anti-War Activism and War Propaganda, Christensen 2008, Gillen, Pickerill, and Webster 2008, Feminism, Hartcourt 2011, Blog Politics, Dean 2010, Kahn and Kellner 2004, YouTube Activism, Thorson et al. 2010, Zoanen, Vis, and Mihail J. 2010, The Role of Twitter and Facebook in the Arab Spring, Ao-Urak. 2012, Ao-Urak and Alexander 2011, Braddock 2011, Lawton et al. 2011, Mansur 2012, Nanabhay and Farman 2011, Say 2011, Kamis and Vaughn 2011, The Occupy Movement, Juris 2012, and the Emergence of a Private Sphere and Virtual Sphere 2.0 for Politics, Papashracy 2009, 2010. Some empirical studies of the role of social media in the Occupy movement have been published. A few examples can be mentioned. The discussion is necessarily incomplete because of spatial constraints. Sasha Kostanzachuk, 2012, 379, reports some results from the Occupy Research General Survey, in which 77.3% of the activists reported that they had posted about Occupy on social media, Facebook, Twitter or other. 75.7% said they had had a face-to-face discussion about Occupy, 19.1% said they had written a blog post about Occupy, and 8.2% answered that they had made a video about Occupy. N equals 4,877. Gabby and Karen, 2012, 372, analyzed 100 posts that attracted many new users to Facebook Occupy groups. Many of these postings featured personal narratives, and in roughly 60% pictures and videos were the medium for these messages. Based on participant observation at Occupy Philadelphia, Alice Matanai, 2012, argues that social media form part of a rich repertoire of protest communication in the Occupy movement. Paulo Gerbato, 2012, interviewed 80 activists in the United States, Egypt, Spain, the United Kingdom, Tunisia, and Greece about their use of social media in protests. He found that although contemporary social movements as well as analysts, such as Manuel Castells, Jeffrey Juris, Michael Hart, and Antonio Negri, claim that they are leaderless networks, there are soft leaders who make use of social media for choreographing protests and constructing a choreography of assembly. Ibid. 139. A handful of people control most of the communication flow. 135. The choreography of assembly means the use of social media in directing people towards specific protest events, in providing participants with suggestions and instructions about how to act, and in the construction of an emotional narration to sustain their coming together in public space. Ibid. 12. The movement's spontaneity would be organized precisely because it is a highly mediated one movement. Ibid. 164. The ethical problem would not be this movement choreography, but would be the denial that there are leaders, because this would result in unaccountability. Facebook has been employed as something akin to a recruitment and training ground, to facilitate the emotional condensation and common identification of a largely unpoliticized middle-class youth. Twitter, in contrast, has been mainly used as a vehicle for live internal coordination within the activist elite, besides its many largely external uses, including as a means for citizen journalists to document police brutality, ibid. 135. Facebook was used by movement leaders, or to use a more neutral term, organizers or activists, to mobilize people from the outside of the space of participation, while Twitter was important for purposes of internal organization, ibid. 145. In the global justice movement, indie media would have had the role that Facebook now has in the Occupy movement, external mobilization, and mailing lists the role that Twitter has today, internal organization and coordination, ibid. 150. Based on his interviews, Gerbato argues that in the Occupy Wall Street movement, Twitter was a tactical tool and the key Twitter tactical accounts were managed by a core group of movement organizers, composed of around 20 people. These people also tended to be highly involved in ground operations, in the General Assembly, and in the different commissions. During the occupation in Zuccotti Park, this core group used an office space made available by the New York Teachers Union as a kind of headquarter, ibid. 129. Gerbato challenges assumptions such as the one by Hart and Negri, 2012, Chapter 2, that social media would be good for the decentralized multitude of singularities, because they correspond to their organizational form. Hart and Negri, 2012, Next, Event of the Commoner, argue that the contemporary movements are powerful not despite their lack of leaders but because of it. They are organized horizontally as multitudes, and their insistence on democracy at all levels is more than a virtue but a key to their power. Their power would be that they burn down the churches of the left. The occupations, protests, and revolutions of 2011 have received a lot of public attention. Therefore also political theorists have tried to understand the causes of these collective political actions and have published on this issue. One question that arises is what theoretical positions we can discern concerning the question what role social media have in the Occupy movement. 12.4.2. The Occupy movement and social media. 4 common positions on the role of social media in the Occupy movement can be identified. These 4 positions represent 4 logical possibilities of connecting technology and society, technology as the determining factor, society as the determining factor, 2 independent factors and a mutual and contradictory relationship. 12.4.2.1. Position 1. Technological determinism, the Occupy movement, and other rebellions, are Internet rebellions. Manuel Castells, 2012, 2, argues that we live in a network society and that therefore movements spread by contagion in a world networked by the wireless Internet. Revolutions would be connected to economic, political, military, ideological, and cultural contradictions of power, ibid. 79, see also p12, but they could only form if there are the emotions of hope and outrage and these emotions are communicated to others on a large scale, ibid. 14. A condition for individual experiences to link up and form a movement is the existence of a communication process that propagates the events and the emotions attached to it. In our time, multimodal digital networks of horizontal communication are the fastest and most autonomous, interactive, reprogrammable, and self-expanding means of communication in history. THI network social movements of the digital age represent a new species of social movement, ibid. 15. Castells is certainly correct in stressing that for a protest movement or revolution to emerge there need to be objective conditions, problems in society, and subjective insight into these conditions, the perception of a mass of people that the objective conditions are unbearable, that society therefore needs to be changed by them and that this requires their collective political action, Fuchs 2006. This is precisely what Marx stressed when saying that revolutions require a material basis, the contradictions of the economy, politics, ideology, and nature that shape an antagonistic society, but that the idea of revolution can only be realized if the contradictions of reality become subjective insights that motivate practices, For revolutions require a passive element, a material basis. Theory is fulfilled in a people only insofar as it is the fulfillment of the needs of that people. Will the theoretical needs be immediate practical needs? It is not enough for thought to strive for realization, reality must itself strive towards thought. Marx 1843. Revolution is therefore always a change of society and a change of the human self. The coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-change can be conceived and rationally understood only as revolutionary practice. Marx 1845. The question of which role the Internet and social media play or do not play in spreading outrage and hope is more an empirical question. There is a potential for contagion effects that communicate and intensify emotions of discontent and the desire for collective action, but the Internet certainly is not the only means for communicating the need for protest. Castells says that the Occupy movement was born on the Internet, diffused by the Internet, and maintained its presence on the Internet, and that its material form of existence was the occupation of public space. Castells 2012, 168. Social networks on the Internet allowed the experience to be communicated and amplified, bringing the entire world into the movement. Ibid. 169. Castells puts a very strong emphasis on the mobilization capacities of the Internet. His argument implies that in the studied cases, Internet communication created street protests, which means that without the Internet there would have been no street protests. In the concluding chapter, Castells generalizes for all analyzed movements. The network social movements of our time are largely based on the Internet, a necessary though not sufficient component of their collective action. The digital social networks based on the Internet and on wireless platforms are decisive tools for mobilizing, for organizing, for deliberating, for coordinating, and for deciding. Ibid. 229. Jeffrey Juris, 2012, a former PhD student of Castells, conducted participant observation at Occupy Boston. He says that whereas the global justice movement primarily used mailing lists and was based on a logic of networking, the Occupy movement is based on a logic of aggregation, in which social media result in the viral flow of information and subsequent aggregations of large numbers of individuals in concrete physical spaces. Ibid. 266. Individuals would blast out vast amounts of information, make use of ego-centered networks because the use of Twitter and Facebook tends to generate crowds of individuals. Ibid. 267. Like Castells, Juris assumes that social media generate protests. He claims that social media such as Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter became the primary means of communication within #Occupy. Ibid. 266, without empirically validating this claim. Formulations such as the ones that the Internet resulted in the emergence of movements, that movements were born on the Internet, or that movements are based on the Internet convey a logic that is based on overt technological determinism. Technology is conceived as an actor that results in certain phenomena with societal characteristics. Movements are not created by the Internet, but from the antagonistic economic, political, and ideological structures of society. The Internet is a techno-social system consisting of social networks that make use of a global network of computer networks. It is embedded into the antagonisms of contemporary society and therefore has no inbuilt effects or determinations. Collective social action that makes use of the Internet can have relatively little effect or dampen or intensify existing trends. The actual implications depend on contexts, power relations, mobilization capacities, strategies, and tactics, as well as the complex and undetermined outcomes of struggles. Castells' model is simplistic: social media results in revolutions and rebellions. He shares the widespread ideological talk about Twitter revolutions and Facebook rebellions that first became popular with the conservative blogger Andrew Sullivan's claim that the revolution will be Twittered in the context of the 2009 Iran protests. You cannot stop people any longer. You cannot control them any longer. They can bypass your established media, they can broadcast to one another, they can organize as never before. it's increasingly clear that Ahmadinejad and the old guard mullahs were caught off guard by this technology and how it helped galvanize the opposition movement in the last few weeks. Sullivan 2009. Castells argues that the more the movement is able to convey its message over the communication networks, the more citizen consciousness rises, and the more the public sphere of communication becomes a contested terrain. Castells 2012, 237. He here assumes a linear connection between the technical availability of political information, the change of collective consciousness, and the rise of political protests in an indirect proportional manner. But society's reality is more complex than this simple behavioristic model. Internet as stimulus, critical consciousness, and political action as response, suggests. Information can be online without reaching many citizens, for example, because they do not know of its existence, because the information is structurally kept invisible, because they are not interested in it or do not find it meaningful. The internet and media in general can also be shut down or censored and those who run them imprisoned, tortured, or killed. These are not infrequent practices on the part of states in order to contain protest movements. Castells also underestimates the actual or potential role that ideologies can play in heteronymous societies. The rise of critical consciousness can be forestalled if powerful groups manage to convince the mass of people that the problems in society are different from their actual causes. Historically, ideology has mainly achieved this aim by constructing scapegoats, such as the Jew, the black person, the immigrant, the socialist or the communist, who are blamed for problems in society. Even if alternative information that challenges ideologies is available on media networks, there is no guarantee that ideology is challenged by citizens to a large extent. It is possible to break widespread beliefs in ideologies if struggles not only take on material form, but are also struggles for alternative ideas that become material forces. 12.4.2.2 Position 2 Social Constructivism. We have been witnessing social rebellions and social revolutions, where social media have had minor importance. Social media are no relevant factor in rebellions. In his book The Year of Dreaming Dangerously, Slavoj Žižek, 2012, gives an account of the revolutions and social movements that emerged in 2011. Žižek rather focuses on describing contemporary movements' relationship to capitalism. He sees the Occupy movement as a revolt of the salaried bourgeoisie, Ibid. 12, that is discontent with capitalism as a system and with the reduction of democracy to representation, Ibid. 87. Alon Badiou, 2012, argues that the Occupy movement and other contemporary movements, such as the revolutionary Arab Spring movements in Egypt and Spain, are movements for the commons. For Noam Chomsky, 2012, Occupy is a reaction to the tremendous concentration of wealth that also yields concentration of political power, Ibid. 28-29. David Harvey, 2012, argues that Occupy is an urban movement that wants to reclaim the urban commons. For Žižek, 2012, Badiou, 2012, Chomsky, 2012, and Harvey, 2012, Occupy and other contemporary rebellions are street protest movements. They consequently do not discuss or mention social media such as Facebook, Twitter or the multiple platforms and tools that Occupy has created and uses, such as e.g. the Global Square, Occupy, Rise Up, etc. Žižek, 2012, does not at all mention media, and Badiou, 2012, 23, in one sentence says that riots and revolutions have always made use of media and communication. Moreover, drums, fires, inflammatory leaflets, running through the back streets, circulating words, ringing bells for centuries, these have served their purpose in people suddenly assembling somewhere, just like sheep, like electronics does today. Chomsky, 2012, 46, argues that the only way for mobilizing the public is going out to wherever people are: churches, clubs, schools, unions. He does not consider that a significant share of people are for a significant share of daytime on the internet, and does not discuss if online sociality positively or negatively influences activism. The Arab Spring revolutions and the Occupy movement show for David Harvey, 2012, 162, that it is bodies on the street and in the squares, not the babble of sentiments on Twitter or Facebook, that really matter. Jody Dean, 2012, gives more attention to the role of social media. She argues that in communicative capitalism, social media would have displaced politics and created the illusion that pointing and clicking are politics, whereas they would in reality be a form of post-politics that is based on communication without communicability. Ibid. 127. In contrast, the Occupy movement would be undertaking and supporting actions in the street, Ibid. 216, and would choose inconvenience, 217. Thereby it would reverse the post-political ideology of social media and substitute it with real politics. Occupy would have replaced the ease of movie-and-style clicktivism with the demanding and time-consuming practice of supporting an occupation, Ibid. 233. Jody Dean takes the argument that contemporary rebellions are social rebellions and not social media rebellions into a specific direction. She argues that social media are part of an ideology that sees their use as politics, but in reality it is only harmless pseudo-politics, and that the Occupy movement now deconstructs this ideology and replaces it with real politics on the streets. 12.4.2.3 Position 3 Dualism. Social media have been an important tool of the Occupy movement. There are technological and societal causes of the movement. The journalist Paul Mason says that the new rebellions, including the Occupy movement, have been caused by the near collapse of free market capitalism combined with an upswing in technical innovation, a surge in desire for individual freedom, and a change in human consciousness about what freedom means. Mason 2012, 3. Occupy London has been connected to the UK uncut protests against increases of university fees, the cut of the education maintenance allowance, and other cuts in areas such as housing benefits, disability allowance, and child care. The movement, according to Mason, involves students, youth facing poverty and precariousness, and unions. Instant collaboration would have extended Facebook groups and wikis into the public squares of major cities. Ibid. 144. Sam Halvorson, 2012, 431, argues that Occupy is grounded in place and uses online technologies for facilitating decentralized communication. As mentioned earlier, Hart and Negri, 2012, opening, argue that there are four causes of contemporary uprisings: finance capitalism's creation of the indebted, its creation of the mediatized, the security regime's creation of the securitized, and the corrupt state's creation of the represented. Ibid. Chapter 1. They see social media as one of four independent causes of the emergence of the Occupy movement and other contemporary rebellions, and argue that not only did both online media and face-to-face communication play a role in the Occupy movements, but that the latter were more important. Facebook, Twitter, the Internet, and other kinds of communications mechanism are useful, but nothing can replace the being together of bodies and the corporeal communication that is the basis of collective political intelligence and action. In all the occupations, the participants experienced the power of creating new political affects through being together. Ibid. Activists would have to become unmediatized by engaging in real communication that require an encampment understood as collective self-learning experience in occupations that creates a new truth by discussion, conflict, and consensus in assemblies. Ibid. Chapter 2. Hart and Negri, 2012, Chapter 3, argue that the regulation and privatization of social networks and the criminalization of users need to be resisted. They say that a liberated network were, in fact, a primary organizational tool in the Spanish encampments, as they had been earlier in the countries on the southern coast of the Mediterranean, and as they would be later in the British riots and the Occupy movements. The constituent power of the common is thus closely interwoven with the themes of constituent power adopting new media, cellular technologies, Twitter, Facebook, and more generally the Internet, as vehicles of experimentation with democratic and multitudinary governance. Hart and Negri seem to see mobile phone networks and online social media as inherently democratic and common because of their networked character that enables communication. They forget that mobile phone networks, Twitter and Facebook are not controlled, operated, and managed in common, but are rather private property of corporations that are part of the 1% and primarily aim at accumulating money capital. It is difficult to speak of liberated networks if the technologies of these networks are private instead of common property. This circumstance also puts the activists at risks. There are multiple stories about how the mobile phone and internet communication of activists in Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Libya, or Syria was monitored with the help of surveillance technologies produced and sold by Western companies, Fuchs 2012c. As a consequence, state authorities interrogated, tortured, maltreated, and killed activists. Capitalist communications companies are not natural allies of movements that struggle for the commons because they see the commons of communications in an instrumental way oriented on profit imperatives and particularistic monetary interests. For communications to become a true realm of the commons, they need to be controlled by the people, not mediated by corporations. Hart and Negri, 2012, Chapter 3, are impressed by techniques for expression and decision-making that contemporary movements use, such as shaking your hands in the air or following on Twitter, forgetting that the latter technique serves not only internal group purposes, but also the capital interests of Twitter as well as the police's interest in monitoring what movements are doing. The autonomous construction of the commons is also in need of the construction of communications commons that overcome the media's and the Internet's capitalist dimension. 12.4.2.4 Position for Social Media and Contradictions, a Dialectical View. A theoretical model I suggest as an alternative to societal holism that ignores media and technology, technological reductionism that ignores society and dualism that ignores causality is to think about the relationship of rebellions and social media as dialectical, in the form of contradictions. Figure 12.4 shows a dialectical model of revolts and the media. Protests have an objective foundation that is grounded in the contradictions of society, that is, forms of domination which cause problems that are economic, political, and cultural in nature. Societal problems can result in economic, political, cultural/ideological crises if they are temporally persistent and cannot be easily overcome. Crises do not automatically result in protests but are an objective and necessary, although not a sufficient condition of protest. If crisis dimensions converge and interact, then we can speak of a societal crisis. Protests require a mass of people's perception that there are societal problems, that these problems are unbearable and a scandal, and that something needs to be changed. Often actual protests and movements are triggered and continuously intensified by certain events, such as the arrest of Rosa Parks in the U.S. civil rights movement, the public suicide of Mohamed Bouazizi in the 2011 Tunisian revolution, the killing of Khalid Mohammed Saeed by the police in the 2011 Egyptian revolution, the pepper spraying of activists by NYPD officer Anthony Bologna and the mass arrest of Occupy activists on Brooklyn Bridge in the Occupy Wall Street movement. Figure 12.4 A model of protests and revolutions and the role of crises, the media, ideology, and politics. It is precisely here that Castell's, 2012, focus on the emotions of outrage and hope plays a role in the potential transition from crises to protests. Subjective perceptions and emotions are, however, not the only factor because they are conditioned and influenced by politics, the media, and culture/ideology. The way state politics, mainstream media, and ideology on the one hand and oppositional politics/social movements, alternative media and alternative worldviews on the other hand connect to human subjects influences the conditions of protests. They all can have either amplifying or dampening effects on protests. So for example, racist media coverage can advance racist stereotypes and/or the insight that the media and contemporary society are racist in themselves. The media, social media, the internet, and all other media are contradictory because we live in a society of contradictions. As a consequence, their effects are actually contradictory. They can dampen / forestall or amplify / advance protest or have not much effect at all. Also, different media, e.g. alternative media and commercial media, stand in a contradictory relation and power struggle with each other. And the media are not the only factors that influence the conditions of protest. They stand in contradictory relations with politics and ideology / culture, which also influence the conditions of protest. So whether protest emerges or not is shaped by multiple factors so complex that it cannot be calculated or forecast if protest will emerge as a result of a certain crisis or not. Once protests have emerged, media, politics and culture continue to have permanent contradictory influences on them, and it is undetermined if these factors have rather neutral, amplifying or dampening effects on protest. Protests in antagonistic societies call forth policing and police action, so the state reacts to social movements with its organized form of violence. State violence against protests and ideological violence against movements, in the forms of delegitimizing attacks by the media, politicians, and others, can again have amplifying, dampening, or insignificant effects on protests. If there is a protest amplification spiral, protest may grow to larger and larger dimensions, which can eventually, but not necessarily, result in a revolution, a breakdown and fundamental reconstitution / renewal of the economy, politics, and worldviews caused by an overthrow of society by a social movement that puts the revolutionary forces under the power and control of the major economic, political and moral structures. See Goodwin 2001, 9. Every revolution results in a post-revolutionary phase, in which the reconstruction and renewal of society begins and the legacy of conflict and the old society can pose challenges. Social media in a contradictory society, made up of class conflicts and other conflicts between dominant and dominated groups, are likely to have a contradictory character. They do not necessarily and automatically support / amplify or dampen / limit rebellions, but rather pose contradictory potentials that stand in contradiction to influences by the state, ideology, and capitalism. 12.4.3 A theoretical classification of social media use in the Occupy movement. In the Occupy Research General Survey, http://www.occupyresearch.wixspaces.com, 74.3% of the respondents indicated that they posted about Occupy on Facebook, Twitter or other social media, 18.3% said that they wrote a blog post about Occupy, 7.9% that they made a video about it, and 72.7% had a face-to-face discussion about Occupy. The following table shows to which degree respondents used certain sources at least once during a period of 1 month for obtaining news about Occupy. The results show that the Occupy movement makes use of various forms of communication, face-to-face communication, the internet, and traditional mass media. Word of mouth is the most frequently used means for obtaining news about Occupy. Social media and the internet are more popular news sources for Occupy activists than newspapers, TV, and radio. Commercial platforms, especially Facebook and YouTube, are more used as news sources than independent social movement media, Occupy websites, live streams, etc. An important theoretical question is how to best classify social movements' media use. For doing so, a theory of information is needed. One can distinguish 3 basic notions of sociality: Durkheim's social facts, Weber's social action/relations, Marx's and Ferdinand Tani's notions of cooperation, that can be integrated into a model of human social activity and applied to social media, Fuchs 2010d. It is based on the assumption that knowledge is a threefold dynamic process of cognition, communication, and cooperation, Hofkirchner 2010, Fuchs and Hofkirchner 2005. Cognition is the necessary prerequisite for communication and the precondition for the emergence of cooperation. Or in other words, in order to cooperate you need to communicate, and in order to communicate you need to cognize. Cognition involves the knowledge processes of a single individual. These processes are social in the Durkheimian sense of social facts because the existence of humans in society and therefore social relations shape human knowledge. Fuchs 2010d. Humans can only exist by entering social relations with other humans. They exchange symbols in these relations they communicate. This level corresponds to Weber's notion of social relations, IBID. A human being externalizes parts of its knowledge in every social relation. As a result, this knowledge influences others, who change part of their knowledge structures and as response externalize parts of their own knowledge, which results in the differentiation of the first individual's knowledge. A certain number of communications is not just sporadic but continuous over time and space. In such cases, there is the potential that communication results in cooperation, the shared production of new qualities, new social systems or new communities with feelings of belonging together. This is the level of cooperative labor and community. It is based on Marx's concept of cooperative labor and Tani's notion of community, IBID. Information, cognition, communication, and cooperation are three nested and integrated modes of sociality. Every medium can be social in one or more of these senses. All media are information technologies. They provide information to humans. This information enters into the human realm of knowledge as social facts that shape thinking. Information media are, for example, books, newspapers, journals, posters, leaflets, films, television, radio, CDs and DVDs. Some media are also media of communication. They enable the recursive exchange of information between humans in social relations. Examples are letters in love relations, the telegraph, and the telephone. Networked computer technologies are technologies that enable cognition, communication, and cooperation. The classical notion of this medium was confined to the social activities of cognition and communication, whereas the classical notion of technology was confined to the area of labor and production with the help of machines, such as the conveyor belt. The rise of computer technology and computer networks, such as the Internet, has enabled the convergence of media and machines. The computer supports cognition, communication, and cooperative labor, production. It is a classical medium and a classical machine at the same time. Furthermore, it has enabled the convergence of production, distribution, communication, and consumption of information. You use only one tool, the networked computer, for these three processes. In contrast to other media, like the press, broadcasting, the telegraph, the telephone, computer networks are not only media of information and communication, but also enable the cooperative production of information. Social movement media can be classified according to the level of information they make use of. This allows distinguishing between cognitive, communicative, and cooperative cyber protest, Fuchs 2008, Section 8.5. The Occupy movement makes use of all three dimensions of cyber protest. It makes use of both existing commercial media, Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, Meetup, and alternative, non-commercial, non-profit media, e.g. the Global Square, Occupy, Rise Up, Diaspora *, and One. The following table gives an overview classification of online media that Occupy Wall Street and Occupy London link to on their websites. Occupy Wall Street's website, occupywalllsd.org, features news in blog format that can be commented on, a collection of live video streams, Occupy Streams.org, from different countries and regions, Occupy Streams, that are each accompanied by a live chat, a map with links to ongoing occupations, movement media, social media tools, documents, documentaries, and other resources, a How to Occupy guide explaining different movement strategies and practices in multiple languages, a discussion forum, a chat, a global map locating ongoing occupations, a link to the movement's Twitter account, at OccupyWallST, around 173,000 followers on December 2, 2012, that suggests use of the two hashtags #OccupyWallStreet and #OWS, a link to the page Occupy Wall Street on the social news service Reddit, and a link to the Facebook page Occupy Together, www.facebook.com/OccupyWallLST, 412,000 likes on December 2, 2012. Occupy London's site, occupylondon.org.uk, includes a link to Occupy London's Twitter account, at Occupy London, around 36,500 followers on December 2, 2012, a link to the Facebook page Occupy the London Stock Exchange, www.facebook.com/OccupyLondon, around 45,000 likes on December 2, 2012, an event calendar with the possibility to submit new events, the possibility to submit proposals and raise issues for discussion at the General Assembly, a blog with news postings on which one can comment, a directory of registered users who can connect to each other, links to several live video streams, podcasts of Occupy Radio, The Occupied Times, which is a monthly newspaper of the movement inviting contributions that can be submitted online, a link to the Occupy News Network, images and videos, and a directory of various working groups, such as website development, finance, economics, internal communication, corporations, press, the Occupied Times, etc. There are three dimensions of websites such as Occupy Wall Street and Occupy London and social movements' online media use in general. First, there is the cognitive dimension of Occupy social media use. This includes, for example, online news, blogs, news, images, videos, live video streams, radio streams and podcasts, occupation map, guides, Facebook pages, Reddit news, event calendar and the newspaper Occupied Times. InterOccupy, interoccupy.net, is a platform where teleconference calls are scheduled and organized that allows activists to discuss and plan protests, actions and campaigns. The Occupy.network, www.occupy.net, provides a map-based directory of occupations, a map of events, Occupy classifieds, a directory of Occupy campaigns and links to the collaboration tools Occupy Wiki, wiki.occupy.net, and Occupy Notes, notes.occupy.net. The cognitive dimension of Occupy Media also includes online newspapers, such as the Occupied Times, http://theoccupiedtimes.org, and the Occupied Wall Street Journal, and news services such as the Occupy News Network, Occupied Stories, and Occupy.com. The Occupy News Network, occupynewsnetwork.co.uk, features text-based news, the possibility for online article submission and for live video streams, on Occupy LSX, Global Revolution TV and Timcast, that are partly accompanied by live chats. It describes itself as a repository for information, news, and commentary on the global Occupy movement and counterparts in the worldwide revolutions such as the Indignados, Anonymous and the Arab Spring. On keeps you abreast of developments in the global revolution. Here you can watch live streams of Occupy protests as they unfold or access archive footage of previous actions. We operate a criminal investigations unit to expose police brutality and abuse of the law. You are invited to upload videos of police brutality and send in your witness statements. Our media is our most powerful defense against political repression. We present articles and commentary related to Occupy and the global revolution, and we work to hold mainstream media to account by exposing lies and bias. http://occupynewsnetwork.co.uk/on/about-us-2. Occupied Stories, http://occupiedstories.com, is another Occupy news service. It describes itself as a story-sharing platform that recognizes the mainstream media's claim to fairness and objectivity as both false and unrealistic. No story is objective, but a point of view. Our mission is to encourage critical reflection over blind acceptance and amplify the voices from the front lines of the Occupy movement. occupyedstories.com/about. Also, Occupy.com is a news service. It is a new media channel that will amplify the voices of Occupy. We use media to call for social, economic, and environmental justice. We seek to inspire resistance, engagement, and the creation of the new world we imagine. It is also an open invitation to creators of every stripe, journalists, musicians, photographers, painters, filmmakers, poets, game developers, cartoonists, podcasters, every genre, form, and style. We're striving to become an open platform, where everyone can post and everyone can curate. www.occupy.com/about. Occupy News Network, Occupied Stories, and Occupy.com share the characteristics of being citizens media, allowing open submission of content, questioning mainstream media, being partial to the oppressed, and having a non-commercial and non-profit character, which are typical characteristics of alternative media. In 2002, Fuchs 2011a, Chapter 8, Sandoval and Fuchs 2010. Second, there is the communicative dimension of cyber protest in the context of Occupy. It features, for example, blog comments, discussion forum, chats, Twitter profile and hashtags, Facebook pages, and Reddit news comments. RiseUp, www.riseup.net, provides online communication tools for people and groups working on liberatory social change, chat, email, mailing lists. The project is funded by donations. The communication is encrypted and does not store IP addresses because RiseUp opposes the rise of a surveillance society, help.riseup.net/security, and thinks it is vital that essential communication infrastructure be controlled by movement organizations and not corporations or the government, help.riseup.net/about-us. It is a project that wants to aid in the creation of a free society, a world with freedom from want and freedom of expression, a world without oppression or hierarchy, where power is shared equally, by providing communication and computer resources to allies engaged in struggles against capitalism and other forms of oppression. IBID. Occupy Talk, www.occupytalk.org, uses the open-source voice communication software Mumble in order to enable voice chat of Occupy activists for organizational purposes. Third, there is the collaborative/cooperative dimension of Occupy cyber protest. Cooperative comprises collaborative work, Marx, and community, Tani's. These two dimensions are represented in the Occupy movement by wikis, collaborative work, and social networking sites, community. Tumblr is a commercial photo blog platform. The Tumblr blog We Are the 99%, http://we'rethe99%.tumblr.com, is a group blog that features images of Occupy movements, on which they show self-written signs that explain the story of why they are part of the 99%. Let us know who you are. Take a picture of yourself holding a sign that describes your situation, for example, I am a student with $25,000 in debt, or I needed surgery and my first thought wasn't if I was going to be okay, it was how I'd afford it. Below that, write I am the 99%. Below that, write occupywaltz.org, we're the 99%.tumblr.com/submit. Wiki.occupy.net is a collaboratively edited wiki that presents information about events, projects, campaigns, and knowledge related to the Occupy movement. It can be edited by everyone. Occupy Together Meetup, www.meetup.com/occupytogether, is a domain on the Meetup platform that allows activists to schedule and join local Occupy meetings. The Facebook app Occupy Network, www.occupynetwork.com, is designed to help connect all the local organizing happening on Facebook into something bigger. It displays Facebook pages, groups, users, and discussions, as well as tweets related to the Occupy movement. It represents the commercial community dimension of Occupy social media use. But there are also non-commercial platforms associated with Occupy. The Global Square was a non-commercial, non-profit social networking site that was funded by donations. It respects privacy for individuals and transparency for public organizations and actions. As a social environment, we will facilitate open communication while retaining individual control over privacy. We support the right of individuals to assemble, associate and collaborate and to choose the manner of doing so. The goal of the Global Square is to perpetuate and spread the creative and cooperative spirit of the occupations and transform this into lasting forms of social organization, at the global as well as the local level. Facebook and Twitter are perceived as being too limited for the Occupy movement. Facebook and Twitter have been very helpful for disseminating basic information and aiding mass mobilization, but they do not provide us with the tools for extending our participatory model of decision-making beyond the direct reach of the assemblies and up to the global level. Neither do they provide us with project management tools for our working groups. The site was seen as complementary tool to meetings that involve physical presence. The aim of the platform, in this respect, should not be to replace the physical assemblies but rather to empower them by providing the online tools for local and national organization and collaboration. One basic goal was news without censorship by the government. Occupy, http://occupational2.org, is a non-commercial, non-profit social networking site and live video streaming platform funded by donations that is associated with the Occupy movement. On October 24, 2012, 7:55, CET, it had 5,294 members. The project is built on the belief that mainstream media manipulate and censor the public sphere. One person in isolation cannot hope to stand against the behemoths that are the mainstream media. But together we can enable those willing and able to be the eyes and ears of the online communities to do so. We are already seeing crackdowns on protesters through various means, including usage of draconian legislation brought in specifically to create a police state during this year. We know mainstream media is corrupted. This will be even more prevalent during 2012. We cannot rely on MSM for any sort of reliable, unbiased reportage. We wish to put together a dedicated live streaming team comprised of two elements, one on-the-ground team of 4 people with 3 independent live streaming backpacks, allowing us to bring you footage from many events and many angles of same events, creating the link between the events and the online communities. The other element is an online team of producers, editors, graphic designers, writers, and support team for the ground crew. The total cost of the 3 backpacks is about £1,700, $2,740, occupational2.org/page/donate. The terms of service are relatively short, 1,004 words on October 24, 2012, and do not contain any clauses about data use for advertising. The role of social media in social movements also needs to be studied empirically. I have conducted a survey, in which around 400 Occupy activists shared their views and assessments of the role of social media in the movement and provided information of their media use in protests. The results have been published as book, Occupy Media. The Occupy Movement and Social Media in Crisis Capitalism, Fuchs 2013. The book's basic idea is that there are many claims about social media in revolutions and protests, but that we cannot find out what the real role is without systematically asking activists and studying their experiences and opinions. Such empirical research needs to be grounded in a theory of social media, politics, and digital labor. 12.5. Conclusion. David Graeber, 2012, who was involved in Occupy Wall Street from the beginning and helped coin the slogan "We are the 99%, describes the origins and development of Occupy Wall Street. He cites an email by Micah White from Adbusters, in which White wrote that Adbusters understood itself as spreading the idea of the occupation, but not as organizer, for which local people would be needed. Ibid. 33. Graeber says the local organization work started with a meeting of activists that took place on August 2, 2011, in Bowling Green Park, Ibid. 25-32. This shows that Adbusters communicated an idea with visual, textual, and online media, but that local organizing was a crucial step in bringing about Occupy Wall Street, which cannot be considered as a movement that was created online. Graeber, 2012, 32-34, describes how working groups were set up, among them a communication group that set up an email mailing list and a public relations group. Graeber's account of the organization of Occupy Wall Street shows that organizing protests requires face-to-face meetings and contacts of activists. Protests are not created online but by the social relations of activists that communicate with each other and connect with others. In this process they especially made use of email lists as a communication tool for staying in touch. For reporting from the protest event on September 17, 2011, live video streaming and Twitter were especially used, IBID 43-50. Graeber's account seems to speak for the theoretical position that was presented in this book, that one should avoid both overstressing and underestimating the role of media technologies in contemporary social movements. Revolutions and rebellions are no Twitter revolutions or Facebook rebellions. Collective political action requires communication. Statistics and observations indicate that face-to-face communication, commercial and non-commercial online social media and mainstream media played a certain role in the Occupy movement. I suggested one think about the media in social movements in contradictory terms. Media do not have one-dimensional, clear-cut effects on social movements, but rather can have multiple effects that contradict each other. There are both commercial media and alternative media, and one needs to have a look in what relationship these media stand to each other. Graeber, 2012, 55-58, argues that there were two specific roles of the media in reporting on Occupy Wall Street: a. Live video streams, mobile phone cameras, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter were used for spreading images and videos about police violence, such as the video of NYPD officer Anthony Bologna pepper spraying two young female activists or the video of Lieutenant John Pike pepper spraying activists who conducted a nonviolent sit-in at the University of California campus in Davis. B. International mass media, especially Al Jazeera and The Guardian, reported in a relatively sympathetic manner on Occupy Wall Street. Al Jazeera, for example, broadcast videos about police violence. At the same time, there were attempts by mainstream media, especially Fox, to display Occupy Wall Street as chaotic, violent, criminal, and a threat for the public. Online media played a role in documenting police violence but did not suffice for creating a relatively positive public image of the movement, for which the support of mainstream media was needed to reach a broader public. In the case of the Occupy movement, there was a contradiction between right-wing mass media, Fox, and more progressive mainstream media, The Guardian, Al Jazeera. So there are indications that online media stood on the one hand in a friendly relationship with certain mainstream media, Al Jazeera, The Guardian, that took up images and videos from social media and broadcast them to a wider audience, and on the other hand in a conflicting relationship. An example, on September 19, 2011, the alternative news service Democracy Now! Reported on Occupy Wall Street. 7 The broadcast reports were activist-centered and gave voice to activists such as Mary Ellen Marino, who was interviewed and said, "I came because I'm upset with the fact that the bailout of Wall Street didn't help any of the people holding mortgages. All of the money went to Wall Street, and none of it went to Main Street." The studio guests were David Graeber and Nathan Schneider, editor of the blog Waging Nonviolence. On November 18, 2012, policeman John Pike pepper sprayed nonviolent student protesters who conducted a sit-in at the University of California's campus in Davis. This was filmed and uploaded to YouTube. The hacker group Anonymous found out private details of John Pike and posted them online together with the video. 8 YouTube after some time deleted the video, saying, "This video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by Thomas Fowler." Fox also reported about the pepper spray attack on November 21. Bill O'Reilly and Megyn Kelly discussed the attack. First of all, pepper spray. It's a food production essentially. They just wanted them to get out of there, stop blocking what they were blocking. And it is a crime, because they were posing, a sit-in, a student protest. It looks like the students were failing to disperse. The police chief has been placed on administrative leave, right? For obeying orders. Isn't that nice? 9. Fox News produced a report that presented occupiers as morons by showing highly edited excerpts from interviews with activists that were interlaced with excerpts from movies and focusing especially on one activist, who said that marijuana should be legalized. 10. This example shows us several things. Various media relate to social movements in different ways. Alternative media, such as Democracy Now!, tend to share activists' position and give space to the expression of their views. Right-wing mainstream media, such as Fox News, in contrast try to present a very different picture of social movements, presenting them as stupid, violent, and plan and strategy-less and showing sympathy with police violence. Activists hardly get the opportunity to present their views. Interviews are manipulated and edited in a manner that allows ridiculing the movement. In the case of Occupy, Democracy Now! And Fox related to the movement in contradictory ways. There are conflicts and contradictions between different type of media and between specific media organizations. These relations are shaped by power, whereas Democracy Now!'s website is the world's 17,369th most viewed site. The Fox News site is ranked in position 156, Alexa.com, December 2, 2012. Visibility on the Internet and audience reach are important aspects of communication power and have to do with the budgets and reputation of media. Commercial media that base their revenues on advertisements have advantages, whereas non-commercial media that depend on donations and foundations are facing communicative inequality. The YouTube video that was uploaded on November 18, 2011, received 1,787,720 views until December 2, 2012, 9:05 GMT, equals a period of 380 days. These are on average 4,704 viewings per day. In contrast, Fox News primetime ratings were around 1.9 million viewers per day. 12 This means that Fox News has the power to reach more viewers in one day than a citizen journalist's clip reaches on YouTube during a year. The net effect is that the right-wing comments and manipulated videos that Fox News showed about Occupy reached a broader viewing than the activist-oriented reporting of Democracy Now! And the uncommented footage available on YouTube. This circumstance shows that how the media relate to social movements is shaped by contradictions that are embedded into power structures and power asymmetries. Alternative media and alternative views are due to the structure of the media landscape in capitalism at a disadvantage and are facing structural communication inequalities. The classification of Occupy's media use that was developed shows that this movement uses various types of online social media, cognitive, communicative, and cooperative cyber protest media. They have either corporate or non-commercial character. Examples of established mainstream platforms that are used by Occupy are Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Tumblr and Meetup. These platforms have in common that they use targeted advertising for accumulating capital. They commodify user data and exploit digital labor. Alternative online platforms that Occupy uses include Occupy News Network, InterOccupy, Occupy Talk, The Global Square, Occupy N1 and Diaspora Star. These platforms are alternative in the sense that they are non-commercial and non-profit oriented, which means that they are not exposed to the pressures of capital accumulation. They are working-class social media because they are collectively owned and controlled by the immediate users. Activities on these media are not digital labor, that is exploited, but digital work. The Occupy movement uses both corporate social media and working-class social media. Occupy's working-class social media are very directly related to the Occupy movement and operated by activists. They define themselves in distinction to and conflict with dominant corporate media. So for example, Occupied Stories describes itself as a story-sharing platform that recognizes the mainstream media's claim to fairness and objectivity as both false and unrealistic. OccupyedStories.com/about, and the Occupy News Network says it works to hold mainstream media to account by exposing lies and bias. OccupyNewsNetwork.co.uk/on/about-us-2. The interviews conducted by Paolo Gerbato, 2012, indicate that Facebook has been mainly used for reaching the broader public and Twitter as a tool of internal coordination and communication. The first strategy is situated in the context that Facebook has more than 1 billion users, which Occupy activists seem to find attractive because there is a large public that can potentially reached on Facebook. In respect to internal communication and coordination, there are no evident reasons why Twitter has been used so strongly and not a non-commercial alternative tool. There are certain risks for a social movement that uses commercial internet platforms for internal and external communication. In September 2012, Twitter followed a court order and handed over data about Malcolm Harris's Twitter use, email address, postings, etc., who was charged with disorderly conduct and being arrested at an Occupy protest that took place on the Brooklyn Bridge in 2011. Prosecutors say that messages posted by Harris, who goes by the Twitter handle @Destructural, could show whether the defendant was aware that he was breaking police orders relating to the demo. The Guardian Online, Twitter complies with prosecutors to surrender Occupy activists' tweets, September 14, 2012. Queen's Counsel John Cooper warns in this context that the police are aiming to monitor activists' social media use. The police are aware and are getting more aware of powers to force and compel platforms to reveal anonymous sites. Activists are putting themselves at more risk. Police will be following key Twitter sites, not only those of the activists but also other interesting figures. They know how to use them to keep up with rioting and to find alleged rioters. In the same way they used to monitor mobile phones when they were trying to police impromptu raves, they are doing the same with Twitter and Facebook, as those who say too much on social media will find. The Independent Online, activists warn to watch what they say as social media monitoring becomes next big thing in law enforcement, October 1, 2012. Prosecutors say the tweets, which are no longer available online, may demonstrate that Harris knew police had told protesters not to walk on the roadway. The Huffington Post, Twitter must produce Occupy protester Malcolm Harris's tweet or face contempt, November 9, 2011. Handing over user data to the police is regulated in both Twitter's and Facebook's terms of use. We may preserve or disclose your information if we believe that it is reasonably necessary to comply with a law, regulation, or legal request. Twitter Privacy Policy, version from May 17, 2012. We may access, preserve, and share your information in response to a legal request, like a search warrant, court order, or subpoena, if we have a good faith belief that the law requires us to do so. We may also access, preserve, and share information when we have a good faith belief it is necessary to detect, prevent, and address fraud and other illegal activity, to protect ourselves, you, and others, including as part of investigations, and to prevent death or imminent bodily harm. Facebook Data Use Policy, version from June 8, 2012. Activist-controlled platforms have less criminalization risk because they do not lack the distance from activism that the makers of Facebook and Twitter have. One cannot assume that Twitter or Facebook never sees Occupy as dangerous and that it does not give the police access to users' data. Mark Zuckerberg is the 35th richest person in the world, $17.5 billion, Forbes 2012. Facebook achieved profits of over $1 billion in 2011, Facebook, Form S1, Registration Statement. In Occupy's logic, Zuckerberg is clearly part of the 1%. But why should one trust one's own self-defined enemies? Corporate social media use targeted advertising as their capital accumulation model. They commodify data that users generate about themselves, profiles, their social networks, interests, and browsing behavior, Fuchs 2010d. This commodification process is irrespective of content. It does not matter for Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter if their users talk about world revolution on the one hand or pop songs, movies and new haircuts on the other hand. All of this information is instrumentalized for selling targeted ad space to advertising clients. The revolution cannot be Twittered, but it can certainly be commodified. By using Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and other corporate social media, Activists help corporations accumulate capital, they advance the profits of the 1% and thereby contradict their own goal of taking wealth away from the 1%. In the context of socio-economic equality, non-commercial platforms clearly pose advantages for Occupy activists. In the forefront of the Egyptian revolution, the Facebook group My Name is Khalid Mohammed said was blocked by Facebook, which arguing that it infringed on copyrights, Gonum 2012, 113. Also the Facebook group We Are All Khalid said, which was managed by social media activist Wael Gonum, was blocked, Ibid, 117. After an inquiry by the admin, Facebook answered that fake accounts had been used for administering the group, Ibid, 118. As a result of public and media pressure, the group went up again after 24 hours. In this example, Facebook's argument that a political Facebook group involved in organizing protests in a country where the opposition is tortured and killed shall not be operated by fake accounts, but only by real name ones is particularly striking and odd because it completely ignored the fear of activists, who risk their lives and could be discovered, tortured, or even killed, and the resulting need to stay anonymous. Only relying on the use of alternative media has political and ethical advantages but at the same time disadvantages. In order to reach a broader public that goes beyond the activist community, media are needed that can make content visible to a high number of users/audience members. On the internet, corporate social media that are based on advertising are better able than non-commercial media to invest money in promoting platform use and developing new features. Therefore, alternative online social media are facing inherent inequalities of visibility, whereas Facebook is the second most accessed website in the world, YouTube the third and Twitter the 10th, Occupational2.org is ranked number 795,476, and one number 358,909 and Diaspora * number 51,279. Commercial media have an income revenue stream that stems from advertising or the sales of culture, whereas non-commercial media depend on voluntary work or donations. As we live in a capitalist society, alternative media are at a strategic disadvantage. For the Occupy movement, this means that its media use is shaped by multiple contradictions that are difficult to navigate and manage. The role of social media in the Occupy movement is highly contradictory. There are antagonisms between liberal and conservative mass media's reporting, between the role of face-to-face communication, online media, and traditional mass media, and between alternative non-commercial, non-profit social media and commercial, profit-oriented media that employ targeted advertising. Digital labor is embedded into a global chain of value creation, in which various forms of labor are involved: slave mining labor, highly exploited hardware assemblage labor, highly stressful software engineering, tayloristic and housewifized service labor, and unpaid prosumer labor. These forms of labor are not visible to ICT users because commodities present themselves as things to consumers and hide and make anonymous the underlying social labor relations. The production of corporate digital media is shaped by a global commodity fetishism and the exploitation of digital labor in various forms. To break up the commodity status and the commodity fetishism of digital media means to construct working-class digital/social media that are based on the logic of the commons created by digital work. The Internet is at a crossroads. It can either develop into an ever more commercial and commodified system that is embedded into the antagonisms of capitalism and advances various forms of exploitation and resulting inequalities, or it can develop into a working-class internet that is commonly created and controlled by everyday users. Creating such an internet can only be achieved in struggles. It requires a new working class. A commons-based internet would be a truly social medium that is not like the corporate internet, socially produced and privately owned, but is rather produced, reproduced, and controlled in common. 13. Digital labor keywords. Absolute surplus value production. Absolute surplus value production is a strategy that capitalists use to make more profit. The working hours that employees perform for a certain wage are increased. Marx calls this strategy also the formal subsumption of labor under capital. Abstract and concrete labor. Labor has two dimensions, abstract and concrete labor. Abstract labor creates the value dimension of a commodity, concrete labor the use value dimension of a commodity. Concrete labor produces the character of a commodity as a useful good, whereas abstract labor creates the value dimension of a good that makes it an economic object that can be exchanged in order to achieve monetary profit. In capitalism, the value side and abstract labor are the dominant aspect of labor and commodities. Capitalism is a system that strives to turn everything into commodities, commodification, so that it is an object of abstract labor and can be exchanged with money in order to create profit. Use values are difficult to obtain in capitalism without being exchange values. There are non-commodified use values, e.g. many personal relationships with friends, but capitalism strives to turn use values into values and exchange values, e.g. by organizing the finding of new friends and partners in the form of for-profit online dating platforms. In the concept of abstract labor, several abstractions from the concrete are involved. A. An abstraction from the physical properties of goods, their use values. B. An abstraction from single products so that social relations between commodities in exchange are established. C. An abstraction from simple labor activities to more complex tasks. And D. An abstraction from specific qualities under which specific labor processes took place, such as poor working conditions, low payment, etc. So that common properties of commodities are foregrounded by the value concept. Accumulation. C. Capital. Alienation. Louis Althusser argues that alienation is an unscientific and esoteric concept that Marx used in his young years. An analysis of Marx's works shows, however, that he used this term throughout his life, including in later works such as the Grundrisse and Capital. Alienation means that humans are not in control of fundamental aspects of their lives. In the economy, alienation can refer to the non-control of labor power, the objects of labor, the instruments of labor and the products of labor. If these forms of alienation work together, then they constitute exploitation and class relations. Marx argues that alienation is not just non-control, but also the alienation of humans from themselves, from the relations with others, from the entire work process and from the economy and from society. This means that in a class society, a dominant class controls human minds, bodies, social relations, the work process, the economy, and the whole of society. Audience labor, audience commodity. The Marxist political economist Dallas Smythe argued that audiences of commercial, advertising-funded media are workers who create value and are sold as commodity to advertising clients. Watching commercial television, listening to commercial radio and reading a commercial newspaper is labor that is necessary for the realization of the commercial media's profits. Dallas Smythe's works have in the digital labor debate gained particular importance for understanding how social media's capital accumulation models work. Dallas Smythe, just like autonomous Marxist thinkers like Mario Tronti and Antonio Negri, stressed that value creation in capitalism involves not only wage labor but also unpaid labor. Smythe's notion of audience labor has parallels with Negri's concept of the social worker, although both ideas were developed independently in the 1970s. Capitalism. Capital is money that has to be permanently increased by reinvestments, exploitation of labor, new production of commodities and more sales that result in an increase of profits. Accumulation is an inherent feature of capital. If capital cannot be steadily increased, then bankruptcy of a company is the likely outcome. If capital accumulation stagnates and does not increase at a compound rate that is large enough, an economic crisis is the likely result. Capitalism is an economic mode of production that is based on the logic of capital accumulation, which requires class relations, the exploitation of labor and commodity production, sale, and consumption. The logic of accumulation is not restricted to the economy, but also impinges other systems of modern society, such as politics, where we find the logic of the accumulation of decision power, and culture, where one encounters the logic of the accumulation of reputation and definition power. Capitalism is therefore also a type of society. Class society. A class society is a society in which one group works and produces goods and other results, such as money, that are owned by another group. A certain degree of this labor is remunerated or unremunerated. Class societies are based on the exploitation of labor. It can also be completely unremunerated. Examples of class systems are patriarchal forms of work organization in the household, ancient slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. The two basic classes in capitalism are workers, who form a proletariat, and capitalists, who exploit the proletariat. The notion of class is closely connected to the one of surplus value. Collective worker. Marx stresses with the notion of the collective worker that most commodities are produced not by single individuals, but by cooperative work and a combination of the work of many humans. He therefore argues that if one is part of a collective work personnel that together contains many acts of work necessary for creating the profit of a company, one is part of the exploited class and therefore a member of the working class. Commodity. A commodity is an object that is sold on the market in a certain quantitative relationship to another commodity, X commodity A equals Y commodity B, e.g. one computer equals £1,000. Marx, 1867 c., begins Capital, Volume 1, by saying that capitalism is an immense collection of commodities and that the commodity is the elementary form of capitalism. The entire first chapter of Capital 1 is devoted to the discussion of the commodity. Commodity fetishism. Fetishism is an ideological logic that mistakes social relations for things. It assumes that certain social phenomena are things, which means that it takes them for granted, does not question where they come from and does not see that they have a beginning and an end, a history, and that they can be changed. A typical fetishistic argument is that X, e.g. domination, competition, capitalism, egoism, racism, war, violence, etc., must exist and will always exist because it has always been this way, is typical for human nature, and so on. Alternatives to the way things are today are therefore considered as being impossible. Commodity fetishism is a logic that is immanent to capitalism. The basic elements of capitalism, commodities, money, markets, etc., are the outcome of specific social relations that are not visible in concrete objects, a computer, a printer, a banknote, etc. These elements therefore tend to create the impression they are natural features of society and of all societies and often deceive humans, who if they are taken in by the logic of fetishism think that there can be no world beyond capitalism and domination. Communism. Communism is a society of common control and the commons, single individuals or classes do not control society, the economy, politics, and culture, but all affected individuals together control society, own the economy, make decisions in the economy and define what is seen as important, good, and meaningful in culture. Communism as understood by Marx is a participatory democracy, in which humans are together in control of society. Concrete labor. C. Abstract and concrete labor. Constant capital. Constant capital is capital that does not create new value. It is divided into fixed constant capital, machines, buildings, equipment, and circulating constant capital, raw and auxiliary materials, operating supply items, semi-finished products. Core v. Slavery. Core v. Slavery is a form of slavery in which slaves for a specific amount of hours per week have to work for the slave master, who owns the output generated in these hours, whereas they own the output of the rest of the worked hours themselves. Dialectic. The dialectic is one of the most important principles in Hegel's philosophy. It assumes that the world develops in the form of contradictions. One phenomenon never exists in isolation, but can only exist in and through a relationship to another phenomenon. This means that the world is relational. Things have individual qualities and these qualities only exist through the relationships to other things. Individual existence is only enabled by the existence of relations to other things. These relations are not static, but dynamic and productive, and they tend to create new results that emerge from these relationships. A new thing that has emerged from a contradiction is itself not a monad, an isolated thing in itself, but stands again in a relationship to something else. The dialectic of things means that they are relational and dynamic. The world is a world in flux, it constantly develops on different levels of organization. Marx used Hegel's dialectical logic for describing how society in general develops as a dialectic of human agency and social structures, how class societies develop as dialectical contradictions between an exploiting class and exploited class, and how capitalism results in crises that are due to the existence of immanent contradictions of the economy and society. Critics of Hegel and Hegelian Marxism have argued that the dialectic constitutes a closed system, in which change is predetermined and there is no space for spontaneity and human agency. Critics of Marx have advanced the point that he conceived the historical process as dialectical natural law and saw communism as automatically emanating from capitalism. There are different forms of dialectical thinking. Vulgar dialectical thinkers like Stalin argued that the dialectic of society is a natural law and that socialism and communism are natural and inevitable results of history. Humanist Marxists such as Herbert Marcuse or Ernst Bloch have in contrast given a more correct interpretation of Marx's understanding of the dialectic. They argue that capitalism has objective immanent contradictions that result in crises but not automatically in the breakdown of capitalism. The subjective dialectic of society would be constituted by human actions and social struggles. A society could only break down and give rise to a new society if a crisis results in struggles for change. There would be a dialectic of an objective dialectic and a subjective dialectic and no automatic or determined developments of history. This interpretation of the dialectic is a combination of Marx's stress on the contradictions of capitalism, objective dialectic, and social struggles as the driving force of history, subjective dialectic. See also, Sublation/Aufhebung. Digital labor is alienated digital work, it is alienated from itself, from the instruments and objects of labor and from the products of labor. Alienation is alienation of the subject from itself, labor power is put to use for and is controlled by capital, alienation from the objects of labor and the instruments of labor, and the subject-object, the products of labor. Digital work and digital labor are broad categories that involve all activities in the production of digital media technologies and contents. This means that in the capitalist media industry, different forms of alienation and exploitation can be encountered. Examples are slave workers in mineral extraction, tailorist hardware assemblers, software engineers, professional online content creators, e.g. online journalists, call center agents and social media prosumers. In digital labor that is performed on corporate social media, users are objectively alienated because, a. in relation to subjectivity, they are coerced by isolation and social disadvantage if they leave monopoly capital platforms, such as Facebook, b. in relation to the objects of labor, their human experiences come under the control of capital, c. in relation to the instruments of labor, the platforms are not owned by users but by private companies that also commodify user data, and d. in relation to the product of labor, monetary profit is individually controlled by the platform's owners. These four forms of alienation constitute together the exploitation of digital labor by capital. Alienation of digital labor concerns labor power, the object and instruments of labor and the created products. See also, digital work. Digital work is a specific form of work that makes use of the body, mind, or machines or a combination of all or some of these elements as an instrument of work in order to organize nature, resources extracted from nature or culture and human experiences, in such a way that digital media are produced and used. The products of digital work are depending on the type of work, minerals, components, digital media tools or digitally mediated symbolic representations, social relations, artifacts, social systems, and communities. Digital work includes all activities that create use values that are objectified in digital media technologies, contents, and products generated by applying digital media. See also, digital labor. Division of labor. In a division of labor, various work processes form a specific whole, such as the production of a specific good or service, an organization, a sector of the economy, a part of society, or the economy as a whole. They are separated parts conducted by specific individuals or groups. Divisions of labor are frequently embedded into class relations, asymmetric power structures and inequalities so that the powerful derive benefits at the expense of workers who are exploited or oppressed. Examples for divisions of labor are, the division of labor between men and women, house workers and wage workers, town and country, different regions, different countries, mental and physical labor, politicians and citizens, legislative and executive power, agriculture and industry, developing and developed countries, global/international division of labor. Marx imagined the abolishment of the division of labor as an important element of a participatory society and formulated in this context the notion of the well-rounded individual. Given the abolishment of classes and of the division of labor as well as a high level of productivity, the possibility emerges that everyone becomes a creative cultural worker. See also, International Division of Digital Labor. Double free labor. By double free labor, Marx means a characteristic of wage labor in modern society. A. Workers are free owners of their labor power, but they have to sell it on the market in order to be able to survive, and B. Workers do not own the products of their work, they are free of them. Marx designates with this concept the circumstance that capitalism and the Enlightenment established new forms of liberal freedoms that were the privilege of the aristocracy under feudalism, but these freedoms turned into new unfreedoms so that capitalism is itself an unfree class society, albeit one that proclaims to be free and to advance freedom. Exchange value. Exchange value is a relationship between commodities in which they are exchanged in a certain quantitative relationship, X commodity A equals Y commodity B. If somebody buys a table for 100 euros, then the table is exchanged for this sum of money. Two commodities, table and money, change owners in the exchange process. Exploitation. C. Surplus value, class society. Fetishism. C. Commodity fetishism. Formal subsumption of labor under capital C. Absolute surplus value production. General intellect. The general intellect is a category that Marx uses in the Grundrisse for arguing that technologies are the outcome of work of the human brain that is organized by the human hand. They are objectified knowledge. The general intellect is general social knowledge that develops with the rising importance of technology, fixed constant capital, in production. Marx describes a situation where the general intellect becomes a direct force of production, which is another formulation for the emergence of an information society. Marx was an early information society thinker who saw information technology connected to the development of capitalism and the productive forces. Housewifization. Housewifization, in contrast to the notion of the feminization of work, does not simply mean that more women work in specific realms of the economy. Housewifization means that jobs take on insecure and precarious traits that have traditionally characterized housework. The Bielefeld school of feminism, Claudia von Werlhoff, Maria Mies, and Veronica Benhold Thompson, introduced the term. This school of thought argues that housework is an inner colony of capitalism and a form of ongoing primitive accumulation, where unpaid labor helps generate capitalist profits. It is based on a gender division of labor. In neoliberal capitalism, more and more people live and work under precarious conditions that have traditionally been characteristic of patriarchal relations. People working under such conditions are, like housewives, a source of uncontrolled and unlimited exploitation. Housewifization is a category that is particularly suited for analyzing forms of unpaid and highly exploited digital labor. See also, reproductive labor. International Division of Digital Labor. The International Division of Digital Labor, IDDL, is a division of labor that involves various forms of labor, exploitation, and modes of production that are organized in different parts of the world, are partly anonymously networked with each other and all form necessary elements for the production, usage, and application of digital media. The IDDL can involve agricultural, industrial, and informational forms of labor, labor that represents various relations of production, such as patriarchy, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism, as well as labor that represents specific modes of the organization of capitalism. It often combines forms of labor that represent different modes of production, different class relations, different modes of coercion, different levels of the organization of the productive forces, all under the rule of capital. This circumstance shows that modes of production, class relations, modes of coercion and modes of the productive forces do not develop in a linear manner, where one form substitutes the other, but in a dialectic way so that a new mode of organization incorporates and changes earlier ones. See also, division of labor, mode of production, productive forces, relations of production. Internet pros labor, Internet pros commodification. I have developed these concepts based on Dallas Smythe's notions of audience labor and audience commodification in order to analyze how corporate social media, Facebook, Twitter, Google, etc., accumulate capital by commodifying the online activities of users. The difference between audience labor and prosumer labor is that users of Facebook, Twitter and Google permanently create content and data that is monitored and commodified so that real-time total surveillance of online behavior enables a data commodity that allows targeting of advertising according to users' interests and activities. Labor. Raymond Williams, 1983, 176-179, argues that the word labor comes from the French word labor and the Latin term laborum and appeared in the English language first around 1300. It was associated with hard work, pain, and trouble. In the 18th century, it would have attained the meaning of work under capitalist conditions that stands in a class relationship with capital. The term wage labor is associated with the common usage of the term labor. In this book, labor designates work that is not controlled by the human subjects engaged in it. Labor is alienated work, where one or several forms of alienation are at play. Humans do not control their labor power, the objects of work, the instruments of work and the objects of work. See also, work. Labor aristocracy. Engels introduced this term for describing a faction of the working class that has higher wages, which enables relatively comfortable lives. Lenin used the term for workers turned bourgeois. The notion is related to Marx's concept of surplus wages. Today the term can be used in the context of privileged parts of knowledge workers, e.g. management, highly paid software engineers. Labor power. Labor power is the ability and capacity to work. It is the subjectivity of the worker, which contains her/his body, knowledge, skills, abilities, and so on. Labor power is developed by education and skills development as well as by activities that reproduce and recreate the ability to work, such as sleep, rest, entertainment, care, love, sexuality, bodily care, and communication. In gendered class societies, the reproduction of labor power is organized in the form of a household economy that features a gender division of labor, in which reproductive labor that recreates the ability to work is the task and domain that is assigned to specific individuals, namely women in patriarchal societies. The value of labor power is the amount of hours it takes on average to reproduce labor power. The price of labor power is formed by the wages that capitalists pay in order to control it. Law of value. The law of value says that the higher productivity is, the lower the value of a commodity, i.e. the average amount of hours it takes to produce it. The value of a commodity is directly proportional to the labor objectified in it and indirectly proportional to the level of productivity. Marx argued that historically productivity tends to increase in capitalism, which means that the value of commodities decreases. A table that can today be produced in 3 minutes with the help of advanced machinery could in the 19th century only be produced within several hours. Marx says that the law of value causes a contradiction in capitalism. The time needed for producing goods decreases, but at the same time labor is the only source of value. Whereas the value per commodity tends to be reduced, value is the only source of accumulation and profit. This contradiction tends to result in unemployment and the crisis-proneness of capitalism. Marx envisioned a highly productive society, in which the law of value stops operating and the source of wealth is not labor but free time. He argues that this is only possible in a communist society, in which production based on exchange value has broken down. In the digital labor debate, some people argue that the law of value cannot be applied to phenomena such as Facebook, where social relations, reputation, and affects would create value. This, however, means that the internet economy is not based on time. Social relations, user-generated content, and reputation do not exist outside of time. They are created in time. The more time one has available, the more likely it is that one can create more relations, more content, and a higher status and reputation than others. A digital labor theory of value stresses the importance of a time-based theory of the economy for understanding digital media in capitalism. Mode of production. A mode of production is a historical form of how the unity of productive forces and relations of production is organized. Marx spoke of patriarchy, ancient slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and communism as modes of production. Some observers have claimed that Marx has argued that one mode of production will necessarily result in a new one, so that communism is the inevitable outcome of capitalism. The critics say that Marx had a deterministic understanding of history. A close reading of Marx's works shows that there is a dialectic of modes of production, so that each new mode of production has novel qualities, but also contains specific forms of organization of older modes of production. So, for example, there are forms of patriarchy, slavery, and feudalism at work in capitalism. For Marx, history is the outcome of class struggles. As social struggles are complex aspects of human behavior, their emergence and result is not determined. This understanding of history therefore invalidates the interpretation that Marx had a deterministic understanding of history, a claim which is often made in order to argue that Marx, and therefore also the criticism of capitalism, is outdated. See also, productive forces, relations of production. Money. Money is a general form of value and exchange and the universal commodity of capitalism. It is general and universal because it is the only commodity that can directly be exchanged with all other commodities. If you have many eggs and want to have a computer, then you first have to sell a lot of eggs in order to buy a computer. Given the form of organization of capitalism, eggs cannot buy you a computer because they are not universal commodities. If you have a lot of money, then in contrast you can directly buy both eggs and computers, which shows that money plays a special role in the organization of the economic exchange of commodities. Money fetishism is a specific form of commodity fetishism that can frequently be found in capitalism. Necessary and surplus labor time. Socially, necessary labor time is the total labor time that a society needs to expend in order to survive. The necessary labor time of a commodity is the time that it takes on average in society to produce this good. Surplus labor time is the amount of labor time that is performed in society beyond necessary labor time. Surplus labor time of a commodity is the labor time that goes beyond the necessary labor time needed for the goods production. Necessary and surplus labor time can be measured in seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and so on. New imperialism. New imperialism is a term that has been introduced by David Harvey and other Marxist scholars for characterizing transformations of capitalism that revisit the old imperialism of the 19th century, which was based on the robbery of resources located in non-Western countries. The new imperialism is based on accumulation by dispossession, the privatization and commodification of public assets and institutions, social welfare, knowledge, nature, cultural forms, histories and intellectual creativity, the enclosure of the commons, financialization that allows the overtaking of assets by speculation, fraud, predation, and thievery, the creation, management, and manipulation of crises, for example the creation of debt crises that allow the intervention of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, with structural adjustment programs so that new investment opportunities, deregulations, liberalizations, and privatizations emerge, and state redistributions that favor capital at the expense of labor. It also involves a global division of labor, in which capitalism relocates production in such a way that it can highly exploit labor in order to maximize profits. Play labor, labor, play and labor have traditionally been two separated spheres of activity, the first taking place during spare time in private and public spaces and the second during working time in factories and offices. Play labor means that the boundaries between play and labor tend to become fuzzy. Labor presents itself as play and play becomes a form of value generation. Play is a new management ideology that is, for example, present in Google offices that look like playgrounds but are spaces of highly stressful work with long overtime. The usage of corporate social media, Facebook, Google, Twitter, etc., is fun, and the playful usage of these platforms hides the circumstance that these platforms are run by companies, make a lot of profit and exploit the user's labor. Price. The price is the money form of the appearance of value in capitalism. One cannot directly observe the value of a commodity such as a computer, but one is confronted with its price on the market. The price can be observed and confronts people who are purchasers or sellers on markets. The Hegelian expression of this phenomenon is that value appears in the form of the price in capitalism. Value and prices of commodities are not equivalent. If one knows the value of a certain commodity, i.e. the number of hours needed on average to produce the commodity, then one cannot calculate the commodity's price from it. Marx understood that values and prices do not coincide. This phenomenon came to be known as the transformation problem in Marxist theory. Although commodity values and prices do not coincide, they are also not arbitrary. It is not an accident that a computer mouse is cheaper than a whole computer. It takes more time to produce the computer and its components than it takes to produce a computer mouse. The law of value shapes the production of both commodities. Primitive accumulation. Primitive accumulation is a process in which land, people, knowledge, public services, and other goods that are not subject to the logic of capital accumulation are expropriated and subjected to the forces of capital. They are commodified. Primitive accumulation often involves physical or other forms of violence. Marx argued that primitive accumulation was the first stage of capitalism. Rosa Luxemburg, David Harvey, and others, including feminist political economists, have argued that primitive accumulation is a permanent process by which capital creates new milieus of accumulation and exploitation. Productive forces. Productive forces are phenomena that enable economic production. Labor power is the subjective productive force. Objective productive forces are nature, space-time, resources, infrastructures and technologies. They form objects of work and instruments of work, e.g. buildings, machines. Marx spoke of the antagonism between productive forces and relations of production as a specific characteristic of capitalism and one of the causes of capitalist crises. See also, relations of production, mode of production. Profit. The profit a company makes in a certain period of time, such as 1 year, is calculated as total sales minus investment costs. Rate of profit. The rate of profit is the mathematical relationship of profits to investment costs. The lower the investment costs are, the higher is the rate of profit. Rate of surplus value, rate of exploitation. The rate of exploitation is calculated as profits divided by wages. The higher the profits and the lower wages, the more exploited is labor. Profits can be maximized if wages are minimized. If no wages are paid, then the profits are at highest, which means that labor is exploited to a maximum degree. Real subsumption of labor under capital C, relative surplus value production. Relations of production. Relations of production are the specific social relations in which production, distribution, and consumption are organized. So for example, capitalism is based on the social relations of private property, markets, and nation-states and on class relations between capitalists and workers. Marx argues that capitalism is based on a contradiction of the relations of production and the productive forces. Technological progress is required for accumulating ever more capital. It advances the social character of production with new forms of collaboration. These social forms of production are incompatible with the private form of ownership, which results in crisis-proneness of the capitalist economy and the phenomenon that germ forms of a communist society, in which wealth is produced and controlled in common, are created by capitalist production. See also, productive forces, mode of production. Relative surplus value production. Relative surplus value production is a strategy that capitalists use to make more profit by increasing the productivity of labor so that more commodities and more value are produced in less time than before. A common way of relative surplus value production is to use labor-saving technologies that increase the output of labor per hour. Marx terms relative surplus value production also the real subsumption of labor under capital. Reproductive labor is work that recreates the human mind and the human body so that the worker is capable of being economically active day in and day out. It involves activities such as care, love, sexuality, education, child rearing, cleaning, cooking, washing clothes and so on. In patriarchal societies it is typically based on a gendered division of labor, where women are assigned to the realm of housework and reproductive labor. This assignment is legitimate by a patriarchal ideology that presents women as social, caring, affective and weak and men as individualistic, laboring, rational and physically strong. Marxist and socialist feminists have stressed that reproductive labor is crucial for the existence of capitalism, that it contributes to the production of value and that reproductive workers are therefore exploited and part of the working class. Reproductive labor is the foundation of the housework economy that is based on a gendered division of labor. See also, housewifeization. Second contradiction of capitalism. James O'Connor has argued that capitalism is based on a contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production as well as on a contradiction between the capitalist relations of production and the form of the appropriation of nature. The second contradiction would result in environmental degradation and the depletion of nature and would call forth the need for a red-green socialism that is based on social and ecological awareness. Slavery is a mode of production in which the worker is the private property of a slave owner. As the slave owner owns the slave, he is free to do with the slave whatever he pleases, which includes the possibility to kill and torture the slave. Slaves therefore face the constant threat of being killed by slave masters, which enables highly exploitative forms of labor. For Marx and Engels, patriarchy is the oldest form of slavery. In it, the wife and the children are the slaves of the husband. Marx describes an ancient form of slavery and feudalism as a specific form of slavery that is based on the labor of peasants who were bond slaves. Social worker, social factory. These two concepts have been developed in autonomous Marxism. Mario Tronti introduced the concept of the social factory, Antonio Negri the notion of the social worker. Both concepts designate that labor and exploitation reach beyond the factory walls, where wage labor is organized and exploited. They stress that the exploitation of labor includes unpaid forms of labor such as housework and that the working class is larger than the group of wage workers. The factory and the working class tend to extend into society. Antonio Negri and Michael Hart have further developed the concept of the social worker into the notion of the multitude, a collective workforce that especially uses different forms of knowledge work, which Hart and Negri improperly term immaterial labor, and that produces the commons of society. In the context of digital labor, the social worker and the social factory are of particular importance because corporate internet platforms that offer free access and use targeted advertising, e.g. Facebook, Google, Twitter, are based on unpaid user work that is part of the social worker and turns computer and internet use into a social factory. Socially necessary labor time. See, necessary and surplus labor time. Species being is a term that Marx used in the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, 1844, in order to argue that it is a fundamental aspect of the human being that it is creative and social. In class societies, creativity and sociality would be crippled and limited by the rule of a dominant class that exploits human creativity and sociality and puts it to use for its own benefit at the expense of the exploited class. Subject/object. For Hegel, the subjective concept is immanent to human thought. Objectivity is in contrast something outside of human individuals, the objective world that interacts with the human subject. This interaction can result in a product that Hegel calls the subject-object or idea. The world can be described as a dialectic of subject and object. A subject interacts with its outside environment in order to exist. The world is fundamentally relational, nothing can exist without relations to something else. These relations can become productive so that a subject-object, something new in the world, emerges that again is a new subject standing in relation to an object. Karl Marx has applied the concepts of subject/object to the economy, where human subjects interact with economic objects, tools of work, object of work, so that a product of work emerges. The concept of subject/object allows describing the work process as dynamic productive process. The dialectic of subject and object is in society not limited to the economy, but a concept that allows understanding the dynamics of all forms of social systems. Sublation/Aufhebung. Sublation is an English translation of the German term Aufhebung that Hegel used as a central principle of the dialectic. In German, the noun Aufhebung and the verb aufheben have three meanings: to abolish, to preserve, and to transcend/lift up. For Hegel, dialectical development means a process of sublation in this threefold meaning of the term. If a new quality of the world emerges from a contradiction, the old status is abolished, qualities of this old status are preserved in the new status, and new qualities of the world emerge so that the organization of the specific system being transformed is lifted to a new level. Marx used the notions of Aufhebung and Aufheben for describing how societies develop in the form of contradictions, for describing how the unity of class struggle and class contradictions can result in revolutions that bring about new societies, and for analyzing crises of capitalism. See also, dialectic. Surplus labor time. C. Necessary and surplus labor time. Surplus value. The working day is in capitalism divided into two parts, a paid and an unpaid part. Surplus value is the value that is created in the unpaid part of the working day. It is a specific amount of hours in a specific unit of time, such as a day, a week, or a month, that is unremunerated. There are also forms of work that are completely unremunerated. The form of the appearance of surplus value is monetary profit. Surplus value is a fundamental feature of class societies. It is the heart of the concepts of class and exploitation, and for some Marx's most important critical category. Surplus wage. Surplus wage is a term that Marx uses to describe how a group of workers, e.g. managers, receives higher wages than others that are paid out of a specific share of surplus value/profits. The task is to buy these workers' agreement to the capitalist system and their support in the execution of exploitation and domination. The notion is related to Engels and Lenin's notion of the labor aristocracy. Use value. A use value is a result of human work that satisfies human needs. Use values can be physical and non-physical in character. A car is a physical use value, whereas a social relationship and knowledge are non-physical use values. Value, economic value. Value in a Marxist approach, Marx's labor theory of value, is the amount of performed labor hours that are needed for the production of a certain commodity. Each single commodity has an individual value, but what is decisive for the profits of a company or industry is the average value, i.e. the average production time per unit, of a specific type of commodity. Specific commodity types have average production times that Marx calls socially necessary labor time. The magnitude or size of value is measured by the amount of social necessary labor time needed for the production of a specific commodity type. Human labor is the substance of value. It is a feature that is common to all commodities, that is, all commodities are the outcome of human labor and are objectifications of human labor. Exchange value is the form of the appearance of value in the capitalist economy. Money is the common form of the appearance of value in capitalism. This means that value cannot easily be observed but is a rather abstract phenomenon. The value of a computer cannot be observed by looking at it or using it. It becomes apparent, however, by the circumstance that one can only own the computer and use it if one pays a certain sum of money as price for it. Value forms in Capital, Volume 1, Marx explains that there are different forms of economic value. A. Simple/isolated/accidental form of value. X commodity A equals Y commodity B. B. Total/expanded form of value. Z commodity A equals U commodity B equals V commodity C equals W commodity D equals X commodity E equals etc. C. General form of value. U commodity B equals Z commodity A, V commodity C equals Z commodity A, W commodity D equals Z commodity A, X commodity E equals Z commodity A, etc. D. Money form. Ounces of gold equals Z commodity A, ounces of gold equals U commodity B, ounces of gold equals V commodity C, ounces of gold equals W commodity D, ounces of gold equals X commodity E, etc. Variable capital, wages. Variable capital is capital that creates new value. It is the monetary value of labor power, i.e. the wage. Labor is the decisive factor in production. It transfers the value of constant capital to the new commodity and adds new value to the commodity. The commodity that is produced in capitalism is therefore more than the sum of its parts. Constant and variable capital, it contains a surplus value and a surplus product, more value than is contained in the investment goods and new physical and or symbolic qualities. Well-rounded individual development. With the notion of the well-rounded individual, Marx wants to express that humans only become a complete individual in a communist society, whereas they are crippled class individuals in capitalist societies. In class societies, human activities are limited to certain activities, important activities are controlled by elites, and skills are unequally distributed so that a division of labor is the result. In a classless society, humans have the skills and possibilities to engage in a broad range of activities. Human toil is overcome, intellectual and creative work become crucial for all humans, and the division of labor is abolished or limited. Work. The term work comes from the Old English word werk and is the most general word for doing something. Williams 1983, 334. In work, humans make use of their body and brains in order to use tools with which they transform nature, natural resources, and or culture, experiences, in such a way that something new that satisfies various human needs emerges. If the emerging product is physical in character, then one can speak of physical work. If it is non-physical, then one tends to speak of knowledge or information work. All work requires a combination of the power of the human brain and the human body. It is therefore always physical and knowledge work. Each concrete work has, however, varying degrees of the expenditure of physical and psychological power. The category of immaterial labor that authors such as Maurizio Lazzarato, Paolo Verno, Tony Negri, and Michael Hart have used is an imprecise category for knowledge work. It is imprecise because it implies that knowledge is immaterial. In a materialist philosophy, the whole world is material. It is created by subjects that interact with their environments in relations that create novelty. Matter is a dynamic process of production that creates and recreates the world. In German, the language in which Marx mostly wrote, there are the terms Arbeit and Werktätigkeit. The first is a more ambiguous term that Marx used for both work and labor. The second is a more general term that means activity that creates works. It can best be translated as work. The terms work and labor cannot be clearly separated, for they are dialectically entwined. If work is a general term that applies to all societies, then labor is also a form of work, although necessarily alienated. This means that one can abolish labor, not work, but abolishing labor means abolishing a form of work, so that the historically dominant form of work undergoes sublation and is thereby transformed into a different form of work. See also, labor.